Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Paladin's Grace by T.Kingfisher, narrated by Joel Richards. Chapter 1. Stephen's god died a little after noon on the longest day of the year. The Saint of Steel had not been a major deity, but neither had he been entirely obscure. He had 4 temples, staffed with priests and paladins, and the bishop of his church sat on the council in Archon's glory, beside the elders of the other local churches, the Forge God and the Four-Faced God, and the Temple of the White Rat. His paladins, Stephen among them, rode out when the saint's duty demanded swords and men to wield them, and rode back to the temple nursing their wounds, only to ride out again when they had healed. It had never occurred to Stephen or any of the others that a god could die. Such things happened in mythology, not in real life. He had just come back from a long, grim journey hunting demons. It was not the Saint of Steel's primary function, but the dreaming god's paladins had asked for assistance, so Stephen and 3 of his brothers had gone out with them. Demon hunting was ugly work, mostly involving possessed livestock, and while the dreaming gods chosen were skilled at exorcism, a 2,000-pound bull inhabited by a furious demon was not something anyone wanted to tackle alone. The saint's paladins were killing machines, first to the last, and the god did not seem to mind loaning his chosen to the dreaming god when demons were what needed killing. They were riding over the ridge on the road to the temple when Stephen felt his god die. His first thought was that his heart had stopped. It was as if someone had punched a mailed fist into his gut, reached up under his ribs, and torn everything out. It did not feel like a wound. It felt as if he'd been cored. He collapsed forward over his horse's neck. Distantly he heard the sound of a body hitting the ground, and the shout as one of the dreaming god's paladins saw what was happening. And then he heard the sound of his brother Istvan praying, harsh and rapid. And it was such a strange thing, that prayer, because Stephen knew instinctively that no one was listening. "What is happening?" he said, gasping into his horse's neck. "Where is the saint? What?" The world spun around him. He could feel the black tide rising, crawling up from the ground, the tide that whispered of battle and bloodshed. But there was no sheen of golden light over it to sanctify it and make it holy. He was dragged off his horse and looked up, baffled, into the face of one of the demon hunters. Jorge, he thought vaguely. A handsome man, at least when he wasn't coated in road grime and still stained with the blood of demon cattle. Strong enough that he could hold Stephen upright, even in full armor. Strong enough that killing him would be difficult. And he must be killed, surely. He was the enemy. "Stephen!" snapped the other man, shaking him. Stephen tried to focus his eyes. It seemed very difficult. The black tide lapped around his vision. He reached for his sword. "Stephen, what's wrong?" the enemy said. Was he the enemy? He must be. He was here, and the god was dead, and the tide was closing over Stephen's head. "What is happening to your people?" "It's the saint," said Stephen, as blackness closed over him. He drew his sword. Somewhere not too far distant, he heard a man scream, "The saint is dead." Chapter 2. 3 years later. Stephen stared at the ceiling of his room and thought, as he did every morning, about simply not getting out of bed. He could stay here until the end of the world, looking at the plaster ceiling and the long, dark wooden beams, while the square of light from the window crawled down the wall and across the floor and faded away to nothing. As he did every morning, he prodded the space in his soul where there had once been glory. There was only silence. There would never be anything there again. And then, as he also did every morning, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and got up. Grace was lost to him, but he still had duty, and duty would carry him forward. The Temple of the White Rat was quiet at this hour, or as quiet as it ever got. In an hour or two it would be a beehive of activity, filled with clerks and clerics moving back and forth, hundreds of people solving small, practical problems, and occasionally even the large, intractable ones. The rat's priests fixed things that could be fixed, and when things were broken past all mending, they helped people pick up the pieces. There was no mending 7 paladins whose god had died, and who had shattered themselves to further pieces in the carnage that followed. Still, the rat had taken them in, broken as they were. Both the dreaming god and forge god had offered, but the rat priests had been the ones who ushered them inside, still bloody from the wounds they had taken and inflicted in return. Even now Stephen did not know if he should be grateful for that kindness. He did not think that he could bear to stand beside the paladins of living gods and be eaten alive with envy for what they had. But at least in the house of those warrior gods, there would have been someone able to stop us. The White Rat claimed no paladins. He was served by law clerks and healers and diplomats, not by steel. Stephen often felt as if he was a dog in a henyard, a protector who might turn feral, and the gods knew how much damage he might cause before he was brought down. The rat's servants were not fools. They had seen the damage the Saint of Steel's chosen wreaked in the aftermath of the god's death, and they had faced it, unflinching. The temple set aside a wing for the broken paladins, and asked nothing in return. As soon as they could rise from their beds, one by one, the remaining paladins had asked to be allowed to serve. Stephen pushed open the door to the dining hall. There was strong tea and biscuits for those who wanted it. A dozen other early risers were hunched over their mugs, some of them already going over the day's work, a few simply sitting with their hands around the mugs, staring blearily at nothing. On the far wall, a mural of the White Rat gazed down benevolently, holding a book in one paw and a balance in the other. Stephen took a mug of tea and a biscuit, and sat down at a bench. Istvan came in a few moments later to join him. He had always been the biggest of the paladins, a great bear of a man with shoulders like an ox. People tended to assume that he must be stupid because of his size. This was a very dangerous thing to think. "We are both still alive this morning," said Istvan, as he had said nearly every morning for 3 years. Stephen grunted, as he had also done nearly every morning for 3 years. There had been a time when that was not so certain. They had lost many of their brothers and sisters early, some to suicide, more who had simply not woken up from their stupor after losing the god, a few to darker things. For a time they had thought they might lose others, but the final 7 survivors had rallied. The care that the rat priests had shown, tending to those who would never wake, was part of the reason that the broken paladins had asked to serve. A debt was owed. The dead could not pay it, so the living must pay it for them. It would have been difficult to explain to anyone other than Istvan how that debt had kept Stephen alive. He could not give up while he owed others so much, even if the rat denied any such debt. Until the ledgers had balanced, Stephen could not allow himself to stop moving. These were depressing thoughts. He was grateful when Istvan looked over at his plate and said, What in the name of the little household gods is that? An abomination, said Stephen. I believe the cook called it gravy. Gravy is not that color. I did not say the cook was correct. Can we burn them at the stake? We're not those kind of paladins. Anyway, it tastes okay if you close your eyes and pretend you're eating literally anything else. Istvan groaned and went to endure trial by gravy himself. After breakfast, Stephen and Istvan went back to the Paladin's wing together. The schedule was posted on a chalkboard at the head of the corridor. His fellow Paladin read it, then clapped him on the shoulder. Off to look menacing in court, he said cheerfully. You? Walking one of the healers through a rough neighborhood. Ah, lucky you. I do not mind scowling for hours, but my feet don't care for the standing, and it's hard to look menacing if they bring me a stool. Stephen snorted. Still with the one trial? Sadly. I could break the man and be done with it, but these so-practical rats say that would look bad. He shrugged. The trial in question was of a man who had become obsessed with one of the rat's servants, following her and sending her unwanted gifts, until finally obsession had tipped over into something much darker. The temple would undoubtedly win their case, but it was a grim, wearying job, and Istvan's part in it was to make sure that no one physically intimidated the woman while justice was done. A great deal of the work that paladins did for the rat was along those lines. Stand here and look scary. Walk here and glower at anyone who might be tempted to bother the healer in their work. Guard the bishop, not because we expect trouble, but because it needs to be known that the bishop is not without defenses. It was a far cry from their old duties, but not, in truth, an unpleasant one. Although if the enemy did not kill him, it was possible that his charges would. These rats are going to turn my hair white, Stephen said. This healer's never had an escort before. He works in Weaver's Nest, and I am told he said he didn't think he needed one. Is Weaver's Nest the slum where that fellow is chopping off people's heads and dumping their bodies by the river? One and the same, Stephen rubbed his face. How did they live this long without us? No idea, said Istvan cheerfully. But on the bright side, no one stabbed me in months. Me neither. They both made a sign to avert the evil eye, then laughed. Stephen gave Istvan a friendly shove and went to sword practice. The rat called no fighting men, so the temple had never had a formal training ground. A small saul had been built in the city's heyday for visiting paladins from other faiths and guards that might travel in a bishop's entourage, but that had been long ago. The saul had filled up with dust and cobwebs and broken furniture that no one could bring themselves to throw away. The labor of cleaning it out had sweated the last of the illness from the 7 broken paladins. Stephen remembered that the first spark of enthusiasm he had felt after the god had died was when he stood in the doorway of the saul and thought, "We can fix this." It was the first positive emotion he had felt in a long time. He touched his lips out of habit as he passed the tiny shrine in the door. It was probably the last shrine of the Saint of Steel left on earth. Someone, a rat servant, lit a candle in it every morning. There had originally been 5 candles. Stephen had removed 4 of them and left the single one remaining, so that it was no longer a shrine to the living, but to the dead. The unknown maintainer of the shrine had only lit a single candle the next day. With such tiny, unspoken gestures, the broken paladins and the servants of the rat had negotiated the way forward between them. Stephen hung his sword on the wall, took down a practice blade, and set to work. Forehand, backhand, parry, thrust. There was no chance, in such bloodless work, of the battle tide rising. It was repetitive, often tedious, but it was as close to meditation as he could manage these days. The sword required focus and concentration, a narrowing of the world to the next motion and the next instant, no farther ahead, no farther behind. When he practiced the sword, for a brief time he was not broken. He had found, in the first year, that he could no longer pray. The silence where the saint had been was too final. Prayer only reminded him of his emptiness. Prayer reminded him of what he had become, however briefly, when the god had died. The sword, though, the sword was still good. After practice, he joined the others in the washrooms, sluicing the sweat and grime off his body. For creatures who sometimes lived in sewage, rats were fastidious about grooming, and the rats' servants were no exception. This, at least, Stephen could admit was an improvement over the temples of the Saint of Steel. The god had cared a great deal about battle, but not so much about washing up afterward. Hair still damp, he emerged from the baths, looked up at the sun, and realized it was time to go and meet the healer. Chapter 3. The healer in question was a middle-aged man, with a creeping bald spot across his skull, and long-fingered, delicate hands. Stephen had not met him before, and extended his hand. "Stephen." "Brother Francis." He looked Stephen up and down with sharp, kind eyes. "The Saint of Steel?" Well, it was obvious enough what god he had served. Stephen still wore the cloak with the god's insignia on it, the stylized sword, the gold flames, the hand holding the blade and pouring golden blood down the length. All the broken paladins did. The temple not only mended them, they replaced the cloaks once a year with new ones, the symbol already embroidered onto the back. The rat had accepted their offer of service, but did not require them to forget who they had been. Stephen had not forgotten. Neither apparently had anyone else. "It is, yes." "You're one of the berserker paladins." "I was, yes." Stephen gazed over the healer's head. "If you are concerned that I am dangerous, you may ask the bishop to assign a different guard." "You're a large man with a sword," said the healer, surprising him. "Of course you're dangerous. I believe that's the point." Stephen felt his lips twitch. "You have me there, brother." "I still think it's all foolishness," grumbled Brother Francis. "I've never had a problem in Weaver's Nest. They're good people. They're just poor and desperate." 3 severed heads were found in the river in a month. "Yes, but they know me." Brother Francis waved his hands, as if to indicate that severed heads were either inconsequential or one of the normal hazards of the job. Stephen wasn't quite sure which. "I believe I can actually feel the individual hairs turning white on my scalp." Nevertheless, the bishop feels that it would be wise to take precautions. "Shall we go, brother?" "Yes, yes." A heavy satchel of remedies lay at his feet. Stephen picked it up automatically, and the other man smiled. "Well, if you don't mind doing the heavy lifting. I'm not quite as young as I was." "You have essential skills," said Stephen. "I am merely the muscle today." The healer grinned. 6 stops, he said, "and unless things go very much better than I fear, I will send you home at the last one. That's going to be a watch through the night until the fever breaks, or—" He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. Stephen was familiar with the fevers that took men after wounds, and knew how they could go. They set out through the city together from the Rat's Temple, the little round healer and the broad-shouldered knight. The route took them past narrow buildings set on narrow streets, little better than alleys, 2 or 3 steps above slums, but the specter of poverty hung over the area. Everyone knew how easy it would be to slip. Stephen had grown up in a building like that himself. He knew all about the slip. The healer was a talker, but he did not expect Stephen to do more than grunt occasionally, which was oddly restful in its way. It was nearly noon when they reached the first house. Stephen took up a guard post outside the front door while the healer went inside. He leaned his back against the worn brickwork. Because it was only a poor neighborhood, not a bad one, people looked at him directly, at least at first. When their faces changed and they hurried away, he could not be sure if it was because of the insignia on his cloak, or because he was, as Brother Francis said, a large man with a sword. A group of children in an alley across the way were jumping rope. They looked at him too, but in the disdainful way of children for strange adults, not fearfully. Stephen strained his ears to catch the rhyme they were using. Mr. Brass don't pay his tax. Headsman gave him 40 whacks. 2, 4, 6, 8. How many whacks did it take? 1, 2, 3, 4. On take, the tempo increased dramatically, and the child in the center, face deadly earnest, began jumping as fast as she could, determined to outlive the unfortunate Mr. Brass. Stephen smiled. He remembered that one from his youth. The best he'd ever managed was 33 whacks. Funny how I can remember that, but I can't remember half of last week. Getting old, I guess. He wasn't even 40, but some days he felt positively ancient. The healer bustled out again, closing up his satchel. "Next," he said cheerfully, and he and Stephen went to the next stop, while the little girl was still trying to outjump the headsman. Stephen stood guard outside until the third call, where the healer called him in. "Brother Francis," said his patient aghast, struggling to sit up. "You can't. A caller, and me looking such a sight." "Miss Abernathy," said the healer, pushing her gently back down. "You're beautiful no matter how you look." Not the most coherent sentiment, but he means well. Stephen bowed. "You look magnificent, madam," he said. "I should apologize to you for coming in armed in all my dust." Miss Abernathy, who was at least 80, blushed. "Forgive me," murmured the healer after they left. "There's not a great deal with her that I can fix, but she's bored and lonely on top of her aches." He grinned up at Stephen. "Having a handsome young fellow to look at for a few minutes was better than any medicine I could mix up." "Young? I'm 37. "And I'm 61, so I don't want to hear it, child." Stephen abandoned that line of argument. "And she isn't bothered by—" He flicked the cloak with his hand. The healer did not pretend not to understand, which was another reason Stephen liked him. "She's forgotten what happened, if she ever knew." "Ah, well." Stephen eyed the steps to the next building. "Would you like me to go to this visit as well? Perhaps lift some heavy objects and flex a few times?" Brother Francis considered this. "Well, one never knows about an individual's tastes, but I don't think Mr. Coates would enjoy that on quite the same level." Stephen snorted. The healer grinned at him. This one lasted quite a while, and there were no children jumping rope to distract him. Stephen opened his pack and pulled out his needles and a thick ball of yarn. Knitting socks was not a particularly glamorous hobby, but it filled the same mental need as the sword, careful work that held his attention and hopefully did not allow his mind to wander too far afield. Plus, at the end, you got socks out of it, and no one appreciated good socks like a soldier. His current project was faded red. Well, pink. The dye hadn't taken properly and washed out almost at once. The merchant sold him the whole lot for a quarter of what it was worth, and Stephen had been making dusty pink socks for over a month. His fellow paladins had groaned when they saw the color, but they all wore the socks anyway. Arkenhold was cold in winter, and proper footwear was important. You never knew when you were going to get called upon to do a forced march somewhere. Not that the rat does many forced marches. I'm not sure where we'd even go. To deliver a set of law clerks to an urgent trial, perhaps? The healer came out again. Stephen put the needles away. They proceeded this way, through neighborhoods getting progressively worse, and stops getting progressively longer. Brother Francis came out of one stop with his face grim and pinched. "Problem?" "A growth," said the healer. "Looks like a cauliflower in the breast and under the ribs. There's nothing anyone can do but make her comfortable," he sighed. "Well, nothing that any of us can do. A true healer, perhaps, with a God's gift on them, might be able to give her ease. But we have only medicines and our 2 hands. Stephen bowed his head. "Making her comfortable is not so small a thing." "I know," said Brother Francis, sighing. "It feels like a small thing in the face of—" He gestured aimlessly. Stephen nodded. They fell into step together, though Stephen had to slow his stride so that the healer could keep up. Francis glanced up at him. "May I ask you a question about your order? I do not wish to give offense." Stephen braced himself internally. Now it comes. At least the healer had asked him, not one of the others. Better me or Istvan than Galen, or, God forbid, Ren. If you wish. Why do you still wear the cloak? It was not the question that Stephen had expected. What happened, or perhaps, why did it happen? What did you do when the god died? Were you one of the ones at Hallowbind? The cloak. He looked down at it as if he had never seen it before. Brother Francis made an impatient gesture. The cloak with the saint's symbol on it. If the god is no longer alive, why continue to wear a symbol that so many fear? Stephen was silent for a moment. A rivulet of brown water gurgled past them. There were no drains here, and he could smell night soil and decay. It is good that they fear it, he said finally. It is a warning. Brother Francis raised his eyebrows. A warning? That we are still dangerous. The healer tilted his head back to look Stephen in the eye. You will forgive me, youngster, but you don't seem particularly dangerous to me. Large man with a sword notwithstanding. The bishop had said something similar to Stephen 3 days after his god had died. Are you still dangerous? I will always be dangerous, your holiness, he had answered. Even weak as a kitten and shackled to the bed by leather restraints, it had seemed the truth to him. She smiled. She was an older woman, and the bones of her face were handsome rather than beautiful, and she was not a fool. Are you a danger to me? Not right now. If one of your fellows is lost to the rage, will you stop them from harming the innocent? Yes, he said without hesitation, as long as I draw breath. Then I think we had best keep you here. And she turned to the acolyte with her and ordered him unbound. He shook his head, as much to clear the memory as to disagree with Brother Francis. If they see the cloak, they know that the battle tide might take me without warning, and if it happens, they will know to get out of the way. Can it still take you, without the god? Yes. That came out very curt, and Stephen regretted it at once. The healer was putting his safety in Stephen's hands. He deserved to know what manner of bodyguard he had acquired. It was simply that he wanted explanations, and Stephen was so very tired of explaining. It is not the same, but it is still possible. It is all darkness and fumbling and rage. It is a black tide lapping over my head, where once the god poured golden fire over my nerves and turned me into the holiest of killers. It had happened twice in 3 years. The first time, Istvan had picked him up by the throat and held him until he blacked out. The second time, Galen had snapped while they sparred, and then Stephen had snapped, trying to hold him back, and they had battered each other insensible in the training saal. He'd broken Galen's arm. Galen had smashed half his ribs. No one else had been hurt, but it had been too close, too damned close. It had been over a year since the tide had risen for any of them. If the Paladins were not precisely healing, at least the scars had grown thick. Sometimes Stephen thought they might yet live through this, as broken and battered as they were. "I am sorry," said Brother Francis. "I do not mean to prod old wounds. Is there a sign that I should watch for? Some way that I might bring you out of it?" "He thinks it's like a fit or a seizure," thought Stephen wearily. "He has no notion of the truth, but he is trying." "It's unlikely. If we stumble over the fellow cutting off heads, perhaps, or are set upon by a dozen men. If it should happen, I suggest that you run, and if you can, bring back another Paladin from the temple." "And they'll know how to stop it?" "Yes," said Stephen. "Nothing you can teach me, though." Stephen looked at the small, round man and stifled a rueful smile. "I'm afraid not." "You do not seem the type, my friend, to leap on my back and strangle me until I black out, or to bash me over the head, or simply to cut me down where I stand. Better you leave it to my brothers and sisters." That was the debt owed and the promise. He would watch the other 6. They would watch him in return. And the moment any of them fell to the blackness, they would turn on each other and try to stop the tide. Chapter 4. At the next stop, the healer went up a rickety flight of steps, then another. Stephen almost insisted on going with him. This neighborhood was definitely teetering on the edge of very bad indeed. Buildings leaned together over the narrow streets, and trash clogged the gutters. Some of the buildings had collapsed, and were now roofed over with tarps and blankets. No one looked at him here, but probably because he was large and armed, not because anybody knew or cared about the Saint of Steel and his Paladin's crimes. They had far more pressing concerns. Slum weavers had built a colony in the eaves of the houses, and the evening air was full of the little dark gray birds coming to their hanging nests to roost. It was the birds that had given the Weaver's Nest slum its name. Possibly there was a loom somewhere in the neighborhood, but Stephen wouldn't count on it. Ironically, had it not been for the severed head issue, he was probably safer because he was with Brother Francis than Brother Francis was because he was with Stephen. The white rat servants were sacrosanct, even in such questionable places. You did not touch the rats' people, because you might need them to stitch you up later, or spring you from prison, or make sure that your elderly mother didn't starve once you'd been hanged. There was little honor among thieves, but there was a great deal of practicality. It is a safe bet that whoever is out there chopping people's heads off is not terribly concerned about long-term consequences to the community, though. A gnoll scurried by, staying close to the wall. The small, badger-like creatures had moved into Arkenhold a decade or so ago, and they proved so adaptable and such inoffensive neighbors that hardly anyone could remember a time when the gnolls hadn't been living in warrens in the poorer parts of the city, engaging in street cleaning and odd jobs. Stephen nodded to the gnoll, and it nodded back, striped face flashing in the gloom. Brother Francis came back out a few moments later. "Yes, as I thought," he said, his voice low, even though there was no way that anyone inside the house could have heard him. "I will be here until sometime tomorrow. Please tell them at the temple." "Is there anything I can do to help?" asked Stephen. Brother Francis shook his head. "If we could fight sickness with swords, even I might take up the blade," he sighed. "No, the fact is, Paladin, that we healers like to believe that we make a difference. But when it comes to illness, the patient will usually live or die regardless of what we do. If we are lucky, we do not make it any worse. But it is a comfort to the families to know that we are there. So I will sit with this poor woman and bear witness to her fight, however it ends." Stephen bowed to the healer. "Promise me one thing before I go, brother." "Eh?" "You will not leave until daylight, even if she loses her fight tonight." The healer pursed his lips. "I do not wish to be a burden to the family in their grief. There is a man going around chopping off people's heads." "But I know these people. They all recognize me," Stephen almost said. "Will they recognize you without a head?" But clamped down on it. Instead he said, "Promise me, brother, or I will stand here until dawn." He did not scream, "You daft man, this person won't care you're a healer." But he suspected the effort cost him a few more white hairs. Was no one suitably worried about the severed head situation? The way people are treating this, you'd think decapitation was just a natural event that happens sometimes, as if people's heads tumble off like leaves in autumn. "Oh, very well," the healer threw his hands in the air. "If it will make you happy." "Ecstatic," said Stephen gravely. "Humph." He turned to go. Then Brother Francis called after him, "Do you pray?" Stephen blinked at him. His first mad thought was that the man was trying to proselytize, which was frankly absurd. The rat sent lawyers and healers to a crisis, not missionaries. "Not much, any longer," he admitted. "Not since—" The healer nodded. "Of course," he said. "I should have thought. Well, if you find yourself so moved, pray for this woman, and for me, that I do nothing to make her suffering worse." "Now there is a prayer that I can get behind," thought Stephen as he walked away. "Oh gods, if any of you are listening, please grant that we don't make things worse." Stephen made his way back through the side streets. No one bothered him. Once he'd crossed out from under the slum-weaver nests, things improved. This particular one wasn't a dangerous neighborhood, at least if you were large and male and had shoulders like a warhorse. Seedy, maybe. The Scarlet District, where licensed prostitution occurred, kept hired guards both to protect their workers and to keep unlicensed prostitution from happening nearby. He was just outside that band of protection, but not so far outside that it became truly dangerous. His boots clicked on the cobbles in an even beat. Left, right, left, right. Mr. Brass didn't pay his tax. Left, right, 2, 4, 6, 8. How many whacks did it take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, what? Running footsteps broke the pattern. He looked up, startled. There are many kinds of running footsteps, of course. Panicked flight, hot pursuit, and many shades in between. The hunter always sounds different than the hunted, because the hunted is looking over their shoulder while they run. These were hunted footsteps. Stephen turned, seeing a dark shadow in the mouth of the alley, and then the shadow was rushing toward him. He grabbed for his sword, cursing the inattention that left him vulnerable, and the shadow threw itself, herself, into his arms. "Hide me!" Chapter 5. Stephen said, what?" This was not particularly suave, but he had not held a woman in his arms for a number of years. In the reflected lamplight, he caught a glimpse of large gray-green eyes and dark, fog-frizzed hair. "I'm so sorry. Hide me," she hissed into his ear, then ducked her head down and tried to angle him so that he was between her and the mouth of the alley. His god might be dead, but chivalry still lived. Stephen grabbed her to hold her upright and looked around for pursuit. Was someone about to cut her head off? True, he was a bit far afield of Weaver's Nest, but it wasn't as if the sort of people who chopped off other people's heads obeyed strict neighborhood boundaries. Bare moments later, he heard more footsteps. Not a headlong flight this time, but the heavy tread of booted feet, 2 of them. He peered through the rising fog and saw indigo at the end of the alley. Only one religious order, Stephen balked at calling them holy, wore that shade of indigo. The servants of the Hanged Mother, a goddess so unpleasant that even the priests of the four-faced god couldn't find much nice to say about her. Given that the four-faced god treated even locusts and maggots with reverence, this was saying something. He hesitated to say that they weren't murderers, but it was doubtful that they had anything to do with the severed head situation. "Keep your head down," he muttered, and moved so that she was up against the wall of the alley and his cloak covered both of them. The scent of sage and lavender rose from her hair. He felt a pang of guilt for what he was about to do, but it was a vast improvement over anything the motherhood was likely to do to her. "Hey, you there," called one of the motherhood men. "Have you seen a woman go by here?" Stephen turned his head and gave the man a slow, hopefully lascivious smile. "I'm seeing one right now," he called back, and bucked his hips a few times, pressing her farther against the wall. "I'm very sorry, ma'am," he said under his breath. The motherhood men wore twin expressions of disgust. One actually stepped back. "Try Carmine Street," Stephen suggested. "There's more girls down that way. You can get your own. This one's taken." And, very quietly, "Extremely sorry, ma'am. And once they've left, this young lady will want to put a knife in my good bits, and frankly, I should probably let her." The young lady in question let out a sudden moan, loud enough to make him jump, and shouted, "Oh, yes!" Oh, saint, she isn't. She was. In fact, she was trying to climb him like a tree. Stephen had to brace himself against the wall and grab for her leg, which she was trying to wrap around his waist. To his mild horror, she let out another cry of feigned ecstasy. "Please," he whispered, "my ears." "Sorry," she whispered back. "Yes, yes." The motherhood priests were still staring at them. Suspicion? Voyeurism? Stephen had no idea. "Oh, is that how you like it, then? Like that?" He watched the pair out of the corner of his eye and whispered, "I am so incredibly sorry about this." "You're doing great, I hope." "Yes." His unexpected partner in this deception was not a particularly tall woman, but she was solidly built, with ample breasts and a backside to match. Stephen was in a unique position to observe this without being able to appreciate it in the slightest. The only saving grace of the situation was that, despite the fact that he had a moaning woman in his arms, Stephen had not been less aroused in recent memory. The angle of her leg around his waist meant that she had missed the aforementioned good bits and was grinding against his sword belt, which had caused the padding he wore under his chainmail to ride up. A narrow band of skin over his hip was now caught between the leather sword belt and the mail links, with her full weight upon it. It was not a good sensation. Also, the motherhood burned people at the stake when they thought they could get away with it. This sort of thing focused the mind remarkably. He felt the motherhood men's eyes traveling over him. The young woman was moving enthusiastically against him, but she was, well, frankly, she was very bad at it. She was pumping her legs like a child on a rope swing. He clamped his teeth on a groan as the chain links embedded themselves deeper into his skin. I am going to have a truly unique bruise when this is over, assuming the metal doesn't just tear the skin right off." The Motherhood men stepped closer. Stephen slid his hand up the back of the woman's neck and pressed her face down against his shoulder. His hip screamed at him. Saint's blood. He'd had sword wounds that hurt less. In fairness, the swords were usually sharp. The two Motherhood priests turned on their heels and stalked away in disgust. "Heretic," one said, just loud enough for Stephen to hear. He couldn't quite make out what the other one said in response, but he caught the words saint and steel and dead. For a moment the rage touched him, the black tide lapping at his feet. Heretic. He could turn and advance on them. He would not draw the sword until he was upon them. You did not waste the power of the draw if you did not need to. Not hearing the sound of steel unsheathed, they would be a half-heartbeat slow in turning, and that was all the time he would need. The one on the left first, the taller of the two, who moved like a man who might have a hidden dagger, then the one on the right, while the first was still falling. The black tide would roll over him, and it would be tinged with red and there would be no God to draw him back from the tide, and there was an innocent in his arms. The priests vanished at the end of the alley. Stephen heard their booted feet on the cobblestones as they walked away. He and the woman stood in silence. Well, he stood in silence. She clung to him, half supported by the brick wall of the building behind her, and by his arm around her waist. He managed to shift just enough that the male was no longer in danger of actually ripping his skin off, and that was as much as he could hope for. She looked up at him, wearing a rueful expression. Her eyes really were quite large, even when they weren't wide with fear. There were lines at the corners of her mouth that made him think she frowned more often than she smiled. Her quirked lips softened those lines, but only a little. "Are they gone?" she asked softly. He looked both ways, then nodded and set her down. His hip cried out in relief. "Thank you," she said, as he adjusted the hauberk and tried, discreetly, to see if he was bleeding. "I'm so sorry." "My profound apologies for the liberties, ma'am." "Don't be absurd. I was the one taking liberties with you. You saved my life." She peered around him, checking the mouth of the alley. "Ugh, I hate those Motherhood thugs." "We all do," he said wearily. "May I offer you escort to wherever you are going?" She frowned up at him. "Are you really a paladin? You've got the cloak, but I wasn't sure—" She trailed off. "I was," he said. "Now that my god is dead, I'm a paladin of no one in particular." And now she knows exactly what I am. He braced himself for her to flinch and step back, as if he might run mad at any moment. But instead her face cleared, and she reached out and took his elbow. "Either she is extremely sheltered, or she banged her head while she was attempting to climb me like a tree. Either way, chivalry demanded that he come to her assistance. He just wasn't used to people looking at him as if he wasn't a pariah. Other than the rat's servants, of course. And that may simply be because they would work with any number of pariahs if it would solve problems. "My shop is in the Glover's Quarter," she said. "If you could just see me past the Scarlet District, though." It was Stephen's turn to frown. The Glover's Quarter was an expensive and fashionable district in Archon's glory, at least 20 blocks from the street in which they stood. "You're quite a long way from home," he said. She heaved a sigh. "I was going to the graveyard," she said. "I needed startle flower, and it usually only grows in areas that are burned over, But, of course, you never get that in the city. But then I was near the Rose Street Cemetery, and I saw some, because they side the areas around the edges where they haven't put any bodies yet, right?" Stephen had only a vague idea what she was talking about, but nodded anyway. "Well, they do it a few times a year, and that takes down the tall grass, so it has some of the same effect. You get it sometimes in sheep meadows, too, if they haven't got very many sheep." This was more than Stephen had ever contemplated about the growth habits of plants in graveyards. "All right," he said. "So you were picking flowers in the graveyard?" "After hours," she said. I wasn't stealing. It's not like startle flower is worth anything, and I wouldn't touch flowers on a grave." Her wide eyes grew alarmed. You're not going to turn me in, are you?" "You are clearly a hardened criminal, ma'am," said Stephen, trying not to laugh. "But I think I can let you go with a stern warning." She glared at him, then broke into a grin. It was a broad grin, showing a crooked front tooth, and it made her very briefly beautiful. "So why did you need this startle flower?" asked Stephen, trying to move past that unexpected moment. "I'm a perfumer," she said. "Startle flower doesn't smell like very much. You'd think it was a very weak floral, but it brings out the notes in sandalwood much better than anything else I've found." She paused. Don't tell anyone that, will you? I mean, it's not like it's a trade secret, except it sort of is, and it's hard enough to find startle flower as it is." "Your secret is safe with me." "Well, if you can't trust a paladin." She flashed that crooked grin again, and Stephen's heart lurched in response. What the devil is wrong with me? Istvan would clap him on the shoulder and tell him that it had been too many years since he had a woman. Istvan had a somewhat earthy approach to life, and there was nothing remotely seductive in the woman's manner. Other than the bit where she had her legs wrapped around you and her arms around your neck. He hadn't felt the least twinge while she was doing that, though. Of course, the throbbing bruise on his hip hadn't helped. "Anyway," the perfumer continued, "I was coming out of the graveyard and pretty much fell into the Motherhood fellows' laps. They'd seen me through the fence and were just waiting. They accused me of scavenging mandragora from graves, which is stupid because who in their right mind wants to smell like mandragora?" She looked up at him as if expecting an answer to this, and Stephen had to admit ignorance. "I'm afraid I don't have any idea what it smells like." "Oh, bitter and rather herbal. The leaves smell like tobacco, so you could maybe use it as a base note, but extracting the scent's a terrible business. You can get enough under your nails to kill you just cleaning the equipment. And at that point, why not just use tobacco?" "Indeed," said Stephen, with what he hoped was appropriate gravity. She shook her head, her downturned mouth turning down even farther. "I tried telling them that, but, well, you can guess how well that went over." Stephen could indeed guess. The servants of the hanged mother were not noted for their sense of humor, or for the ability to admit a mistake. If the Archon had not looked with such favor upon the Motherhood, no one would have tolerated their presence in the city for very long. "When I got my chance, I took off running. I thought I could hide in some trash or something, but damn it, this area is relentlessly clean." She scowled as they walked. "And then I saw you and thought that we must be near the Scarlet District. I'm not implying anything." Stephen's lips twitched. "And I thought maybe you'd help me, and here we are." "You weren't wrong. We're only 2 streets over from the Scarlet District. That's why it's so clean. The Scarlet Guild pays for street cleaners," said Stephen. "Says it cuts down on unlicensed prostitutes trying to work the district edges." The woman loosened her grasp of his arm and leaned away from him. "I don't use their services," said Stephen, not sure if he should be offended or amused. Prostitution bothers her, but not the possibility that I'll suddenly go into a berserk rage? I serve at the Temple of the Rat, who brokers deals like this. I was acting as a guard for a temple clerk when they laid out the grid and determined who would pay for each street. There had been an arrangement before, but with the gnolls taking over most of the street-level cleaning, it all needed to be renegotiated. Oh, she gave him another crooked smile. Sorry, I should have known. I mean, a paladin wouldn't. Well, there's no reason a paladin wouldn't, said Stephen, honesty compelling him. Just not this one. Her smile grew. You must think I'm ridiculous, granted what I was doing to you earlier. I would not presume, he said. Some day I may even get the hearing back in my right ear. She laughed, then sobered abruptly. I fear I've had to learn how to make the noises for that sort of thing. Had to learn. Interesting. Was she an actress? A prostitute? No, the woman who had thrown herself at him with such profound lack of skill was definitely not a prostitute. Stephen had no idea how you complimented a woman on her ability to imitate someone in the throes of passion without sounding like an unrepentant lecher. He took refuge in directions. If you don't mind going the long way around the Scarlet District, we'll come out closer to the Glover's Quarter. But cutting through the district can be, awkward, which was putting it mildly. The very best assumption that anyone would make was that his charge was a lady of negotiable virtue, and he was a hired bodyguard. That's fine, she said immediately. After all, we need to protect the hearing in your other ear. Stephen burst out laughing, as much from a sense of difficult waters navigated as from the joke. It was such an unexpected sensation that it surprised him. Has it really been that long since I laughed? Have I become so sour? He had lived through things that would sober a man, certainly. Still, I used to have a sense of humor. I remember it quite vividly. Istvan and I would snipe at each other for hours. Perhaps he had simply taken to keeping his humor behind his eyes, as if laughing aloud would be disrespectful to the dead. And it does not take divine insight to know that is a great foolishness. He laughed again, several times, on the walk past the Scarlet District. The perfumer had a dry sense of humor, and whenever he laughed, she would break into that crooked, charming grin. This should be close enough, she said at last, as they emerged from an alley onto a larger street. Unlike the ones controlled by the Scarlet Guild, trash had piled up around the edges. Stephen's eyebrows drew together. Are you certain? I have lived here for several years, she said, unthreading her arm from his. It is no trouble to walk you the rest of the way. He tried for his best winning smile. I used to know how to smile at women. I hate to leave a rescue only halfway finished. It was the wrong thing to say. Her gray-green eyes chilled. I am afraid that I do not require further rescue, but thank you. I apologize, madam. He shook his head, feeling his smile turn rueful. I just put my foot in it, didn't I? A long pause. Then she either took pity on him, or the awkwardness of the situation bothered her as well. It's not you, she said, rubbing the back of her neck. If I go in at this hour with a man, the woman who lives over the shop next door will begin shouting about sins of the flesh at me. Completely understandable. Should he bring up the severed heads? No, they were a good ways off from Weaver's Nest now, with the Scarlet Quarter between them, and the streets to the Glover's Quarter were all well lit and well patrolled by guards. Best to let her go her way and not become one more problem that she was trying to get away from. I will wish you a pleasant night, then. She studied him for just a little longer than necessary. Then her eyes softened. Thank you, Paladin. Stephen watched her cross the street and vanish around a corner. He had turned away from the mouth of the alley and started toward the temple, before it occurred to him that she had never told him her name. Chapter 6. Grace could not get the Paladin out of her head. It was ridiculous. It had been a week. She'd seen the man for less than 30 minutes. She didn't even know his name. Granted, in that 30 minutes, they'd been quite physically close. But that wasn't the same as knowing anything about him. She'd taken a risk grabbing onto him, but she'd seen the Paladin's cloak as she approached, so it was less risky than it might have been. There was a chance, of course, that he could have stolen the cloak and been impersonating a Paladin. But that happened less often than one might think. It was held to be extremely bad luck. You had to contend with both an angry temple and an angry god, and neither of those were conducive to a long life. Her gamble had paid off. He treated her with absolute propriety, even while she was mashing her breasts against his chest and doing her best impression of a prostitute. Well, she hadn't really been worried. Paladins, whatever their many, many flaws, stopped when you said, "Stop." Their gods tended to get very irate otherwise. Which gives them points over some people I've known. A puff of steam from the flask in front of her brought her back to the present. Damn it, she'd nearly let the water boil instead of simmering. It was only rosemary, which didn't require careful handling, but there were oils that would have been ruined by such carelessness. She'd been far too careless, leaving the graveyard without even thinking to look where she was going. Forget the hanged motherhood. A runaway carriage could have done her in. I was extremely lucky, even if I did have to count on a Paladin to rescue me. She hated being rescued. Admittedly, he probably hadn't meant anything by it. If you were a Paladin, that was something of a professional hazard, wasn't it? Saving people? Grace slapped the table, making the glassware jump. God's teeth, why was she still thinking about him? She had orders to fill, and she was probably never going to see the man again. Oh, in passing, perhaps. Archon's glory wasn't enormous, not like nearby Anuket City, but she certainly wasn't going to be in a situation to talk to him again, let alone wrap her arms around his neck and smell the scent of his skin. "Bloody hell," she said out loud. She liked the way he'd smelled. That was the problem, certainly. She always did respond better to smells than to looks. He'd been handsome enough, in an unremarkable way, but it wasn't like she could even remember what color his eyes had been. Blue. Bloody hell! He smelled clean and warm, with notes of leather and metal, and for whatever reason, gingerbread. You didn't expect men to smell like gingerbread. It might have been whatever soap he was using, but Grace didn't think so. She'd have bet money on the type of soap he was using, which smelled vaguely of lemon balm, and was bought in bulk by the military, the college, and most of the temples. It was inexpensive, it got the job done, and it definitely did not smell anything like gingerbread. Could it have been something in the armor? His armor had smelled faintly of frankincense, and even more faintly of lanolin. But that was because of the oil they used on metal. Everybody in armor smelled something like that. You could tell how much money someone was willing to spend by exactly how much they smelled of sheep. In Anuket City, Grace had been able to estimate the rank of military officers by what scent had been added to the oil. Everyone used clove oil and chalk on their weapons, but only the highest ranks could afford clove oil for their armor as well. As you moved down the ranks, the oils got cheaper and stronger. Rank and file got nothing but lanolin, and in a wet season they smelled like a flock of sheep. Frankincense was mostly reserved for holy orders. Grace couldn't think of anything that would make oiled metal smell like gingerbread, but the gods knew she didn't know every single smell in the world. She wondered if she could blend a mixture that would be masculine, but with gingerbread notes. No, don't be ridiculous. I could blend it. I just couldn't sell it to any of these accursed nobles. Manly, so far as they're concerned, is sandalwood and tobacco, leather if you're lucky, amber sometimes, but definitely sandalwood. Grace was really quite sick of sandalwood. She tried to move the fashion toward cedar, but they used cedar to keep away moths in this city, so everyone had entirely the wrong associations with it, which was a damn shame. Cedar was one of her favorites. But no, she was still stuck mixing a signature scent for nearly 24 noblemen, each of whom wanted something distinctive, unique, and which also smelled like sandalwood. She stared at the flask in front of her, now reduced to a proper simmer. She had only needed a small amount, not enough to break out the big copper distiller, and a good thing, too, since apparently she couldn't even be trusted to heat a simple solution at the moment. He'd offered her his arm, and she had taken it, almost involuntarily, because that was what you did. And then, when she might have pulled back, she didn't want to. He'd been wearing a chain vest with a tabard over it. She'd heard the soft sound of the links. But his sleeves were leather, plain and serviceable, and she could feel the hard muscle underneath when she slid her arm through his. Leather, metal, gingerbread, soap, warm skin. It had been a good scent, and there was just no way to reproduce it. You couldn't distill skin. Well, maybe you could, but the authorities would frown on it. Certainly you wouldn't get a scent you wanted to wear. I don't think perfume that smells like burnt meat is going to catch on anytime soon. Well, okay. Maybe you could do it with a cold fat technique, the way you do with the florals that you can't heat. And now I'm thinking about how to make perfume out of human flesh. Yep, that's completely normal behavior. Nothing odd going on here. Grace put her hands to her cheeks. Her face felt hot. Granted, it was fairly warm in her workshop right now, and she did have a flame going to steam the oils. It was a large room, but workbenches against every wall and tangles of glassware made it feel smaller. Stacks of books teetered on the edges of the tables, and Grace had a bad habit of writing notes to herself in grease pencil on the walls. The front room, where Grace spoke to clients, was spare and uncluttered, holding only 3 tall cabinets that in turn held dozens of tiny, elegant jars. Marguerite said that it was important to present clients with an illusion. It made them much more likely to part with their money. Why did he smell like gingerbread? Maybe he'd been baking. Baking was a totally normal activity that normal people did. Unlike, say, mooning around for days thinking about how a total stranger smelled and how to duplicate it. She lowered the heat and looked around the cluttered workshop. At last her eyes settled on her most prized possession, an ancient leather-bound journal written by a man who didn't know if he wanted to be an alchemist, a cosmetologist, or an herbalist. The perfumer who had taken her as an apprentice when she was 9 had given it to her. Well, not given exactly. Threw at my head while shouting, useless as you are. But who's quibbling? He'd never been able to make any sense of the thing, but Grace had kept trying, deciphering the crabbed handwriting and the absurd alchemical notation by candlelight, until she could unlock the secrets within its pages. Which were all, let's face it, fairly divorced from reality. The author had been more concerned with making things fit into his notion of divine spheres of influence and concocting scents based on the beauty of their alchemical formulas than actually making anything that smelled good. When her articles of apprenticeship had been purchased, the book and the clothes on her back were the only things that Grace had taken with her. Her master had not even allowed her to take her own journals, claiming that she was trying to steal his secrets. She'd had to work backward from memory to recreate her own sense, and it had taken months. The book, though. She still felt a great affection for the book, even if these days she used it more for divination than inspiration. She closed her eyes, flipped pages blindly, and stabbed her finger down. "All right, book. Let's see what you think about the Paladin." She opened her eyes and found her finger resting on the line. "The black milk of the Virgin beyond the grave, simmered in a dung heap under a magnetic field for 33 1/3 days, will turn into a homunculus, red in color, which may be fed on." "Well, that was helpful," she told the book. The door to the shop clattered open. "Appointments only today," Grace called over her shoulder, slamming the book closed. "Yes, I know." Grace moved the flask off the heat, relieved. "Oh, it's you. How goes?" Her landlady and dearest friend swept into the room. Not that she had much choice. Marguerite wore an enormous plumed hat, the sort that swept into the room whether the wearer wanted to or not. Grace gaped at it. "What in the name of all the saints is on your head?" "It's the latest fashion," said Marguerite, pulling it off her head. The motion released a smell of hair oil and a dusty, powdery feather smell. Her hair had been flattened down and rumpled by the hat, and she tried helplessly to fluff it with her fingers. "Simply everyone who is anyone at court has them. It looks like you stuck an entire dead egret on your head." "2 egrets," said Marguerite. "On some of the more expensive hats, they've stuffed the actual bird and have them wearing little jeweled collars. It's quite awful." Grace shook her head, horrified and amused. Marguerite's hair was rich blue-black, which made the bits of egret down stuck to it stand out even more. Her clothes were exceedingly fashionable and immaculately tailored, a rich wine red that brought out the tawniness of her skin and turned her natural plumpness into the sort of curves that caused men to walk into walls. Grace envied her the ability to carry off clothes like that. She would have been so ill at ease in a similar outfit that she would have tried to take it off within 15 minutes, convinced that everyone was staring at her with horror, or worse, with pity. Marguerite claimed that it was all a matter of attitude. "Get the attitude right, and everything else follows," she always said. Marguerite had plenty of attitude. She was, in fact, a spy for Anuket City, the neighboring city-state. Grace knew this because Marguerite informed her up front when they discussed the terms of her lease. "Why are you telling me this?" Grace had asked, boggling at her. "Because you are a perfumer," Marguerite had replied. "The most close-lipped profession on earth." Grace had opened her mouth, shut it again, thought of the man who trained her, who had also frequently threatened to cut out her tongue so that she could not tell his secrets to his rivals. "Fair?" she said finally. Marguerite had smiled like a cat with a bowl full of cream. So far as Grace could tell, being a spy mostly involved talking to servants a great deal and buying drinks for sad young men in the Archon's employ. Marguerite took her rent in perfumes, which she turned around and sold to the nobility and the upper levels of Archenhold's government. The situation suited Grace just fine, particularly since many of Marguerite's informants continued to buy perfumes long after Marguerite had extracted as much information as possible from their servants. "The squire wants more of his special scent," said Marguerite, as if to emphasize this chain of thought. "There's a batch already mixed," said Grace wearily. "It's just sandalwood with a dash of orris and myrrh. He could get it made up on half the street corners in the district." "Yes, and he could send a boy to pick it up, too, but he wants the excuse to look at me meaningfully and press my hand to his clammy bosom and tell me how sad his lodge has been since I left it." "You stayed there for a week during hunting season, a year ago." "And it was dreadful," said Marguerite, with a theatrical shudder. "All those idiots in fancy outfits racing about on overbred horses, while the hunt-master tried not to scream. I felt for the man, I really did. And he was absolutely the best informant in the place, too. Knew every single visitor to the lodge, how they treated their horses, and who had mounts too expensive for them to afford. Give me one like him in every house, and I could retire a rich woman." "You'll never retire," said Grace, sliding the squire's bottle of perfume into a padded box. "You enjoy judging people too much." Marguerite grinned at her. "Well, there's that. Anything exciting happen while I was away?" Grace gnawed on her lower lip. "Yes. No. Well, now I'm interested." Her friend grabbed a stool and perched on it. "What do you know about the Saint of Steel?" asked Grace. Marguerite's eyebrows went up. "The god that died, wasn't it? That was, must have been 3-4 years ago now? Were you here yet?" Grace shook her head. "It was just before I got here from Anuket," she said. "I remember hearing about it, and that's probably why I recognized the cloak at all. But I didn't pay very much attention at the time, what with—" She spread her hands. There was a man's name on her tongue, but she didn't particularly want to spit it out. Marguerite knew the name as well as she did. "Yes, certainly. You had a lot more to worry about, let me think. There was quite a kerfuffle at the time among the temples, because nobody knew you could kill a god, or that they'd stay dead anyway. Not just mythological dead. The Hanged Mother killed herself, but she didn't cease to exist." The Hanged Mother again. Grace shook her head, disgusted. The indigo-cloaked servants of the motherhood were a nuisance to more than just innocent perfumers lurking in graveyards. Marguerite continued, tapping her fingers on the edge of the stool. "Anyway, nobody knows why the saint died. So everyone in holy orders was panicking because if the god had been killed, what if one of them was next? But it hasn't happened again, so everybody relaxed after a while. If it was a murder, the killer got away with it." "What happened to the people who served the saint?" asked Grace. There was no chance that Marguerite hadn't caught that slip, but her friend let it pass. "Well, it wasn't good. A lot of them ran mad, attacking people, killing themselves. The worst was the temple near Anuket. The high priest went completely berserk and burned the whole place down. From what I heard, he was screaming about making a pyre fit for the god. There were some other incidents, but that was the worst one. It was a mess, though, and a lot of people died." She drew her knees up onto the chair, heedless of the wrinkles in her court dress. "With any temple, of course, you get the genuinely God-touched, and then the ones who are working as support staff. The God-touched ones had the worst of it. The priests mostly died or went mad. Even if they lived through the initial shock, there were a lot of suicides after. Hard to keep going when you've lost your god, I guess." Grace licked her lips. There was no point in trying to be subtle. Marguerite would get the story out of her in short order. Still, what about the Paladins? "The Paladins?" Her friend tipped her head back and gave Grace an amused look down the sides of her nose. "Holy berserkers, very death or glory, come back with your shield or on it types, as I recall. The god also supposedly made them very hard to kill, and also kept them from hurting the innocent, which is the main problem with your usual berserkers. When the god died, though, they all ran mad for a bit, until somebody bashed them over the head or stabbed them or whatever. Why, what about them?" Grace felt herself blushing. "Well, clearly they didn't all die." "You are making me very curious," said Marguerite. "No, they didn't all die. A great many did, I'm afraid, though I don't know the exact numbers. The survivors mostly went to the Temple of the Rat, I believe." She shrugged. Worked out well enough, since the rat doesn't call fighting men of his own, and now they don't have to hire out, and I'm not sure what other god would have taken them." "Hard for them, though," said Grace. She thought of the Paladin in his gray cloak, the amused lilt to his deep voice. It was impossible to imagine him running berserk and killing anyone. Having to live on some other god's charity? Marguerite shrugged. "Even gods have poor relations, I suppose. Now tell me why you're so interested in the late Saint of Steel and his paladins." Grace coughed. "Well, I was out looking for startleflower." Chapter 7. Marguerite was an excellent listener, which was probably why she made such a good spy. Just by listening to a story, she could make you feel fascinating and clever and funny. Even when she was listening as a friend, rather than as an operative in the pay of Anukat City's spy masters, she provided a rapt audience. She groaned in the appropriate places, exclaimed over the nefariousness of the motherhood, and burst out laughing when Grace described throwing herself into the Paladin's arms and pretending to moan. "Very quick thinking, my dear," she said. "Very quick. You know, if you ever desire to brew up more than fragrances—" No, your job involves talking to too many people." "So was he good-looking?" asked Marguerite, leaning forward. "Tall? I know he had to have muscles on top of muscles. All the sword swingers do." Grace tried to remember. She could call up the memory of his scent with ease, but his face was another matter. "He smelled like gingerbread?" Marguerite put her face down on the table, shoulders shaking. "Of course you'd remember that," she said, voice only slightly muffled. "He had blue eyes," said Grace, nettled. "And, hair?" Marguerite's shoulders shook harder. "Glad to know he wasn't completely bald," she gasped. "Dark hair and—" Grace floundered. "And he was wearing leather gloves, not gauntlets, and his fingers were on the back of my neck when he was trying to hide my face, and the leather was warm, and I think he was being very careful not to hurt me, because when he pushed me against the wall, I didn't get so much as a scratch, and that's hard to do when you're pinning someone against brick and pretending to screw their brains out. And when he laughed, it sounded like he was surprised, as if he hadn't laughed often. And I'd like to hear him laugh again." None of this sounded like anything she could say out loud, not even to Marguerite. "I'm being ridiculous anyway. He probably thinks I'm a helpless fool." "Well, he was taller than me," she said finally, "and had all his teeth." "You're not giving me a lot to work with here," said Marguerite. "But there simply can't be that many paladins of the Saint of Steel left in the city, I suppose. Dark hair and blue eyes ought to narrow it down a bit." "What?" "To find him again," said Marguerite, blinking at her, a cat who had no idea where the cream had gone, none at all. "Why do I want to find him again?" Her friend grinned. "Well, I could say it's because this is the first man you've expressed even the faintest interest in as long as I've known you." "He is not," Grace protested, and then had to stop and think about it. "Wait, is he?" "Yep." Marguerite poked her in the collarbone with one elegantly manicured finger. "I pay attention to these things, and when you talk about him, your voice goes all wistful." "I have never been wistful in my life." Grace had no idea what being wistful entailed, but she was pretty sure that you had to be younger and thinner and possibly have consumption. "But the main reason," said Marguerite, "the important reason—" Grace folded her arms and waited. "Because he smells like gingerbread. Obviously." "We are both still alive this morning." Stephen looked up from his mug of tea as Istvan settled down at the bench across from him. No thanks to this tea, Stephen grumbled. I think they've run out of herbs and are throwing in hay instead. Istvan took a sip and grimaced. Gah, you're not wrong. He stared into the mug. Do you remember when we were on campaign southwest of here? South of the Dowager City? Stephen groaned. Vividly. We ran out of tea, and Marley, you remember him? Whipped up something from roasted chicory and kept swearing it was just as good. He slugged some of the hay-flavored tea. It wasn't. And we all had the runs, said Istvan. So the chicory didn't stay on us long enough to change our minds. I'd forgotten that bit. Stephen rubbed his forehead. Oh, Saint, we did, didn't we? When we came to after the fighting, after the tide faded? He waved his free hand. I had to throw out that pair of trews. There was no saving them. They never warn you that you won't stop to take a shit when the battle tide is on you, said Istvan. Some of the old berserkers used to fight naked, if you believe the stories. I never believed it until after that campaign. Would have made cleanup a lot easier. Did we win that one? Somebody must have. Might have been us. Stephen shrugged. The two men ate the rest of breakfast, fried oat cakes, dense but dripping with butter, in companionable silence. You're in a good mood lately, said Istvan, licking the last crumbs off his fingers. What? You, said Istvan. A good mood. Not stoically miserable, perhaps even cheerful, although I hesitate to go quite that far. He narrowed his eyes over the tea. Why is that? Stephen opened his mouth to deny any such thing, then stopped. Truth was, he had been in a good mood. He had woken up the last few days, and instead of thinking about not getting out of bed, he had thought about the girl in the alley, the perfume maker, who had cried out like a woman in the throes of passion and flopped like an injured fish. The perfume maker who had made him laugh. It was not that Stephen had any intense desire to seek her out. He was simply glad that she existed. His world of late had narrowed down to the Temple of the White Rat and his Paladin brothers. Now it seemed that it had grown a little larger again. He did hope that she wouldn't go hunting through graveyards for herbs again, though. You've met a woman, rumbled Istvan, who could not actually read minds but occasionally did a startlingly good impression. No, yes, but not like that. Istvan leaned his elbow on the table, propped his bearded chin in one hand, and gave Stephen his full attention. Stephen sighed. When I was coming back from escorting the healer, I ran into a woman who was, fleeing from some motherhood goons. Oh, them. Istvan didn't spit, but presumably only because the cook would yell at him for spitting on the floor. She more or less jumped into my arms, said Stephen. He tried to explain how it had happened, while the other paladin's eyebrows climbed higher and higher. When he finished, Istvan's fist landed on the table with a thump. You're telling me that a beautiful woman jumped into your arms and began moaning in your ear. You rescued her from the enemy, and you didn't even get her name. I didn't say she was beautiful. All women are beautiful, said Istvan, dismissing this. It is the job of their lovers to make them feel that way if they do not already. I'm not her lover, and you won't be, if you continue to be so craven-hearted. You never used to have this problem. I can't. You know I can't. Saint's teeth. Even if he hadn't been prone to berserker fits, there was nothing about Stephen that would set a maiden's heart alight. He was solid, reliable, and worried about people getting turned into severed heads or standing around with wet feet. Bards did not compose wistful ballads about men like him. Istvan's brow furrowed in sudden concern. Brother, he said, setting a hand on Stephen's shoulder. His voice dropped to a grave whisper. "Do you mean you can't get it up?" "No, I do not mean—" "Saints balls, Istvan, everything works fine." "Oh, thank the gods. Well then, we spoke for 15 minutes, 20 if you count the bit where we were hoping the Motherhood didn't try to stab us both." "Really, man? Are you waiting for the gods to send you a signed invitation? For it seems that they have dropped a rock on your head from a great height, and still you do not see it." "It wasn't like that," protested Stephen. "And it doesn't mean anything. She might be married with 6 kids. She might not even like men." He hadn't gotten that impression, but one never knew. 6 kids is workable. A live husband? Well, why was he letting her chase through graveyards in the dark without assistance? Clearly unfit for such a woman. Istvan nodded to himself. "We will have him killed. We're paladins, Istvan. We don't have people killed unless they're evil. To leave such a woman in the clutches of the Motherhood, and her with 6 kids at home to care for. Bah! Clearly an evil man." Stephen put his forehead down on the table and moaned softly. "We shall make inquiries," said Istvan. "There cannot be that many perfume makers in the city." Chapter 8. "Grace, darling, you haven't heard a word I've said." "I'm sure it's fine," said Grace automatically, staring down at the workbench in front of her. Marguerite had been talking at her for the last 5 minutes, and none of it had registered. She had far more important concerns. "But what do you think?" "I think my supplier's cheating me. Look at this." "It's a blank piece of paper?" "Yes. Now look at this." She thrust another strip of paper at her friend. "Ah." Marguerite took the strip and scrutinized it thoroughly. "There's a spot on it." "Exactly. And it's greasy." Grace shoved her hands into her hair and clutched at her head. "You will have to explain this to me," said Marguerite. "I'm just a simple government informant." "It's essential oil," said Grace. "Gray balsam. When it evaporates, if it's pure, it shouldn't leave any residue. But if they're diluting it with some cheaper oil, it leaves the grease spot." She narrowed her eyes. 2 years I've been buying this man's oils, and he thinks I won't notice that he started cheating me." "Yes, but will you actually say anything about it?" Grace scowled. She hated confrontations. They made her feel dizzy and sick, and like she must absolutely be at fault. "I'll tell him that there was something greasy in the last batch, and that the formulation must have changed. And I thought he'd of course want to know. That ought to shame him into giving me the decent stuff again." "I hope." "If he doesn't, let me know." Grace stifled a sigh. She didn't really want Marguerite rescuing her either. It was less objectionable than having a paladin do it, but "I'll manage." Still, she had to admit that Marguerite's words warmed her heart. Having men want to rescue you was worlds different than simply having a female friend who had your back. If she needed a body buried, the only question Marguerite would ask was, how deep? The workshop door creaked as it opened, and a narrow, striped head poked through at ankle height. "Tab," said Marguerite happily, dropping the greasy paper. Grace grabbed it as it fell. The civet bounded through the doorway and leaped up Marguerite's legs. She caught him and settled him in the crook of her arm, where he rolled over on his back and looked extremely smug. "Aw, who's my handsome stripy boy?" "Your handsome stripy boy is in disgrace," said Grace, sweeping up the rest of the paper strips and throwing them away. "He dug a hole in my bolster pillow and tore out the stuffing, then climbed inside. I went to lie down and my pillow started moving. It took 20 years off my life." "Well, he probably didn't expect you to lay on him either." Marguerite scratched the weasel cat under the chin. Tab stretched his paws and dangled his head upside down over her arm to give her better access to the itchy spots. There were feathers everywhere. Tab, were you a naughty, stripy boy? Grace shook her head. The civet was one of the few things she'd brought with her in her flight from Anuket City. She didn't regret it. Philip would have starved the little beast out of negligence if he didn't kill him in a rage. But she did wish she had slightly less of an attraction to pillows. "So will you do it?" Marguerite asked, looking up from the content civet. "Do what?" Her friend heaved a sigh. "You really didn't hear a word I said, did you? I need you to make a gift for the Archon's guest." "Guest?" said Grace blankly. "The Crown Prince of Charlock is coming for a state visit. It's a big deal. They're looking for a trading partner, and the Archon is trying to convince them that the Archenhold would be a better choice than Anuket City. So there will be a formal presentation of gifts to the Crown Prince from the city's artisans. I need you to make something elegant to give the prince." "You don't want them to trade with Anuket?" said Grace, puzzled. Anuket City was, after all, the power that Marguerite was ostensibly working for. Although in practice I suspect that Marguerite works mostly for Marguerite. "Don't care in the slightest," said Marguerite, waving a hand. "Having you, and thus me as your representative, in the Archon's good graces is far more useful to me than some merchants in Anuket City improving their profit margin by a percentage or two." She grinned. "Besides, if Archenhold becomes more powerful, I become more essential to Anuket spy masters. A woman has to look out for her own interests sometimes. Isn't that right, Tab?" Tab snored. "See, I wish I could fall asleep like that." "Well, it's daylight," said Grace. Civets were mostly nocturnal, although Tab usually found plenty of mice to entertain him during the night. "So you need me to make something special for this prince?" She already had something in mind, something masculine but with warm, spicy notes, and no goddamn sandalwood. Something like gingerbread, say. "And come with me to present it," said Marguerite, clearing a spot on a side table and setting the unconscious Tab down on it. The civet rolled up into a tight ball, tail over his nose, without ever waking up. Grace paused. "What?" "It'll be fine," said Marguerite. "You'll be the eccentric genius. I'll do all the talking. You just look brilliant and distracted." "Are you talking about a formal audience?" Marguerite draped an arm over her shoulders. "Oh, something like that. Don't worry, it's a couple of hours standing around the reception being bored silly. Nothing will go wrong." "An honor guard," said Stephen. "Really?" Bishop Beartongue gave him a wry look. "You're complaining? At least you just get to wear armor and stand around looking militant. I have to actually talk to people." Stephen shook his head, amused. He wasn't at all bothered to be in the honor guard, but teasing the bishop kept him entertained. "All right, but why the three of us? Istvan here looks less like an honor guard than a bandit, and—" Istvan elbowed him in the ribs. "I'll have you know that some of my favorite aunts were bandits." "Were?" "Well, they're mostly dead. Now my favorite cousins are bandits." Beartongue rolled her eyes. A tall woman with iron-gray hair and iron-gray eyes, she was one of the highest-ranked of the rat servants. Stephen had long suspected that she was the one who had ordered that the paladins of the Saint of Steel be taken to the temple. Unlike many high-ranked priests he'd known, she also had a sense of humor. "If you must know, it's because the three of you have beards," she said. Istvan raised his eyebrows. Stephen raised his hand involuntarily to his jaw and the narrow line of growth there. So did Shane, the third member of their party. "Beards?" "Beards," said the bishop, sighing. "Charlock's prince is in one of those old warrior traditions. You know the kind, Istvan. Your homeland's lousy with them. Istvan nodded. The sacred order of this and that thing over there. Usually wolves, or bears, sometimes blood. Blood, said Stephen. Look, you can only have so many sacred order of the wolves in one region, or it gets embarrassing. So then you have to be the sacred order of the blood moon, which still sounds impressive, and you can keep all the wolf paraphernalia around and don't have to get new sword hilts and standards and whatnot. Stephen rubbed his face, not sure if Istvan was serious or not. Yes. If we ever have to rebrand the temple, I'll argue for calling ourselves the Sacred Order of the White Mouse, said Bishop Baretongue. It will save us a fortune in statuary. See, this woman understands. Beards, though? Said Shane. Shane was serious even for a paladin, which Stephen had to admit was a high bar. Right. Warrior tradition, very manly. They all have beards, which we wouldn't care about very much, except that their mythology has it that facial hair makes you trustworthy. No, don't ask me why, I don't know. It's mythology, it doesn't have to make sense. The translation of their great evil is the beardless devil, none of which is particularly relevant here, except that they have a knee-jerk reaction that men without beards are suspicious. And since it is my job to get us all through this reception for the Prince of Charlock without causing a diplomatic incident, and without allowing those my esteemed colleagues from the Hanged Motherhood, to worm their way even further into the Archon's graces, you three get to be the honor guards. Well, we can certainly stand in one place and look, bearded, said Stephen. That's all I ask. And keep your ears open. The bishop raised an eyebrow at Istvan. And you, see if any of their guards want to talk to you. Not about anything important, just keep your ears open. Why me? Asked Istvan, as the three paladins fell automatically into a wedge behind the bishop. Because people like you, she said over her shoulder. I am very likable. Stephen rolled his eyes. So did Baretongue. When the time came to leave for the reception, the paladins all piled into a carriage and then out again in front of the Archon's palace. It was less opulent than many state buildings, probably because Archons could be deposed relatively easily, so they did not invest a lot of personal wealth in furnishings. The effect was elegant and understated, if largely by accident. The current Archon was a lean, ascetic man with brooding, deep-set eyes. Stephen had only ever seen him at public events, but did not trust him. Spend enough time with priests and you learn to recognize the sort that enjoy mortifying other people's flesh and telling them it's for their own good. He was also entirely too fond of the Hanged Motherhood and their brutal goddess. Speak of the devils. There were 6 guards in dark indigo in the courtyard, and 2 priests in intense blue and violet robes. 6, said Istvan under his breath. Are they expecting an attack in the middle of the reception? If so, they chose poorly. Look at number 5 there. Stephen jerked his chin almost imperceptibly at the 5th guard in line. Sweating like a hog in a butcher shop, said Istvan. No beard either. I don't think he's old enough to grow one. The unlucky Motherhood guard was almost a head shorter than his cohorts, and kept plucking at the opening of his tabard, as if he couldn't get enough air. He looked over at the 3 paladins and turned a bit green. Form up, murmured Istvan, and the 3 fell into their protective wedge around the bishop. Shane and Stephen matched their stride together like carriage horses, purely to spite the Motherhood guards. Istvan's laugh was so soft, it might have been mistaken for a breath. 2, 4, 6, 8. How many whacks did it take? 1, 2, 3, 4. They swept past the Motherhood, and made their entrance to the reception. The receiving hall had dozens of archways, flanking a broad central area. It vaguely reminded Stephen of the cloister walk at a convent, but those present were anything but secluded. Nor are most of them celibate, I would imagine. There was an astonishing amount of flesh on display, and not just on the women. The Crown Prince's guards wore harnesses instead of breastplates, and many of the male courtiers, at least those with a figure for it, had adopted a kind of ornamental version. Better them than me. I was probably in my 20s the last time I could have dressed like that. Stephen, like all of the saints' paladins, was in fighting form, but that meant that he was powerful, not sculpted like bronze statuary. He suspected that some of those guards had been chosen as much for their ability to fill out a harness as for their sword skills. The Archon stood at the far end with his guest. People gathered in the shadows of the archways, talking and laughing and watching carefully. The walk up the central hall seemed to take forever. Stephen flicked his eyes over the assembled group, watching for enemies. Not that anyone was going to attack the Bishop of the White Rat in full view of the Archenhold's elite, but old habits died hard. Let me see. If it comes from the left, Istvan will take care of the bishop. I will charge the attacker. Shane will drop back to protect the bishop's retreat. If the attack is from the right, same again, but Shane will charge the attacker. There's an ice sculpture over on the right. Very difficult to attack if you have to duck under an ice swan. I suppose you could try to use the ice swan as an improvised weapon. The Crown Prince was a handsome man, with a tightly trimmed beard and a raptor's fierce gaze. He wore ceremonial armor, but he wore it easily. Stephen studied the designs and noted that the embossing was all low and angled away from the body. Nothing to guide a sword somewhere vital. Probably a few pounds heavier than ideal, but he can fight in it if things go ill. The bishop was announced. The Archon greeted her with courtesy, but no deference. "You have many gods here," said the Crown Prince. He was probably speaking to the Archon, but Bishop Beartongue inclined her head as if he was speaking to her. "It is our strength, Your Highness," she said. The Crown Prince's eyebrows went up, and he nodded to her, less agreement than acknowledgment. The bishop turned and took a place near the front of the assembly. Stephen found himself only a dozen paces or so from the Crown Prince. The hanged motherhood priests came in next. They'd shed their extremely young guard, or maybe he was off being sick somewhere in a corner. Little as Stephen liked the motherhood, he could muster a pang of sympathy for a youngster on what was clearly his first guard assignment. It was easier for some men to face battle than the prospect of a royal reception. The Archon greeted the motherhood men with far more warmth than he had shown to the bishop. Judging by the way that the Crown Prince turned his head, this was more warmth than he'd shown to any of the other priests either. Well, that is hardly any surprise. We knew the Archon favors the motherhood, or they wouldn't get away with as much as they do. He was still behind Beartongue, and could not see her face, but he would have put money that her expression was serene, and her eyes were glittering like steel. The motherhood men crowded closer than was seemly to the Archon, on the opposite side of the hall. Shane stood still and solemn as a statue. Istvan traced the embossed pattern on the hilt of his sword with his thumb. Stephen scanned the scene again, looking for possible avenues of attack. "Istvan, you ever kill someone with an ice swan?" he whispered. "I clubbed someone unconscious with a frozen goose once. That similar?" The bishop suffered a mysterious coughing fit. "No, you had to use the goose as a bludgeon, didn't you? For the swan, I figured you'd snap the head off and try to stab with the neck." Istvan eyed the ice sculpture speculatively. It's pretty big and not well balanced. I figured you'd have to go two-handed with it. I think I'd grab one of the candelabras instead. Some of those are nice and heavy. Far too unwieldy. I could take you apart with the ice swan while you were still trying to get the candelabra off the ground. Gentlemen, said Bare Tongue, I forbid you to smash the Archon's decor and try to duel with it. Yes, Your Holiness. I'll have you both excommunicated. Stephen coughed. Technically, we're not in your church, Your Holiness. Then I will have you confirmed so that I can excommunicate you even harder. Yes, Your Holiness. He and Istvan traded smug looks. Shane gazed into the distance, perhaps imagining a place where he had suitably serious colleagues. The next group to be presented to the Crown Prince was the four-faced gods priests. The Forge God had already been announced, Stephen guessed, based on the priest in fire-red robes, who was quietly decimating the refreshments. The Dreaming God had sent one Paladin, but that was more than enough. She was 6 feet tall and looked like an avenging angel. Even the Archon needed a moment to catch his breath after talking to her. It's really not fair, muttered Istvan. They all look like that, too. Their nuns don't, said the bishop under her breath. What do the nuns look like? Like nuns. You know. Istvan grunted. So did Stephen. There was a pause in the presentation. The nobles will be next, said the bishop. Then the guild leaders and finally the unaffiliated tradesmen. I hope you gentlemen are wearing comfortable boots. Your Holiness, don't start. Stephen felt a strong urge to smile and squelched it. What was coming over him lately? He was supposed to be the steady, reliable one. He was going to be as irreverent as Istvan if this kept up. Bishop, we have done forced marches through snow and kept vigil on our knees. I believe we can stand for a few hours without difficulty. And we're all wearing Stephen's good socks, said Shane. Her chuckle was so quiet that he doubted anyone beside the three of them heard her. Ah, the rat forgive me. I forget sometimes what paladins are like. Chapter 9. I should never have let you talk me into this, muttered Grace, trying to rearrange her breasts in the low-cut bodice. If one went in, the other immediately mutinied and tried to pop out. This doesn't fit. There is no world where this will fit. I'll flash the Crown Prince and cause an international incident. I don't understand, muttered Marguerite, trying to loosen the fabric in the back. It fits me. I'm 6 inches taller than you. Yes, but your boobs aren't. Wait, how does that even... Marguerite muttered even more loudly. Did something. The sound of ripping fabric filled the room, and then stepped back. Ha! Now does it fit? Grace jammed herself into the bodice. Yes, mostly. The corset may be too tight. Look, if we adjust the corset, we have to take half this stuff off you first. Grace shuddered at the thought. I'll manage. They were in Marguerite's dressing room, in the suite of rooms she kept above the perfume shop. When Grace turned to look in the mirror, her eyes swept over dozens of outfits, some carefully laid out, others on dressmaker dummies, and still others stacked in piles. Strangely, it reminded Grace of an armory. Well, maybe not so strange. These outfits are her weapons, after all, which I suppose makes me the newly drafted farmer trying to pick up a sword and charge into battle. This doesn't look like I'm an eccentric genius, she said, looking in the mirror. The bodice did dramatic things to her chest. This looks like I'm a prostitute on her first day on the job. Don't be ridiculous, said Marguerite. Prostitutes wear clothing that's much easier to get in and out of. Half my good clothes come from the Scarlet Guild. She picked up a long silver scarf. Now hold still. Grace stood like one of the dressmaker dummies, while Marguerite wrapped the scarf around her neck in artful falls. The result was superficially modest, with unexpected flashes of cleavage. "How does that look?" "Beautiful. There's no chance it'll stay like that." "It will once I'm done pinning it." Half an hour later, no part of Grace's clothes were moving so much as an inch. Glue had been involved in several places. Grace looked in the mirror again and found herself wondering if the Paladin would like the way she looked. "Oh, now you're just getting ridiculous. Besides, men like that probably prefer women who can wear armor as well as they can. Come to think of it, I might be more comfortable in armor. At least I wouldn't feel quite so vulnerable." Marguerite surveyed her work, frowning. "This would be much easier if you were older. One of those tough old ladies with long gray hair who don't take any crap from anyone. I can make one of them look like an eccentric genius with 3 pins and a hat." Grace, who was plump and dark-haired, and only 32, said, "Would you like to come back in a decade or so? I might feel better about this reception then." "No." A sudden thought struck her. There aren't going to be any nobles from Anuket City there, are there?" "Dozens, probably," said Marguerite. "No, don't panic. Do you think I just throw you to the wolves?" Grace gulped. Philip had cut quite a swath through the lower ranks of noble women in the city. Surely none of them would remember his mousy little wife. Not after all these years, but still. Can I wear a mask?" "You will not wear a mask," said Marguerite. "Not in the presence of the Archon. But you will carry one of these." She brandished a silk handkerchief in front of Grace. "It shall be soaked in scent, and you will hold it in front of your face at all times, save when you are bowing to the Archon. And I shall explain that the great perfumier has far too sensitive a nose and rarely leaves her laboratory, but to do honor to the Archon's guest, she made the pilgrimage, and you will keep your face mostly covered with the handkerchief. Now, which scent do you want?" "I don't want a scent at all," muttered Grace. She went downstairs, accompanied by Marguerite, stretched, gingerly given the dress and the pins, and pulled down a jar from a high shelf. "Gah!" said Marguerite, sniffing. "That's strong, not bad, but strong." "Jar beans," said Grace absently. "They'll kill the smell of just about anything. That way, if anyone's got a scent worth noticing, my nose will be clear." She poured a handful of the little beans into a muslin bag and stowed it in the handkerchief. The smell of char beans was sharp and acidic, like burnt lemon, but without sweetness. She kept the jar on hand for when she had smelled too many things, and her sinuses began to feel like a jumble of odors. "Well, you're the eccentric master perfumer," said Marguerite, leading her back upstairs. "I'm not a master," said Grace. "My articles of apprenticeship—" Yes, fine," Marguerite waved her hand. "You were never filed as a master with the guild because your ex-husband is a sniveling little shit-weasel." Poetic, but accurate. "Listen to me. No one cares that you're not registered with the guild. No one even knows. Anuket City might as well be 1,000 miles away for all the guilds talk to each other." Grace gave it up as a lost cause. If anyone asked, she would explain that she was not a master perfumer, and Marguerite was getting carried away. Hopefully no one would ask. "Shoes fine? Not pinching? Good. Now the final thing." She pulled open a closet door and drew out a silver cloak that glinted in the light. Metallic threads woven through the fabric glittered like a snowdrift. "My God," said Grace, laughing. "You want me to wear that?" "Everyone will notice me." "Yes, but they'll see the cloak, not you," said Marguerite. She twirled the cloak around Grace's shoulders and pulled the hood up, pinning it in place. "There. If you were a man, you would have to go bareheaded before the Archon. But you're not, so you will be fashionably shadowed. I'll do most of the talking." "I'll hold you to that," muttered Grace. "Now," said Marguerite, cracking her knuckles, "for the paint." Grace sighed. It was not as painful as it could have been. All she had to do herself was scrub her teeth down with sage and salt-tooth powder. Then she sat still while Marguerite wiped her face down with chervil water and applied powders and colors to her skin. "Not too much," she said faintly, watching Marguerite wield brushes like a berserker. "You know as well as I do that looking like you're wearing no makeup takes twice as much work." Grace snorted, but had to agree. There was a carriage waiting by the time Marguerite finished her own, much quicker preparations. She looked, if anything, more elaborately attired than Grace, complete with a hat, but she was also much more comfortable in her clothes than Grace would ever be. The driver handed her up into the carriage. Grace sat down and immediately felt suffocatingly trapped. The interior smelled like wood and leather and the last passenger's cologne. Lavender, bergamot, clove, and lemon. It wasn't a bad scent, but it did not combine well with the faint smell of mold that also lingered in the carriage. She slumped back against the cushions. What if someone she knew was there? Not Philip, of course. There was no world where Philip would be there. The gods weren't so cruel. But someone who knew him, who remembered her. "I found your Paladin," Marguerite said abruptly. "What?" Grace sat bolt upright. No, she definitely should not feel so excited. This was very silly. He was a Paladin. He might be sworn to celibacy for all she knew. That was a thing some of them did, and even if he wasn't, he'd only walked her home. It's not like he'd done anything to make her think he had the slightest bit of interest. "Well, not quite found, but narrowed down the list anyway. Fortunately for you, there's only 7 of the Saint of Steel's paladins in the city. 2 of them are women, and I suspect even you would have noticed that. Of the remaining 5, 1's blonde and 1 shaves his head. That leaves us 3 dark-haired paladins, and I'm being very generous and throwing in the one with dark red hair because it was night-time." "Do any of them have blue eyes?" asked Grace, leaning forward. "My informant didn't remember." "Your informant?" Marguerite shrugged. "Well, the acolyte I asked about it." "What did you tell them?" "The truth. One helped a friend of mine, and she wanted to thank him, but didn't know his name." She held up 3 fingers. "Stephen, Istvan, and Galen. One of those 3 is your Paladin." "He's not my Paladin. He just walked me home, and we talked about, What did we talk about? Startle flower and street cleaners, and Grace couldn't remember half of it. Except she'd laughed a lot, probably out of relief. "Paladins of the Saint of Steel aren't sworn to celibacy," said Marguerite, wiggling her eyebrows. Grace felt herself turning pink, and was glad for the relative dimness inside the carriage. It's not like that. The last thing she needed was to disappoint someone else in bed. Marguerite took pity on her and changed the subject. "What's the scent in the bottle?" "You're only now asking," said Grace, amused despite herself, "when you're going to present it to the Archon and the Crown Prince." Her friend shrugged. "You're a genius," she said, as if commenting on the weather. "Whatever you made will be genius. I'm not worried." Grace pinched the bridge of her nose. Genius, sure. She'd spent half the week driving herself mad on the scent, getting it almost right but missing something. She'd finally stayed up late reading random passages from her baffling alchemist's tome. The magnetic fields of dung heaps could not help her, and a sketch of a sheep's eyeball dissected wasn't much good. A list of constellations with their respective primary association and sense was marginally more interesting. She wasn't sure if the moon did indeed smell of juniper, but some of the others were interesting. Tab had been sitting on the desk, batting at her hand with his paws, when she finally read the word saffron under the constellation of the lion and thought, well, why not? It seemed to have worked. She'd added some other things, too, trying to get the balance right. It still wasn't perfect, but she was on the right track, and the Crown Prince didn't need to know that she still thought she could do better. She'd written the prince's recipe down, though, just in case. If somehow it found favor, she could make a few months' worth of sales duplicating it for nobility. Best of all, she could get Marguerite to sell it for her. The carriage halted at the Archon's palace. "Come on," said Marguerite, as the driver opened the door. "Time to impress a prince." "Oh," said Grace, lifting her handkerchief to conceal her face. "Joy." Chapter 10. Stephen was bored. They had not gotten a chance to circulate. Technically they could have, but they didn't because their opposite number wasn't moving either. The Motherhood guards stood behind their priest, and the Paladins stood behind Beartongue, and the priest tried to bait the bishop, and the bishop responded with silky pleasantness. None of the Paladins were going to leave Beartongue alone for more than a few moments, even given the unlikelihood of a fight breaking out directly in front of the Archon. He wished that he could break out his knitting, but for some reason people didn't take you seriously as a warrior when you were knitting. He'd never figured out why. Making socks required 4 or 5 double-ended bone needles, and while they weren't very large, you could probably jam one into someone's eye if you really wanted to. Not that he would. He'd have to pull the needle out of the sock to do it, and then he'd be left with the grimly fiddly work of rethreading the stitches. Also, washing blood out of wool was possible, but a pain. Still, if he had to suddenly pull out his sword and fend off an attack, there was a chance he'd drop the yarn, and since he'd been feeling masochistic and was using 2 colors for this current set of socks, there was absolutely no chance the yarn wouldn't get tangled, and then he'd be trying to murder people while chasing the yarn around. And God forbid the tide rose and he went berserk. You never got the knitting untangled after that. You usually just had to throw it away completely. He and Istvan had exhausted the weapon possibilities of everything in the room, from the banners to one of the courtiers' hats, which had an entire stuffed egret on it. Even Shane had chimed in on that one. Beartongue eventually told them that if they didn't stop trying to make her laugh in front of the Motherhood priest, she'd throw them in the stockade. "You don't have a stockade," said Stephen. "You will get to build one so that I can throw you in it." "Well, that does seem practical." "That's the rat's priests for you," said Istvan. "Always very practical. I bet the Motherhood's got a stockade." "Next time I am leaving you 3 at the temple." Shane made a quiet sound of protest. "Don't lump me in with these 2. I will excommunicate everyone, and no one will get to go to the circus." "Oh, come on, look at this guy." Stephen jerked his chin toward the group opposite them. "You know he's got a stockade. Probably in his back garden." Beartongue sighed, but didn't argue. This was a more highly ranked priest than Stephen was used to, the indigo robes nearly black and slashed with violet at the cuffs. He'd forgotten the Motherhood ranks, if he ever knew. What was their leader called? Not a pontiff. High priest? That didn't sound right. Archpriest? "I am surprised the Archimandrite isn't here," said Beartongue loudly, answering the question for him. "He is busy attending to heresy in the West," said the violet-cuffed priest. "Ah, yes," Beartongue sipped her drink. She had ordered Shane to get it, when it became obvious that none of the Paladins were planning on moving. Shane had presented it to her as gravely as a man handing over a naked sword, then resumed his position behind her. Stephen thought he'd seen the Crown Prince's lips twitch at that, but it was hard to tell. "So many heretics, and it seems like you find more all the time." "Heresy is a great concern," said the priest, gazing directly at Bertung and enunciating each word clearly. "Subtlety doesn't seem to be," muttered Istvan. Shane looked inscrutable. Stephen studied the carvings on the opposite pillar until the desire to laugh had passed. "The motherhood's concerns are, of course, of great concern to us all," said Bertung, so blandly that if one didn't know the long and tortured legal history between the two faiths, one might have taken the statement at face value. Someone in the Crown Prince's retinue evidently did know of the history, because Stephen heard a stifled chuckle from within their ranks. The motherhood priest was too wily to show that he took offense, but he folded his hands in his sleeves and stopped attempting to make conversation with the bishop. Instead, he turned to the Crown Prince. "What do you think of our land, your magnificence?" The Crown Prince took his time noticing that he had been spoken to. Stephen wondered if he bothered to acknowledge the man because he thought it would please the Archon, or if he had delayed doing so specifically to needle him. Finally, he looked over at the priest. "It is unlike Charlock," he pronounced, in the tone of one who has now said all that needs to be said about the matter. "In what way?" asked the motherhood priest. Stephen had to give the man credit for persistence, if nothing else. The Crown Prince's gaze traveled over the assembly, the courtiers in their ridiculous costumes mimicking his guards, the nobles playing out their own games of rank in the shadows. He looked across the rows of priests, the forge god's chosen, standing next to the demon slayer from the dreaming god. He looked back to the motherhood man. "It is damp." Stephen did not know if he had ever heard a comment on the weather delivered in more shattering tones. The Archon folded his hands over his cane, expressionless as always. Bertung had turned slightly toward the prince, and Stephen could see her smile into her drink. "Yes," said the motherhood priest. "Yes, of course. Charlock is very dry, is it not?" The Crown Prince did not see fit to reply. The words hung in the air and became more and more agonizing the longer they went unanswered. It was a profound relief when the Archon banged his cane on the floor and stated that they were ready for the craftsmen to present their gifts. "Put away the handkerchief," murmured Marguerite. "We're next. Follow my lead and speak if spoken to. Curtsy when I say, 'Master Perfumer.'" "But I'm not a—" "From Grace Angelica, Master Perfumer, a gift of scent," said the tall, thin man who seemed to be announcing everything. Marguerite stepped forward, and Grace followed her like a duckling after its mother. She felt terrifyingly visible. "Your wisdom," Marguerite said to the Archon, bowing and sweeping the floor with her hat. "Your Highness, the Master Perfumer has compounded a special scent for this momentous occasion, and hopes that your Highness will enjoy a small taste of the craftsmanship of our fair city." How does she say things like that, and make it sound like a thing that normal people would say? Belatedly, Grace remembered that she was supposed to curtsy, and did so as deeply as she could. Her knees were shaking, and her mouth felt bone dry. "I'm not a master. I'm not," she wanted to declare it loudly, but her voice was nowhere to be found. No one ran from the wings to denounce her. The man beside the Crown Prince moved forward to accept the small glass bottle, but stopped when his ruler raised a hand. "You let your servant speak for you," the Crown Prince said. Oh shit, he's talking to me. Oh shit, what do I say? She settled on the exact truth. "She speaks better than I do, sir," croaked Grace, and then, "I mean, Highness, your Highness." "Well, that's it. I've misrepresented myself as a master, caused an international incident, and cost the city a trading partner. I knew it would happen. I'll have to leave the city and change my name. Again. Normal people don't have to keep leaving cities and changing their name. This is a terrible habit." The Crown Prince stretched out his hand. He had fierce eyes, a brown so light they appeared almost gold. She could smell clove on him. Well, of course, princes didn't need to worry about how expensive the oil on their armor was. "What is this scent?" She was on firmer ground here. "The head note is spice, Your Highness, ginger and clove. The heart is amber and resin, and a touch of saffron." She swallowed. "It makes me think of strength and warmth." "Stop talking," she told herself, and for once she listened. To her horror, the prince turned his hand over and extended his wrist in an unmistakable gesture. "Am I supposed to put some on him? Of course I am. It's what I do. At least it won't clash with the clove. Oh, dear." Grace looked at Marguerite. Marguerite handed her the bottle, giving her a very meaningful look. She was obviously trying to convey something, but Grace had no idea what it might be. As if in a dream, the sort of dream where she was late for something and would eventually realize she did not have any clothes on, Grace took the bottle, opened the lid with a practiced twist, and tilted it up against her thumb. She brushed her thumb across the Crown Prince's wrist and saw the shine of oil across his skin. Her mind was absolutely blank. Marguerite took the bottle back. The Crown Prince lifted his wrist and sniffed it, then smiled at her. "As you say, Master Perfumer," he said. And then it was over, and Marguerite was leading her away and pulling her into the shadows framing the brightly lit hall. "That was amazing," whispered Marguerite. "I knew they liked perfume in Charlock, but I had no idea he'd actually talk to you. This is wonderful." "It is?" asked Grace numbly. "You did wonderfully." "I stammered and I called him Sir." "Yes, that's fine. Royalty are used to people being nervous, but he liked it, and you were so obviously earnest." "It was the Paladin," said Grace vaguely. "Like gingerbread, only it had to be warm, so I added the amber. And there's some civet in there to bind it all. I didn't tell him about the civet, did I? Oh, dear." "Let me get you something to drink," said Marguerite firmly. "You look like you're about to keel over." "Can I?" "No." "Then a drink would be good. Stand right here, smell your handkerchief, and don't go anywhere." "I think I can promise that." Chapter 11. Stephen saw the perfumer again when she presented her gift to the Crown Prince. He knew her at once, almost before he saw her face. His first thought was to push through the crowd and speak to her, but training took over. One did not interrupt a royal presentation. That would go badly for him and for her. She had a companion with her, all curves and animation, who spoke to the Archon and the Prince, and bowed low, sweeping off her plumed hat, which was, ironically, the one with the potentially weaponizable stuffed egret. By contrast, the perfumer was a figure of ice, silver-cloaked, her hood drawn low as if she did not wish to be recognized. He held his place and his tongue. He would not presume. A man, any man, not just a paladin, should know better, and you have no right. She owes you nothing. She may not even wish to speak to you again. That she was pleasant to you while you walked home means nothing. She was afraid and needed your help. She may have been afraid of you as well. Most women would be pleasant to a strange man that they were wary of. It means nothing. And what are you thinking? You can't possibly... Even if she was interested, your soul is half scar now. Your God is dead. Have you forgotten? No. That, at least, he would never forget. Istvan glanced at him. They had known each other long enough that the other man could sense Stephen's sudden tension, even if he did not move. "Problem?" "From Grace Angelica, Master Perfumer," announced the herald. "A gift of scent." "Grace. Her name is Grace." Istvan grinned broadly, teeth flashing white against his beard. "Ah, not a problem." "I walked her home," said Stephen under his breath. "It didn't mean anything." "It meant something to you." "What does that have to do with anything?" "Go see if it meant something to her, too." "I can't. I'm not—" "I can't." "Saint's breath, man. What's come over you?" "Nothing." "You used to have no problem meeting women. Things change." "Just talk to her, you blithering idiot." "I am an honor guard." "For the rat's sake, go talk to her," growled Bishop Baretongue. "If only so you two stop whispering behind me like a pair of schoolgirls." Stephen watched the presentation of the gift. The Crown Prince spoke to the perfumer, to Grace, and held out his hand. Grace looked terrified. Stephen had a strong urge to go and thrash the Crown Prince, which would have been quite undiplomatic. He could not quite hear what she was saying. She spoke very quietly, applying the scent to the prince's wrist. The urge to thrash the man deepened, darkened. He is frightening her. He is touching her, and she is frightened. If the black tide rose now, he could push forward. Istvan would stand between him and the bishop, and all he would need to clear was 24 paces. If he did it quickly, the prince's honor guards would not see him in time. The prince himself would fight, but by then the tide would be over his head, and Stephen need only trust to it. Shane turned his head sharply to look at Stephen. Stephen caught the gesture from the corner of his eye, and it snapped his thoughts back. Grace retreated. The Crown Prince lifted his wrist to his nose and said something he couldn't hear. Then it was over, and the small, curvy woman was leading Grace away into the crowd. Stephen tried to track where they went, but lost sight of them quickly. "Damn!" "Well, go on," whispered Istvan. "I can't." "I cannot believe that I call a man as dense as you brother." "I'm not." "I never figured you for a coward either." "Damn it, Istvan." "Paladin Stephen," said Bishop Baretongue crisply, "you are relieved of your duties. Go talk to this woman, or at least go somewhere Istvan won't keep whispering at you." Stephen was too well trained to gape at her, but he felt his eyes go wide. Unlike her previous talk of the stockade, she did not sound as if she were joking. "If I may interject," said Shane, as solemn as ever, "if you are speaking of the lady wearing silver, she is standing over there, and I believe she is about to faint." Stephen bolted. "I will not faint," Grace told herself firmly. "I will stand here, and I will breathe, and I will not faint. Fainting would cause a scene." Causing a scene was somewhere slightly above murder as things we do not do. Normal people did not cause scenes. Her corset was much too tight. It hadn't felt that way before, but now that she was actually here, and the room was warm and stuffy, and other people were taking all the air, she took a deep breath of charbine. The acrid odor steadied her and cleared her head. When she lowered her handkerchief a little, she could taste the scents going by without drowning in them. "Let's see. Sandalwood, of course. Always sandalwood. Lavender, bergamot. Someone has a very nice orange blossom and clove. That wasn't cheap." A well-dressed young man went by wearing more civet than came out of Tab's rear end in a year. Grace shook her head, mostly to herself, and lifted her handkerchief again. "I can do this. I am doing this. Marguerite will come back with water or punch or something, and I will drink it, and then we will go back to a quiet corner, and soon we will be able to leave, and I will go home and take off these clothes and see what pillow Tab has destroyed in my absence." And then she heard a voice behind her, and the whole world tilted sideways. "Oh, my dear, I love those shoes. Wherever did you get them?" She knew that voice. Lady Vance, wealthy, wedded, widowed, and fond of married men who would not attempt to trap her in matrimony. Lady Vance, who had been in Anukat City 4 years ago, who boasted of the special scent that a certain perfume maker had made just for her. A hot wave swept over Grace. She felt dizzy and sick. She would have bolted, but her feet were nailed to the floor. "Really?" said Lady Vance, in response to the owner of the shoes. "Why, how delightfully daring! You were slumming! Oh, what fun!" "She isn't talking to me. She isn't talking to me. She hasn't seen me. She doesn't know I'm here." Grace shoved a handkerchief to her face and gasped the acrid odor of char beans. She was torn between an intense desire to turn around and see where the woman was so that she knew which way to flee, and an equally intense desire to stay absolutely still, like a mouse waiting for the cat to leave. She looked desperately for Marguerite and saw her over by the refreshment table, clearly trying to extract herself from a conversation, but she was too far away. To get to her, Grace would have to pass directly in front of Lady Vance. "I can do it, if her back is turned. I can go quickly. I'm being eccentric, no one will notice. I just have to look and see which way she's facing, and if she's looking at me, I turn back this way, but not too quick, not so she notices. Oh, gods, if any of you love me, rat and lady and dreaming god, please." She turned her head as little as she dared, and saw Lady Vance's profile move into view. Oh, gods, she only has to glance this way and she'll see me." Lady Vance laughed at something her companion said and snapped her fan. Her gaze moved over the crowd, passing over Grace with vague curiosity but no recognition. And then she turned back to her companion. Grace's knees felt weak. She inhaled char beans. The hot, dizzy feeling didn't recede nearly as much as she hoped. In fact, the char beans seemed to be making it worse, and she had to lower the handkerchief a little and gulp clearer air. "Am I going to faint? I can't. No, I can't faint. If I faint, I'll drop my handkerchief, and she'll see me, and she'll know. I didn't faint the last time. I won't faint now." Vance fanned herself, and the smell of her perfume drifted past. She was wearing too much. She always wore too much. Angelica root, Grace thought grimly. Clove, lavender, bergamot, resin, citrus, and white musk. Damask rose, and damn it, it's the same. It's exactly the same. She was even wearing it on her skin, and it was turning powdery and insipid, and it was too much. Scents pulled up memories. That was why perfume worked at all. A long, narrow room with enormous windows. The sales room for the perfume, transformed for an elegant private opening. Patrons moved back and forth, sniffing the testers and drinking wine and being dreadful to one another. Grace hated these events, but Philip said it was the only way to get the nobility to buy anything, if they could be seen doing it. "Oh, my dear," said Lady Vance, fluttering her fan at Grace. "You must be Philip's wife." "I am," said Grace, dipping her head politely. "Oh, my! Well, I must beg your pardon. You must forgive me. I have been monopolizing Philip atrociously." She winked at Grace. A conspiratorial, "aren't we being naughty" gesture. "I know he says you don't mind, but, of course, men haven't the least idea about women, do they?" Grace forced a smile. "I don't mind," she said. She knew that Philip enjoyed hobnobbing with the upper crust, and she was more than glad to leave him to it. "You are so sweet," Vance beamed at her. "And he made me this lovely perfume. Have you smelled—" "Oh, I'm silly. Of course you must have." Grace had. Grace had actually made the perfume in question, of course. In small quantities it was pleasant, but too much became cloying. "He's such an amusing lover, too. But of course I needn't tell you that." She'd said something else, too. Grace remembered her lips moving, but that hot, dizzy wave had swept over her and closed over her heart. Such an amusing lover. Philip had sworn that he'd never done anything of the sort, that he didn't even like the women he sold to. He'd gotten angry at her for asking. Didn't she trust him? "I know he says you don't mind." "Oh, dear," said Lady Vance, making a moue. "Have I said something wrong?" "You shouldn't wear that perfume on your skin," said Grace flatly. "What?" Grace shook her head. The world was roaring in her ears, and she could hardly hear herself talk. "That perfume, it's the essential oils. It's not working on your skin. Some people can't wear them. You're one of them. It's turned powdery like talc." Lady Vance gaped at her. "But Philip made it for me," she said, her voice rising. "Wear it in your hair or in a vial, then. Not on your skin. Your skin doesn't work with it." She stared at Lady Vance, and Vance stared back. Then she saw Philip coming toward them, over Vance's shoulder, and she turned and walked away. If she had to talk to Philip, she would burst into tears or rage at him, and then they would all know. Everyone would know. Everyone will know already. Lady Vance will tell everyone what a strange little mouse Philip's wife is. But none of that mattered. If she could just get away in time, if she could walk through the long room with her head high, to the curtain that concealed the door to the back stairs, and then she was through, and everything was dark and blessedly cool, and the smell was of whitewash and the oil rubbed into the boards. She fell forward, and then she was going up the stairs on her hands and knees. But that didn't matter, because she had gotten away, and no one could see her, and it was still so very dark. The memory faded. The panic took longer to recede. There were arms around her, holding her up. That wasn't part of any memory, was it? Philip hadn't held her like that in years. Not after the first few months, anyway. Before that. Well, the old perfumer certainly hadn't. No, this was real, and her face was bent down against someone's chest, and the darkness was starting to recede. She'd lost her handkerchief somewhere, and she was gasping in great breaths of gingerbread. She tilted her head back and looked up into deep blue eyes. "We meet again," said the Paladin. Chapter 12. "We meet again," said Stephen, and immediately thought, well, that was an incredibly stupid thing to say. The perfumer had a puzzled expression, as if she was not quite sure where she was or how she'd gotten there. Probably not surprising, given that she'd looked on the verge of blacking out when he finally reached her. He'd moved as soon as Shane pointed her out, but he hadn't been able to run. When a man in armor runs in a crowd, people tend to scream and get out of the way. The bishop would have had words, so he'd had to walk with what felt like agonizing slowness, watching her head slowly slump forward, thinking, "Let me get there in time. Let me get there in time. Please, gods, let me get there in time." That slow crawl through the crowd had probably taken a year off his life, but he'd made it before she went over. "Miss Angelica," he said, putting his arm around her shoulders. "It's so good to see you again." Her breathing was fast and shallow, and she didn't lift her head, or even acknowledge his presence. Stephen held her upright and steered her toward the back wall, looking for a door or an alcove or something private enough that he could see if she'd been poisoned or drugged, or if it was just the heat of so many bodies in one room. The back wall looked distressingly blank. He stared at it, thinking, "Now what?" And then someone tapped on his shoulder. The priest of the forge god was barely over 5 feet tall, older than Brother Francis, and had biceps like tree trunks. "Go over to the screen," he said, jerking his head to the right. "There's a door behind it. Takes you to the privies." "The saint bless you," gasped Stephen reflexively, forgetting for an instant that the saint was no longer around to bless anyone. "I mean, well, the rat would probably—" The forge priest grinned. "Either or. Forge keep you, youngster." The hallway on the other side of the door was at least 10 degrees cooler. Stephen was pleased to see that Grace hadn't collapsed, but she was shuffling along like a sleepwalker. "Hey," he said, "are you all right? Miss? Grace?" She lifted her head and actually seemed to focus on him, and that's when he said the remarkably stupid thing about meeting again. A little more awareness crept into her eyes. Stephen pushed the hood back from her face. He knew that he should release her and step back, but perhaps not just yet, not until he was certain she would not fall. "Are you hurt?" he asked. "You seem to be close to fainting, so I brought you out here. I thought the air would be cooler." "Cooler," she said. "Yes, it was very hot, wasn't it? And I smelled a scent that I knew, and the air was very close." She shuddered, and he fought the urge to close his arms around her more tightly until it passed. "If you were really worried about her being too warm, you wouldn't be draping yourself over her like a comforter made out of meat." "Do scents often take you like that?" he asked, ignoring himself. "Sometimes," she admitted. "Scents are very good at calling up memories, and not all memories are good ones." "No, they aren't." Grace was still leaning against him. Her lips were slightly parted, and if he bent his head only a little, he could kiss her. For a heartbeat, he actually considered it. Would it be so terrible, merely brushing his lips across hers, demanding nothing, then stepping back and— "What in the saint's name is wrong with you? You're actually thinking of taking advantage of a woman who blacked out a few minutes ago? And you call yourself a paladin?" His body was not feeling chivalrous. His body was suddenly keenly aware of how close she was, of the fact that her breasts were pressed against his chest. She was wearing a corset, and her struggle to control her breathing meant that a great deal was going on in that vicinity. Her hair, freed from the hood, had fallen over his hands in dark waves. It smelled of something clean and familiar, not sweet at all. Cedar? He'd never met a woman who smelled like cedar before. Perhaps it was a perfumer thing. He lifted one hand and pushed her hair aside, away from her cheek. There was a pulse beating in her throat. He could picture very clearly, covering her mouth with his, kissing the color back into her lips, then sliding down her jaw and feeling her heart race under her skin. "Stop! Stop! You do not get to have these thoughts, and even if you have them, women like this do not have such thoughts about men like you." Stephen released her shoulders and stepped back, still keeping his hands on her upper arms, in case she was less steady than she seemed. She shook herself and took a step back of her own, rubbing her hands over her forearms. "Will your, assistant be looking for you?" asked Stephen.
"Marguerite? Yes. Yes, she was going to get me water, but I think someone waylaid her."
"It was the squire again," said the curvy woman in the enormous hat, emerging from the doorway. Stephen wondered how long she had been standing there, watching the two of them.
His wife is making a pilgrimage and will be gone for simply months. A fact he emphasized repeatedly while winking. "Poor Marguerite," said Grace, laughing. She turned away from Stephen, and he let his hands drop to his sides. "Yes, well, I told him I had taken a terrible aversion to the country. Here, this is the closest they have to water. It's flavored with orange peel and some sort of fruit, but nothing too dangerous, I don't think." She sipped it, rolled it around on her tongue. Grape, elderberry, lemon balm. "It's almost unsettling when she does that," said Marguerite to Stephen. She looked him up and down, clearly sizing him up, although Stephen felt rather less like a potential conquest and more like a horse on the auction block. You must be her Paladin." That wrung a startled laugh out of him. "We've met before, yes. I was able to walk her home. My name is Stephen." Marguerite shot Grace a triumphant glance. Stephen wondered if he had been supposed to notice it or not. "I've heard so much about you," said Marguerite, extending her hand. You have?" "Yes, absolutely." She elbowed Grace in the side. Grace jumped. It would have taken a very dense individual indeed not to see that there was some kind of communication passing between them. But Stephen did not have the foggiest idea what it might be. "If you're feeling better," he said, suddenly awkward, "please don't let me detain you here." "Better? Yes." Grace took a deep breath, then scowled. "It's this damn corset, I swear. I knew it was too tight." "I absolutely will not offer to loosen it for her. I will not. I am a gentleman." Stephen schooled his face into an expression of polite interest, and kept his eyes strictly above her collarbone, while his brain conjured up lascivious images of laces being undone, one by one. Down. "Can we leave now? Is the presentation bit done?" asked Grace, a bit plaintively. "Yes, yes," said Marguerite. "We'll take you home. I'm sorry things got out of hand there for a moment, but you did very well." She started to turn back to the doorway, and Grace said, "Not that way." Marguerite lifted an eyebrow. So did Stephen. Grace flushed. We can't go that way. There's someone who knows me, from Anuket." "From Anuket City? Is she from the city originally herself? Interesting. Not that it's any of my business." Marguerite's other eyebrow shot up. "Who?" "Lady Vance," said Grace reluctantly. "Oh, blast," muttered Marguerite. "Of course it'd be the biggest gossip this side of Arkenhold." She scowled. "I don't spend enough time here. I'm not sure how to get out without going through the crowd here." Stephen cleared his throat. "If you are looking for a different way out of the building, I believe I've worked out where we are now. This corridor should be shaped somewhat like a horseshoe, and if we follow it around the bend, we will come to an area behind the Archon's dais. There will be guards there, on the entrance that he uses." "Guards?" said Marguerite, looking skeptical. Stephen spread his hands. "Well, they can't let people wander in behind the ruler of the city, but guards will also know multiple ways out of the building. If we go up to them and simply ask if they can direct us, I suspect they will be happy to offer direction." Marguerite gave a short bark of a laugh. "That is so uncomplicated that I would never have even considered it. Lead on, Sir Stephen." "So the Paladin's name is Stephen, and he still smells like gingerbread, and I just pretty much fainted on him." Grace was not sure if she was horribly embarrassed or not. Her first irrational thought when she'd realized what was happening was that he would somehow know about Lady Vance and Philip and view her in the same contempt and pity as everyone else. She had to take several deep breaths before she remembered that the memories were all in her head, and strangers couldn't read her entire history in her face. But twice now you fall into his arms? Once making the worst moaning sounds you could think of, and now you collapse on him like a noble woman having a swoon?" He had to think that she was an irredeemable idiot. He hadn't acted like it, though. There had even been a moment, as he looked down at her, when she had the wild thought that he might lean in and kiss her. Which was absurd, of course. He barely knew her, and now that she was looking at him again, she suspected that he was quite good-looking, and Grace, well, she was what she was. It was probably just the angle that had made it look as if he were staring at her lips. "Or maybe his hearing's going, and it's the only way he can tell what I'm saying," she thought. "Anyway, strange men bound by religious moral codes don't go around kissing women they barely know. I don't think. And damn it, he saved me again while I wandered around like a sleepwalker. This is getting to be a really shitty habit, all this rescuing." She'd try not to hold it against him. He couldn't know. Normal people don't faint when they smell a familiar perfume. He probably thought there was actually something wrong with you. Well, there's a lot wrong with you, but most of it's not physical. Grace studied the width of his shoulders as he walked in front of them, a guardsman scouting for danger. The white cloak belled out, hiding anything below it but his shoulders. Muscles on top of muscles, as Marguerite said. Huh. Surely there was no harm in looking, so long as she didn't get her hopes up. They rounded the curve in the corridor, and Grace forgot all about shoulders, hopes, muscles, or anything else. A man lay on the floor in a puddle of blood. His neck was at a grotesque angle, propped up against the wall. But the tabard of the Archon's personal guard was clearly visible. Another man, a boy really, was slumped against a doorframe set in the wall, staring down at the dead body. He'd wrapped his arms tightly around himself, and his eyes were huge. He looked up at the three of them, focused on Stephen, and said, "I didn't mean to do it." Chapter 13. Grace half expected Stephen to draw his sword and charge. It was the sort of thing that swordsmen did, didn't they? It seemed that she was mistaken, because he did nothing of the sort. Instead, he spread his hands out at waist height and said, "No one's blaming you, lad." His voice was gentle and understanding, as if there wasn't a dead body on the floor next to them. Grace stared at the back of his head, astonished. Marguerite's face was absolutely blank. "I didn't mean to," said the boy, his voice cracking into a sob. "I know," said Stephen kindly. "Can you tell me what happened? We'll get this sorted out, never fear." He took several steps forward as he talked, hands still held out. "I've made such a mess of it," sobbed the boy. "I was only supposed to knock him out. They told me just to hit him on the head. I didn't have to kill him. I didn't want to kill him. Nobody was actually supposed to get killed." "No, of course not," said Stephen. He was beside the body now. The boy slid part way down the wall, as if his knees would no longer hold him, and Stephen crouched down, as if it was perfectly normal to have a conversation over a corpse. "Hitting people in the head is tricky, though, isn't it?" "Yes." The boy stuffed a knuckle in his mouth. His next few words were mumbled, and Grace couldn't make them out, but Stephen nodded. He reached out and patted the boy carefully on the shoulder, as if he was soothing a nervous horse. "Now, start at the beginning," said Stephen, in that gentle, trustworthy voice. Marguerite made a small, appreciative noise under her breath. "I was just supposed to knock him out," repeated the boy miserably, "so he wouldn't raise the alarm. Then I'd go through the door and—" "Nobody was supposed to get killed," said Stephen. "So you weren't going to actually attack anyone.
The boy nodded. "I'm not a killer," he said, ignoring the evidence to the contrary at his feet. "The guards would stop me. The guards would—" His gaze slowly traveled over Stephen and froze, staring at the Paladin's chest. Grace tried to remember what had been on Stephen's chest when she'd had her face mashed against it. "Sigil of the Saint of Steel. Of course." "Shit," breathed the boy. "Shit, shit, shit. You're one of the filthy rats heretics. And you saw me, and I killed—" "Easy," Stephen began. But the boy wasn't listening. He jumped up, grabbing for something at his side. Grace's first thought was that he was going for a weapon. Then the boy's hand went to his mouth, and she knew it was something worse. "Poison!" she tried to shout. It came out as a squeak. Stephen lunged, grabbing for the younger man, trying to slap him on the back of the head to make him spit it out, but it was too late. "There," said the boy. "There. Now you can't make me." He trailed off, looking confused. His eyebrows drew together, and his legs buckled under him. Stephen lowered him gently to the floor. Blood leaked over his lower lip. "It hurts," the boy said, sounding baffled. "They said it wouldn't hurt." "Go for help," said Stephen. "I'll stay with him." Marguerite shook her head. "There's nothing that will help," she said. "I'm sorry." "What? How do you know?" "I know." Grace caught his eye and said quietly, "She knows these things." "You could slit his throat if you want to do it faster," said Marguerite in a detached voice. "But he was dead the moment he took the poison." "Hurts." Stephen inhaled sharply, then nodded once. "Shh," he said, holding the boy's head against his shoulder. "I'm here. You're not alone." The young man's death throes took less than 5 minutes. Whatever he had taken, it was fast and ugly. Grace had to look away as he convulsed, blood and foam running down his chin, and felt ashamed for not being able to watch. "This is terrible. I am terrible. If he's dying, I should be able to— He's human. I should do something." She knew that watching or not watching wouldn't make a damn bit of difference, and yet it felt like failure. She covered her eyes, feeling useless and broken, but she could not stop her ears, hearing his gasping breath as he died. His last coherent words were, "I'm sorry, Mother." "It's all right," said Stephen, in that terribly kind voice. He kept his hand across the would-be assassin's forehead, gently wiping the sweaty hair out of his face. "It's all right." It wasn't all right, and would never be, but something in Grace's gut wanted desperately to believe him. It seemed impossible to her that no one would come to see the commotion, but the crowd noises on the other side of the wall must have drowned out their voices. It seemed equally impossible that no one could smell the blood and urine and the harsh, flat scent of poisoned saliva. But Grace had learned long ago that most people could not. A minute later, Stephen set the dead assassin on the ground and rose to his feet. "Damn," he said softly. "Damn it all to hell." "You couldn't have saved him," said Marguerite. "They make the poison out of blowfish livers and put it in a blown glass pill so it cuts the mouth and gets into the blood right away. The minute the poor bastard bit down, it was over." "You seem to know a great deal about poison, madam," said Stephen, his blue eyes going chill. Marguerite shrugged. "What do we do?" said Grace, hurrying to smooth the moment over. The smell of death was in her nostrils now, foul and coppery. "We've got to tell someone. He was going after the Archon, wasn't he?" "We have to tell someone," Stephen agreed. "But damned if I know who. I recognized him."
"What?" said Marguerite and Grace together. "He was in the Motherhood's guard train earlier. Looked like he was about to be sick. Now we know why." "Why would the Motherhood want the Archon dead?" asked Grace, baffled. "No idea. And you're going through his pockets, I see." "An assassin as incompetent as he was is bound to have evidence on him," said Marguerite briskly, checking the corpse with practiced ease. She lifted his hand and frowned at the fingers. His fingertips had gone red-violet, probably from the poison. She relieved him of a signet ring, muttering, then pulled a sheaf of papers out of his vest, flipped through them, and shook her head. "The gods have mercy." "Evidence?" asked Grace. "Too much and the wrong kind." She glanced at Stephen. "I'm taking these." "Are you?" Marguerite stood up, facing him over the pair of bodies. She started to turn away, holding the papers, and his hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "And where do you plan to take those?" Despite the difference in their heights, Marguerite stared up at him without a trace of fear. "Somewhere safe." Grace tried to get between them, which was useless because there was a dead body in the way. She grabbed Stephen's arm in both hands, hoping to pull him back, which was equally useless. She might as well have been hauling on a bar of iron. "Let her go," she said, hating how weak and useless her voice sounded. To her profound astonishment, he obeyed. A flash of embarrassment crossed his face, and he dropped his hand. "I am not your enemy, Paladin," said Marguerite. Stephen's eyes moved over her face, then to Grace. "No," he said finally, still looking at Grace. "No, I don't believe you are, which makes me wonder who exactly is." "That is what we're going to find out." She shoved the papers into her jacket. "Give us a few minutes to get moving before you raise the alarm. Come to Grace's shop later. We'll talk this out. My intentions, believe it or not, are good." Stephen inclined his head. "I'll do that." It occurred to Grace that she was still clutching his forearm, and she released him. Marguerite put her arm around Grace's shoulders, as if she were a chick to be sheltered under a wing. "Come on. We'll have to go out past Vance, I'm afraid." "Vance?" said Grace. "Oh, right." It seemed like hours had passed since she'd heard the woman's voice. It all seemed so stupid now, with 2 dead bodies in front of her. What did she care if Philip had cheated on her? She was alive, wasn't she? And maybe she'd been stupid, but not as stupid as this poor dumb boy who'd killed himself. She wished that she could convince her traitorous memory so easily. Marguerite led her away. Grace cast one look over her shoulder and saw the Paladin standing there, the dead at his feet, watching them go. Chapter 14. Stephen waited until the women had vanished around the corner, and then gave them a dozen more heartbeats to get to the door. It tore at him to let Grace go without him, as fragile as she had seemed, but she had her assistant who clearly knew, well, a great deal more than one would expect about assassins and their poisons. She didn't seem particularly fragile when she was shouting at you to let her friend go. And what good would having you hovering over her do anyway? He grimaced. Perhaps it was simply a desire to save someone, since he'd failed so spectacularly with the young man. He'd used the Paladin's voice, the one they all learned, the calm, kind, trustworthy one, the brother's voice, the father's voice, the one that got under people's skins and soothed them until they were willing to listen, and once they were listening, to get them the hell out of the way before the killing started. The Saint of Steel's followers weren't particularly known for it, not like the dreaming gods' paladins, who would hone their voices into weapons that controlled demons. But they could all still do it. People listened to that voice.
It was as useful a weapon in its way as swords. It had almost worked, too. But then the youngster had stopped listening, and it had only taken a moment for everything to slip. And then it was only poison and death and dying, and now he was standing here with a pair of corpses, about to sound the alarm. Stephen took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and hammered on the door. 2 hours later, Stephen was finally released back to Bishop Beartongue. The Motherhood people didn't like it, but they also didn't have any authority to keep him there. It strained even their credibility to claim that Stephen had shoved a poisoned pill into an assassin's mouth, and then banged on the door to alert the Archon's guards. Paladins were, by and large, considered above reproach, and as the Hanged Mother took no paladins of her own, it was very difficult for them to argue the point. One had started down the road about the Saint of Steel's paladins being known for berserker fits and killing rages, but Stephen had looked down his nose and said, "Did I poison him before or after I started frothing at the mouth and gnawing on my shield, do you think?" And the objection faded quickly. He was grateful for that. He had not felt even a trace of the battle tide when confronting that poor, stupid child. But it was very difficult to argue that you were completely in control when any indignation whatsoever made you look the very opposite. The Archon himself had been coolly grateful. Stephen was careful not to mention that he had seen the young man earlier, in the Motherhood's guards. He had a feeling that he would not have been going back to the Temple of the Rat so easily after dropping that particular tidbit. "Well," said the bishop, as Stephen fell immediately into the honor guard position, 2 steps back and to her left. "I tell you to go talk to a girl and you foil an assassination attempt. I'm a little frightened to think what might happen if I told you to go get laid." Stephen muttered something between clenched teeth. "Would the city survive, do you think?" "Grrr." "That's grrr, your holiness to you?" "Sorry." "Don't mention it. Did you get to talk to the girl?" "Yes." "Well, then the evening wasn't completely wasted." They cleared the first set of corridors toward the palace courtyard. Bishop Beartongue glanced over her shoulder at him. "I got the official report, of course. How much did you leave out?" "A lot." "Then we'll wait until we're in the carriage, shall we?" "Where are Shane and Istvan?" asked Stephen, glancing around for the absent paladins. "They shouldn't have left you alone." "For some odd reason, the Archon got very peculiar about letting other people's guards into his presence. They're in the outer palace." Well, he could see that. Still, you shouldn't have come alone. "Yes, I hear there's assassins about." "Not very good ones." "Sometimes that's what you want in an assassin. But we should wait for that talk, too." They reached the outer palace. 2 grim-faced guards waved them through the door. Istvan and Shane descended upon them immediately, snapping into formation around Beartongue. Istvan took point, hand on his sword. "Stand down, Istvan. There isn't rioting in the halls." "If there is, we will be prepared," growled Istvan, looking rather less friendly than usual. Bishop Beartongue had to reach up to smack him on the back of the head, but she did it anyway. It was a measure of Istvan's training that he took the blow without breaking stride. They crowded into the carriage, and Stephen watched the palace pulling away through the window. Beartongue leaned forward. "So, talk." Stephen delivered as detailed an account of the evening as he could, divided into 2 parts that he mentally labeled "What I Told the Archon" and "What I Did Not Tell the Archon." "You're sure it was the same boy?" said Istvan. Stephen nodded. "He changed out of the Motherhood tabard, but it was him. Believe me, I spent long enough looking at him, well,
He trailed off. Shane gripped his shoulder in silent sympathy. The bishop sighed and leaned back, looking older than her usual fierce middle age. "It's a hard world when people are sending children to do their dirty work." She shook her head. "But that's the sort of thing we're here to stop. So, thoughts, gentlemen?"
"He was never meant to succeed," said Eastvan. "What was it he said? No one was supposed to get killed. A very young assassin might still panic over killing the wrong man, mind you, but not like that."
"Agreed," said the bishop. "Now, what is the point of a fake assassination attempt?"
"To make the Archon afraid," said Shane. "Or to cause such a mess that his guest changes his mind about the trade deal," said Istvan.
Stephen had almost forgotten the Crown Prince. He nodded.
He did not seem like a man who would be patient with weakness.
"No, he didn't, did he?" said the bishop. "Which, if that's the reason, could point to a motive. Arkenhold has been a thorn in Anuket City's side since the founding. They'd probably be delighted to see the trade deal falter, particularly since Charlock would then come to them."
"They've got a better port anyway," said Eastvan.
Anuket City and Arkenhold were both set on two tributaries of the same river, which came together and flowed southeastward toward the sea. Anuket City just happened to have the larger tributary, a fact that Arkenhold never, ever forgot. "Yes, but they'll make Charlock pay through the nose for the privilege of using it," said the bishop. She drummed her fingers on her knee. "Other possibilities?" "He came in with the motherhood," said Shane. "To humiliate them?"
"They were certainly not amused," said Eastvan. "Although I suppose it could be because he was caught. Did you tell the Archon that you recognized the lad?"
"And paint a giant indigo target on my back," said Stephen. "No. The Archon's religious advisor was already trying to cast polite doubts upon my character." "You're a Paladin," said Shane. "Of an order which ran mad not long ago," said Stephen. Both Shane and Eastvan winced, but didn't argue. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Shane offered, "All the motherhood men seemed jumpy all night."
"Yeah, but they're always jumpy," grumbled Istvan. "More so than usual?"
Shane gave this his full, grave consideration. "I don't know," he said finally. "I think perhaps, but I am remembering it after the fact, and I may be changing it in my head. I do not think my opinion is trustworthy in this." Which was a very Shane thing to say, thought Stephen. Constant, sincere awareness of his own fallibility made him a good paladin and a good warrior, but it was also frustrating when you were trying to dredge answers up out of a handful of observations, and a little certainty would have gone a long way.
"Could it have been one of theirs? But why would the Motherhood want to assassinate the Archon?" asked Istvan. "Or fail to assassinate the Archon? He practically lives in their hip pocket."
"He'd install their Archimandrite as state spiritual advisor in a heartbeat," said the bishop, "if he thought the political consequences wouldn't outweigh the trouble." She smiled humorlessly. Stephen knew, both from his old life and his few years with the rat, that a distressing amount of time was spent with the other temples, arranging those political consequences. "No, they can't have meant to assassinate the Archon. His successor is nowhere near so sympathetic to their cause." "Could they have wished to frighten the Archon?" asked Shane diffidently. "Put him in fear of his life and mortal soul, so that he gives their cause more weight?" "Possible," said the bishop. She tapped her fingernail against her teeth. "Very possible. And also possible that they meant to have their own men be seen to stop the assassin, thereby gaining even more of the Archon's favor." Istvan whistled.
"Risky," he said.
Stephen thought of the poor, stupid young man who had died in his arms.
Very, he said. There was no chance that child would ever get near the Archon. But they risked a great deal if they sent him, because if someone had prevented him from killing himself, he would have spilled his guts before an interrogator ever laid a finger on him.
Too many questions, said the bishop wearily. I wish I could see those papers that this Marguerite woman took. What do you think of her, Stephen?
A woman with her own agenda.
Trustworthy? I am not your enemy, Paladin.
I have no idea. I do not think she actively opposes us, but I also do not know that I am a good enough judge of character or politics to make that decision.
The bishop nodded, accepting this judgment. I will have someone find the location of the shop for you, she said. He blinked at her.
I assumed you would send someone to meet with Marguerite and Mistress Angelica.
He felt a pang that he would not be seeing her, but this was a political matter, and it needed someone reliable to handle it. I will, said Bertong, leaning back against the cushions. I'm sending you. He stared at her, but she closed her eyes and was pointedly ignoring him.
Your Holiness, you have diplomats, lawyers, priests.
I do, she said. And a few paladins, too.
But I am hardly qualified. I swing swords and look imposing. That's what I'm for.
You also have a passing acquaintance with both these women. That qualifies you as much as anyone else.
But, here you go again, rumbled Istvan. How remarkably hare-hearted you've become. Do you need me to beat you a few times until you find your courage?
You and what army? Istvan grinned. Stephen rubbed his hand over his face. Why did no one understand? He knitted socks and stood guard over things. He wasn't a diplomat.
Truly, Bishop, I'm a poor choice. I was a God-touched soldier. Now I'm not even that. You have people so much more qualified than I am.
For a formerly God-touched soldier, you've done remarkably well so far. You foiled a plot, comforted the dying, kept out of the hands of the Motherhood, and convinced someone who is most likely a spy for Anuket City to meet with you.
Dumb luck.
Then run your luck's length, said Bertong.
Stephen heard the sound of the carriage wheels change as they pulled off the cobbled street and into the gravelled courtyard of the Temple of the Rat, and knew that his fate was sealed. He inclined his head. Very well, then. With your permission, Your Holiness.
Granted.
Chapter 15. Grace woke up a little before noon with her head splitting. She would have just rolled over to go back to bed, but Tab was sitting on her chest making noises. This meant that he wanted either love or food, probably food. Grace groaned and rolled out of bed. The civet bounced around her feet while she shoved her arms into a dressing gown. Her head felt like a civil war was occurring in its depths.
I didn't even drink last night. What? Oh, right. Lady Vance.
She grimaced. The memory fugue she'd gone into was probably the cause of her headache. An attack like that was rare, particularly these days. But when one hit, it often wiped her out completely, sometimes for a whole day afterward. It was so bloody unfair, being so exhausted by something she didn't want in the first place, as if her memory had decided to horsewhip her, and then turned around and charged her body for the privilege.
Stupid mind, stupid Lady Vance, stupid Philip. Stupid me for believing him in the first place.
There were hard-boiled eggs left over in the kitchen from yesterday's lunch. Grace grabbed one and set it down for Tab. The civet grabbed it, chirping happily, and galloped off with it. Eventually she'd find a pile of eggshells, probably in her bed, but she just didn't have the energy to deal with it right now.
Her brain let her contemplate her own breakfast egg for a few minutes, then casually shoved the image of the dead assassin in front of her. She nearly jammed her thumb into the yolk. Oh, yes, that. A normal person would probably have remembered that first. Your priorities are all wrong. She grimly choked down the egg. Well, she'd witnessed a murder. Or a suicide, anyway. Over top of a murder. What a thing to get mixed up in. I'm not mixed up in it. I'm not. I just saw it. I didn't do anything. They can't arrest me for seeing something. This did not settle the little voice in her head, or the gnawing anxiety farther down that said, "This is it. This is what ends it all. Life has been too easy for too long now. It all ends and everything will be taken away from you." T, she told herself grimly. T will fix this, or at least it will fix something. Grace picked up the tea kettle and went into the workshop. Firing up the stove for a cup of tea was a waste, when the brazier for steam distilling would work just as well, and a whole lot faster. She lit the brazier and set the tea kettle over it. Her notebook lay open on the table from where she'd been making notes on the Crown Prince's perfume. She glanced over at it, hoping that she'd still be able to read her own handwriting in a week, when someone coughed behind her. It was an apologetic cough, the sort that advertises that the owner is standing there and would like to be noticed, but also that they don't wish to put anyone out. Grace jumped, whipped around, and threw herself back against the table with a yelp. The Paladin was standing in the doorway. The Paladin, Stephen. It all came back to her so quickly that she reeled as if another attack of memory was coming on. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to startle you. Your friends said to come here and— Oh, God, you're on fire." Grace looked down. Her sleeve had trailed through the brazier and was indeed smoking merrily. She slapped it out, grumbling. Fire at least held no terror for her. She'd burnt herself far too many times distilling and smoking and steaming things. Well, at least he didn't have to save you from burning to death on top of everything else. This was my favorite dressing gown, she muttered. It was also her only dressing gown, but he didn't need to know that. She was aware, yanking it tighter around herself and belting it more securely, that he'd probably seen a bit more than he'd expected. Great, wonderful. First you grind on him like a wanton, then you swoon all over him. Now you're giving him a show. This is going marvelously. What's next, tripping and falling on his cock on accident? Well, it was his own damn fault for breaking in when she wasn't expecting anyone. Speaking of, how did you get in? She demanded. The front door was unlocked. What? But I always lock it. He lifted his hands. It was wide open. There was a closed sign in the window, but I thought maybe you were expecting someone, and then I worried that somebody might try to steal something if I left, and since your assistant told me to come here— Grace narrowed her eyes. How long have you been here? About 4 hours. She stared at him. Well, I didn't want to disturb you, he said sheepishly. I could hear you snoring, so, it's not like I could just go into your bedroom. No, said Grace wearily. No, of course not. So you've been sitting out there the whole time? I read your sample book, said Stephen. Grace made a mental note that Stephen was literate, which not everyone was. Were paladins expected to be? Well, they have to read prayer books, don't they? Hymnals or something like that? Why am I worried about a paladin's reading materials when I left the front door unlocked last night? And then I knitted, he added. She paused in mid-fret. Knitted? Socks, he said. I knit socks. I am a sock knitter. Person who knits. Mostly socks. They stared at each other. Then both looked away again immediately. I always lock the door, she repeated, mostly to herself. Always. It was a very busy night,
said Stephen. "I'm not sure I remembered to take my shoes off when I got home."
"Yes, but—"
She bit her lower lip. There was no way to explain to a relative stranger that she always locked it, that locking it meant this was her space and not anyone else's, and once she turned the key, the world was on the other side and couldn't get at her. Well, except for Marguerite and Tab, and they didn't count. They were both on her side. At least Marguerite was, and Tab was as long as she fed him. She wondered if the Paladin thought he was on her side too. Her first response to this thought was a rush of warmth, which was smothered almost immediately by irritation.
A knight in shining armor rides to the rescue of the helpless maiden. Again. Damn it all to hell.
Rescue was bad. People who wanted you to be vulnerable and grateful tended to get very angry when you stopped being vulnerable and didn't act grateful enough. Grace had been rescued twice in her life, and both times she'd have been better off keeping her head down and staying put. She grimaced. This was a horribly awkward conversation to have, particularly at this hour, but the sooner it was over, the better.
"Look, I don't need you to keep rescuing me," she said.
The Paladin looked blank.
"Last night I know I was, indisposed, but Marguerite could have helped me. I didn't need rescuing. I mean, I'm very grateful for your help. It was very kind. But I don't want you to think that I—"
She trailed off. His blank look had, if anything, gotten blanker. He said. He said. He said. Finally, addressing the ceiling and not meeting her eyes, he said, "I'm actually here about the papers your friend took from the dead boy. She, told me to come here today." Grace was glad that he was looking at the ceiling, because she could feel the blood in her cheeks and knew that she had to have turned beet red.
"Of course that's why he's here. What were you thinking? He wasn't here for you. You watched a man die in front of you last night. How egotistical are you that you think a Paladin would come here for any other reason than that?" "Marguerite's not here," she said, turning away to hide her embarrassment. "Fat chance of that. They can probably see you blushing clear to Anuket City. I mean, she went out last night, and she certainly would have locked up if she'd come back. You could try back later, I suppose."
"Will she be coming back?"
Grace blinked at him. "Well, she lives here."
"Oh, I thought this was where you lived." He went suddenly a bit pink. That's not to say she couldn't live here. With you, also." He went back to studying the ceiling with sudden intensity.
"Oh, gods. Now he thinks Marguerite and I are lovers. Meanwhile, the only thing I've been sharing a bed with for the last 3 years is Tab."
As if the thought had summoned him, her pet strolled into the workroom and made a beeline for Stephen, making his new person to pet me chirp. "What the devil is that?" said Stephen, staring.
"Oh, that's just Tab. He's a civet."
"A what?"
"A civet."
Grace leaned back against the table, watching the weasel cat circle Stephen's ankles.
"Domestic civet cat. Civet, the perfume, comes from the musk glands of civet cats, but you have to keep them in cages and they don't live very long. It's really quite awful. So somebody got the idea to breed them and make a tame civet cat, which would produce a lot more civet than the wild ones."
Stephen raised his eyebrow as Tab decided to make himself comfortable on the Paladin's boot.
"Anyway, my former partner got the bright idea that we'd breed civets ourselves. Swore he had a connection that would get him one, and that it would make our fortune. So we spent a great deal of money on Tab."
Grace grimaced.
"And there is an understatement for the ages. Months without enough money to heat our rooms.
working by rushlight because we couldn't afford lamp oil."
"I take it that didn't go well," said Stephen gently, leaning down to pet Tab's head.
"No, Tab's a cull. He'd been castrated. No one would sell an intact civet. And he was culled because he hardly produces any civet at all."
Grace shook her head.
"Philip was so angry when he found out he'd been cheated. I thought he'd kill Tab in a rage, but I convinced him that even a tiny bit of civet a month would save us money in the long run."
And there is another understatement. Philip had never beaten her, but there had been a moment, throwing herself over the frightened civet, that she had expected to feel a blow land. But his carefully curated self-image would not allow him to actually strike a woman. So he'd shouted and finally stormed out, and Grace had kept the little animal out of his sight for weeks until his temper had cooled. "So he does produce a little."
Grace coughed. "Well—"
Stephen cocked his head, clearly puzzled.
Grace sighed. This was not a conversation she really wanted to have with a man that she found attractive, but it wasn't like the morning could get any worse. "Once a month," she said, "I take a clean handkerchief and squeeze his arse with it."
The Paladin's eyes went wide, and he froze in mid-petting.
Tab made a small, grumpy chirp and leaned into the man's hand. "It's that or they get impacted," she said grimly. "Oh, gods, a normal person would have just said yes and left it there. What is wrong with me? And then he's miserable and scooting on the floor, and there's a stink like you wouldn't believe. And I'm still talking about my pet's butt to a man I barely know. Well done, me."
"Perfume making is clearly a very glamorous occupation," said Stephen. "I had no idea."
His voice was grave, but his eyes were dancing.
"Do you have a musk deer lurking in the back room as well?"
"No," said Grace. "Nor do I keep a cachalot whale in the bathtub so that I can tickle its throat so it vomits ambergris on command."
"And no tame beavers to provide castoreum?"
"No, although that would save me a great deal of money." She smiled despite herself. "It's just Tab, I'm afraid. He produces less than I need, but I don't use very much civet in my perfumes. And he is a very good mouser as well, which is something."
Stephen nodded.
Grace started to say something else, and then the tea kettle whistled, which made her jump all over again, although at least this time she didn't set herself on fire. "Would you like some tea?" she asked.
"That would be lovely," he said, straightening. "And very kind. I realize I'm intruding terribly, but, well, after last night—" He lifted his hands again in a helpless gesture.
"I know," said Grace. She could feel her cheeks heating again. "Marguerite told you to come. I'm surprised she isn't here, but I'm sure she'll turn up."
Stephen coughed. "Will she? I mean no disrespect, but she did not seem at all at a loss for what to do with a dead body, or an assassin. Having taken what she wished from the body, I wondered if she might, have sudden pressing business elsewhere."
This took Grace a moment to parse out, as she found her teapot and poured the hot water into it, along with a handful of tea leaves. "You think she's just going to skip town because somebody tried to kill the Archon in front of her? But she had nothing to do with it."
"I'm not suggesting that she did."
"Good," said Grace, glaring at him. "Because if you had, you wouldn't get any honey in your tea." He had the decency to look abashed. Grace stomped into the kitchen, looking for a cup that was clean enough for company. She was annoyed, mostly with herself. They'd been laughing together about civet like everything was normal, and meanwhile he was secretly suspecting her best friend of running off into the night and leaving her to answer questions about an assassination. "Are you quite sure that she hasn't?" "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" Marguerite wouldn't betray her. She wouldn't. Grace knew that. Grace believed that. Even if her friend was a spy who made her living getting people to trust her, it was different. She gave up, washed out a cup, scowled into it, belted her dressing gown even more tightly, and stalked back into the workroom. Stephen hadn't moved, but then Tab was still on his foot. Grace took pity on him, although she wasn't sure that he deserved it, and scooped the limp civet up. "I didn't want to disturb him." "It's fine. Once he's asleep, nothing wakes him up." She set Tab down on a stack of books, where he would undoubtedly wake up in an hour and cause havoc, then poured tea for both of them. "So what happened last night after we left?" There was a lock of hair that threatened to fall down into Stephen's eyes. He blew out a breath, making it jump. "About what you would expect. I banged on the door until the Archon's guards let me in, which took a lot longer than it should have, and told them there were dead men in the hallway. They hustled the Archon and the Crown Prince out under guard, and I got interrogated for 2 hours about what I'd seen." "I bet the Crown Prince loved that," said Grace, thinking of the fierce, amused man who had insisted she rub scent on his wrist. "I don't really know. I didn't see him again." Stephen frowned. "The bishop didn't mention anything, but I suspect once she knew that I was in custody, she had other things to concern her." "They didn't suspect you, did they?" "They would have liked to." Stephen's lips quirked. "It would have been very tidy. But not even the Hanged Motherhood's representative, who was not at all happy to see me, could make himself believe in a Paladin assassin knocking on the door and telling them there were bodies in the hall." "Did you tell them about us?" Grace realized a moment too late that us could be taken too many ways, and added, "I mean, Marguerite and I being there." "I said that I'd stepped back into the hall to assist a lady who needed a moment of air when I heard a commotion," he said, "and that she and her companion had presumably returned to the party, and that I had not been introduced to her." Grace realized that she was still holding 2 teacups, and handed one to Stephen. Their hands touched as he took it, the calloused pads of his fingers sliding over the backs of hers, and she realized with a start that he wasn't wearing gloves. The touch felt strangely intimate. Grace felt a blush starting and pulled away. "This is stupid. You just handed him a teacup, that's all. My God, you've climbed the man like a tree and screamed in his ear and fainted on him and made a fool of yourself thinking he wanted to talk to you about something other than the dead man. And now you're blushing over this?" Yes, apparently she was. "God's above and below and somewhere in the middle. Why did he have to smell like gingerbread?" "Look," she said, stepping back. "I've got some work to get done still. I don't know when she'll be back, but you can keep waiting if you want to." "If I will not disturb you," he said. "No, it's fine," said Grace automatically, even though it wasn't. She never liked having other people in the workshop, except Marguerite, who didn't ask things like, "What are you doing?" and "Is that perfume?" and "Isn't that hot?" Philip had been worse. He would come in and fiddle with things and move them around and correct her technique. She'd been on her own for nearly a year before her shoulders stopped going up around her ears whenever another person entered the room. But to his credit, Stephen did none of these things. He glanced around, noted the lack of a second stool, then lowered himself to the floor, back to the wall, booted legs stretched out in front. Grace watched out of the corner of her eye as he pulled out his knitting and set to work. She turned back to the work table. She really did have things to do this morning, mostly compounding scents. It was delicate work with pipettes and droppers and strips of paper, although all the recipes were fairly basic, and she had worked out the details long since. The only sounds in the workshop were the almost inaudible click and slide of the needles and the soft clink of glass. Occasionally she would turn a page in one of her journals, double-checking a recipe, or he would lift the teacup and drink and set it back down.
Once or twice he started counting under his breath, staring at the sock with intense concentration. It was strangely peaceful. To share a space with another person who was absorbed in their own work, but still present, still there. Gods, how long had it been? Philip certainly never sat still that long, always talking or poking or demanding interaction. Not since her apprenticeship, on the rare days when her master was in a decent mood. Perhaps even before then, when she was at the foundling home, when she would read in companionable silence with another girl. She had only the blurriest memory of those days, mostly the smell of floor wax, but surely there was the smell of books as well. Of all the things she would have expected of paladins, being easy with silence was not among them. Chapter 16. "Cozy," said Marguerite, strolling into the workshop an hour later. "I did not hear you come in," said Stephen. "No, you didn't, did you?" Grace watched the paladin's lips form a complicated line, as if he was hiding either a smile or a frown, and wasn't quite sure which. "Marguerite is always very quiet," said Grace, amused. "When I wish to be, yes. Sometimes it's better to make a great deal of noise so that people know you're coming." Stephen rose to his feet, putting his knitting away and drawing on his gloves. She had forgotten how large he was, and how much smaller the workshop got when he was standing in it. She had to get past him to the door, which involved both of them turning sideways and apologizing. Her nose still nearly brushed his chest. Gods, there was a lot of chest there. And shoulders. "I'm glad you're here," she said to Marguerite, trying to hide her reaction. "Can you, pour more tea or something while I change?" "Certainly," said Marguerite, ignoring the fact that there were only 2 teacups. There was a gleam in her eye that made Grace think that her friend was quite aware of the effect the paladin was having on her. Fortunately, Stephen himself seemed oblivious. Grace hurried into her room, pulled off the singed dressing gown, and dragged on a long tunic and skirt. She glanced at herself in the small metal mirror, realized that she had been talking to Stephen with a smudge of ash across her forehead, and grit crusted at the corner of her eye, looked at her hair, looked away, wondered why she cared, and then took the extra 2 minutes to wash her face and scrape her hair into an approximation of tidiness. When she returned, Marguerite and Stephen were watching each other the way that her neighbor's cat sometimes watched strange cats in the alley. "Are we going to fight? I don't want to fight, but if you start it, I will finish it." Grace's money was on Marguerite to do the finishing, if it came to that. She hoped it didn't. She really hoped it didn't. "Stop. It doesn't matter. He's a paladin, for God's sake. Or at least a knight, now that his god's dead. You're... well, you. If Marguerite tears him in half for the good of Anuket City, that's just life." "Let's do this in the front room," said Marguerite. "Grace, I love you dearly, but if we spend too long in this workshop, you'll get oils and powders on my evidence, assuming I don't lose it in the pile." "That's fine," said Grace. She felt better having them in the front room anyway. Having the paladin in her workshop when he wasn't also working made her feel exposed, as if he would judge her for the piles of clutter and the places she'd spilled ingredients. Normal people clean up their workshops occasionally. They don't just pile everything up until the pile falls over and the weasel sleeps on it. Marguerite fanned the papers out on the table and sat back. "Do you read?" she asked Stephen. "Well enough." "Then here is our evidence. We have a signet ring and these papers." She held up the ring. "This is a marker for Anuket City's Senate. If you have this ring, you are allowed into the Senate building, and it can be used to place letters under official seal. They are easy to come by and easy to forge, and I suspect I don't need to tell you that they're not the sort of thing an assassin wears to work." Grace frowned and picked up the ring. It was heavy and had a bright new look to it. "It didn't fit him either, did it?" "No." She weighed the ring in her hand. "How easily could someone come by one if they wanted?" "I've got 3 upstairs," said Marguerite. Stephen lifted his eyes to Marguerite's face, and Grace thought of the cats watching each other again. She isn't hiding the fact she's a spy from him. Interesting. Stephen stripped off his leather gauntlets and picked up the papers. His hands were large and scarred with dozens of small cuts across the backs. Grace looked down at her own nimble fingers, at the network of irregular scars from burns and the thick pad of callus on her index finger, where she had never quite learned not to check the temperature of something by touching it. "Do you work for Anuket City, then?" asked Stephen, looking at Marguerite over the top of the papers. Marguerite raised her eyebrows. "Subtle, aren't you?" "My order was never particularly known for its delicacy." "Let us say that I work for a body of individuals with certain political interests that occasionally align with Anuket City's, even when Anuket City does not themselves appreciate that fact." Said Stephen. Not a negative sound, merely a neutral one. He looked over the papers. "These are certainly incriminating." "To the point of parody," said Marguerite. "No one gives assassins a contract in writing like that." He glanced at Grace, and she felt an urge to defend her friend, if not her friend's employers. "I've never hired an assassin, but perfumers are also, very secretive." "You think you'll steal my secrets, girl? I'll cut your tongue out, pour hot lead into your nostrils. See how you fare then." The memory fugue of the night before was too close. She had to push this memory away before the edges of her vision turned to firelight. The smell of the old man's cologne filled her nostrils. Nutmeg, star anise, citrus, heart note of jasmine, cinnamon, and heliotrope, base note, cedar, ambergris, and musk. A smell she could duplicate easily, and never would. "I imagine they are," said Stephen politely. She blinked at him, thinking, "What? What is he talking about?" and dragged the memory of the conversation back. "Secretive," she said. "Yes, perfumers steal each other's recipes constantly. But we still have to write things down, because it's impossible to remember everything. So we take steps to disguise what we're writing about." He inched forward on the chair, clearly interested. He did not smell of ambergris and heliotrope. He smelled of gingerbread and iron. Grace had a strong urge to lean over and sniff him, and squelched it. "Mirror writing," she said. "But people know that one already, so we invent codes. My master referred to jasmine as sheep and civet as cattle. His recipes looked like an invoice for livestock. Even if you got a hold of one, you'd have to figure out all the references before you could use it." She reached out and tapped the papers in his hand. "Why didn't they do the same for this? It's much more important than perfume." Stephen studied her face so carefully that Grace wanted to squirm in her chair. Finally he nodded, setting the papers down. "You see," said Marguerite, "it's much too blatant." A thought struck Grace. "Is it so blatant that Anuket City might do it to throw people off the scent, though?" Marguerite shot her a rueful look. "I admit I was rather hoping you wouldn't think of that." Stephen snorted and tossed her an approving glance. Grace resented how much that look warmed her, and how blue his eyes looked under the ironic curve of eyebrow. "It's possible," admitted Marguerite. "It's not smart, but it's possible. But they'd have to hope it fell into the hands of someone like me."
"If the attack had gone a little farther, it would fall into the hands of the Archon's guards."
"And they might be smart enough," admitted Marguerite. "But you run a lot of risks with a trick like that. No good spy relies on people being smart."
Relying on people being stupid seems equally dangerous, said Stephen dryly.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? I realize I spend most of my time locked in a workshop, said Grace. But I think you can generally rely on people to be inconvenient. See, there you go, said Marguerite. You could have a great future as a spy.
Or a paladin, rumbled Stephen.
Grace made a warning gesture at both of them. Gods, is it afternoon already? I've got to meet someone, said Marguerite, glancing out the window. She rose to her feet. I may have more news for you soon, Paladin, assuming you wish to have any more to do with this mess at all.
I have not the least wish in the world to get mixed up in politics, said Stephen in his deep, solemn voice. But as I seem to already be mixed up, there is no point in lamenting it, and the company at least is congenial.
He glanced at Grace when he said that last. She felt a blush coming on and told herself sternly that she had blushed enough for one day, and there would be absolutely no more of that. As usual, her skin did not listen to her in the slightest. Marguerite vanished behind the room divider. Grace heard the door close and the creak of footsteps as she ran up the steps to her own room.
I should go too, said Stephen. I did not expect to be gone so long. The bishop will be wondering if I've run afoul of the headsman.
He rose, looking down at her. His blue eyes had golden flecks in the light from the fire.
What scent did you give the Crown Prince? He asked abruptly.
She looked up at him, surprised. Amber and ginger, she said, and some other things. It's easier to let you smell than to explain.
She turned away and found the jar that she had decanted the scent from. There was still some left in the jar, waiting to be labeled and placed in the library of her creations.
He met her eyes and stripped off the leather gauntlets he'd put back on. Grace told herself that it was completely her imagination, that he was doing so very slowly. Then he extended his hand, palm up. She dabbed a spot of oil on her index finger and dragged it down across his wrist. His fingertips trembled almost imperceptibly against her palm. Perhaps it wasn't her imagination after all. She stepped back. He lifted his wrist and breathed in, then smiled at her.
I like that.
You inspired it, she didn't say aloud. You and your maddening smell of gingerbread. She tried to imagine how the amber perfume would interact with the gingerbread scent. Would they clash or complement or... In polite society, one did not lean forward and sniff strange men. She would simply have to live with not knowing. Grace told herself this several times. The Paladin lifted a hand in farewell, still holding the leather glove in his other hand, and let himself out the door. Grace locked it behind him, then leaned against the wall. Her cheeks felt hot. Why was she so knotted up about the man? It didn't make any sense. She had everything she wanted. She had friends and work and a pet that ate pillows, and she made enough money that she didn't have to worry about whether she could replace the pillows Tab ate. Why couldn't she just ignore him? Why was she so far gone that she'd actually thought he might have come back to talk to her because of who she was, and not because of what she'd seen? Stupid, she told herself. Being stupid. You don't want him, and even if you do, you shouldn't. And yet, when he had taken off his leather gauntlets, she had looked at his hands, really looked, not just a quick glance while handing him a teacup. All those narrow white scars across the backs, and when she'd taken his hand to put the scent on his wrist, his sword calluses were rough bands against her palm. What would they feel like across her skin? Was there any pleasure in them? She snorted at her own thoughts. What do you know about pleasure? Sharing Philip's bed had involved some discomfort and a fair amount of boredom. He'd come to the conclusion at some point that he was a great lover, and that all he had to do was swipe his tongue between a woman's legs to leave her gasping and grateful. Grace's attempts to explain that she didn't actually enjoy that very much had caused him to lay siege to her nightly, leaving her staring at the ceiling, wishing he would just hurry up and finish his inexpert slobbering, and let her go try to get some work done. After a few weeks of this, when it became obvious even to Philip that he wasn't getting anywhere, he called her a frigid cow and stormed out of the room. It was not the first of their fights, nor the last. Grace had simply chalked it up to there being something deeply wrong with her, as she'd always suspected, and Philip had confirmed. One of the best things about her new life was that she didn't have to worry about her failings in bed. And yet here she was, thinking about a man's hands, and, if she was being honest, rather more than his hands. She'd found herself with her face pressed into his chest twice now, and she'd be very interested to know what that was like without a layer of leather and mail between them. All these sword swingers have muscles on top of muscles. "You're an idiot," she told herself grimly. "You'll just leave another disappointed man in your wake. You should just step away from this whole mess before you break your own heart. Anyway, you're making a fool of yourself. He's not interested in you. He's here because of the attempted assassination you witnessed, nothing more. You're basically just a mail drop for Marguerite." Hell, if Marguerite was in the room, there was no reason that any man would look at her twice. "Which I do not begrudge her," she told Tab as she entered the workroom. "I'm not interested, and anyway, she is who she is, and it's her job to make men look at her, and she gets a lot more clammy-handed squires than good-looking paladins who smell like gingerbread." Tab said, and stretched. "Precisely. I don't even care if he comes back." "Really, I don't. I mean, he probably will because Marguerite told him to, but that's the only reason he would. I'll probably never see him again once they sort this mess out," said Tab, and rolled over and went back to sleep. She opened the alchemist's tome and stabbed a finger at a random passage. "Let he who has wisdom make note of the signs, the flight of birds, the movement of beasts, the growth of plants, the pattern of fireflies, which often presage a great change in the earth and the hearts of men." Grace looked over at Tab. The only movement, if it could be called such, was his paws twitching as he dreamed. "Let's try that again," she said, flipping to another page. "A toxin prepared of the plant called wolfsbane, and the root which is like unto wild carrot, but having the name water hemlock, will void the bowels, and paralyze a man even unto death. Yet this too may be cured, by taking a fowl and placing it against the feet of the afflicted, and chanting certain prayers unto the four-faced god, until the poison is drawn out into the fowl. Then let the same be buried in a deep place of the earth, and not fed to dogs, for the flesh is unwholesome." "I think I liked the movement of beasts better," said Grace. She gave up on the book as a bad job and went to clean up the workshop. Chapter 17. Stephen stared at the ceiling of his room and sniffed at his wrist, at the increasingly faint smell of amber and ginger, and saffron. He couldn't smell the saffron. Had it worn off, or was his nose not sensitive enough? For that matter, had the entire perfume worn off? Was he simply imagining that it still lingered? Ah, yes, this is extremely normal behavior. Lay in bed and smell your arm, and think about a woman who's made it clear she's not interested in what you have to offer. He could still remember the flat, trapped look on her face when she said, "I don't need you to keep rescuing me." What if I don't want to rescue you? What if I just want to talk to you because you make me laugh, and you live in a jumble of vials and papers with a good-natured weasel and do interesting things? Fine, he had rescued her. Twice. It was a habit you got into when you were a paladin. It was the job. It wasn't like he meant to keep doing it. A vision of her in the smoldering dressing gown teased at him. He'd seen the curve of her breast, and he hadn't stared. He really hadn't. But once he'd seen that she wasn't on fire, well, it had made an impression. Generously made, probably more than a handful. He'd had an idea from the corset the night before, but would have liked the chance to investigate more closely. Stop that. You would not. Well, yes, he would, but it wouldn't be a good idea. It would get complicated. Lust was too close to passion, and passion was much too dangerous when you were basically a berserker fit looking for a place to happen. Not a good idea at all. And it would have been, for example, a supremely bad idea to step forward and put his face against her hair to see if it still smelled of cedar, and then to slide his hand down past the neck of her dressing gown and around the curve of her breast. Terrible idea. Yes, quite terrible. He examined the idea carefully from all angles to make sure that he was aware just how terrible it was. His body had definite opinions about the quality of this idea. Stephen had to adjust the blankets. Then Grace had gone and changed, and come back in a shapeless tunic that hid her torso. But, unfortunately, she'd also put on trousers, and that had dragged his eyes lower. They were faded and frayed, and had shiny patches at the knees and along the seat, the sort of thing she probably worked in because they were comfortable. And never mind any poor paladins who happened to be trying not to stare at the way the material hugged the curve of her hips. Saint have mercy. Gods, maybe it had been too long. Istvan would thump him over the head and tell him, in poetically crude terms, that he needed to get laid and clear his mind. It was easier for Istvan. His brother Paladin had, well, call it a lust for life and a certain enthusiastic zeal for the company of the opposite sex. He could go from one liaison to the next without feeling more than general goodwill for his partner. Stephen, on the other hand, you overcomplicate things. You always have. You are overcomplicating this. Very uncomplicated things were happening below his waist. He stared into the dark and grimaced. Grace Angelica had no interest in him, and apparently a distinct dislike of being rescued. He'd been a paladin long enough that he did not expect gratitude. You didn't slaughter bandits, or cultists, or demon-possessed animals expecting to be thanked. You just did it. And some people did indeed take offense to being saved, as if it were a personal affront that they'd needed it. You got used to that too. It didn't stop you from killing the next set of bandits. That was the job. Hell, that was half the paladin's rule for the Saint of Steel. My duty is to serve. I will be sword and shield for the weak against the strong. I will be a symbol for those who require hope. I will bear the burdens for those who cannot bear them. There was more, of course, about not fighting for wealth or glory, and a great many lesser laws involving dietary restrictions, no raw flesh, duty to one's country, one's family and one's sword brothers, the chain of command among priests, and so forth. And the amount of time spent on the exact number and composition of blankets, shirts, and pairs of boots to be granted to each paladin was, to Stephen's mind, a trifle excessive. But the important ones were all at the beginning. The rule and the battle tide. Those were the two things that made the saints paladins. Or had, in the years before the god had died. Now, well, the rule was still there, and the tide, but you followed one and hoped like hell not to wake the other. The scent of ginger and saffron wafted past his nostrils again. It's not like I pulled her out of a burning building. I spent 5 minutes pretending to swive her in an alley, and then took her to get a little air when she was feeling faint.
That's not rescue. Any decent person would do the same. Well, possibly not the swiving in an alley part. She'd screamed in his ear with feigned passion. He wondered what she would sound like in the throes of the real thing. Could he make her moan or gasp, or cry out his name? You're not going to find out. Master Perfumer Angelica made it very clear that she is not interested. And why would she be? She's a master craftsman who sells to the nobility. You're just a soldier that a god grabbed hold of once upon a time. She's an artist. You knit socks. She is stuck with you until this assassination has been sorted, and then you will politely take yourself out of her life and trouble her no more. And you will go back to your normal life as well, untroubled by assassinations and attractive women accidentally setting themselves on fire. You will serve the rat until you die, and all debts are paid. And then you will rest under the earth, and if there is an afterlife, you may find your God in it at last. It was a straightforward plan. It had held him together for 3 years. He did not need complications, not even complications with gray-green eyes and heavy breasts. Definitely not complications that made him laugh. And again the breasts. Yes, I do seem to keep coming back to that, don't I? He wondered what they would look like, without anything covering them, except perhaps his hands. Stephen sighed. Sleep was clearly not coming tonight. Rather than lie here in the dark, twitchy and aroused, he'd go put in a few hours in the training saal and see if he couldn't exhaust himself until he slept. At the very least, perhaps it would sweat the scent of Grace's perfume off his skin. And whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, Stephen truly did not know. Chapter 18. So the assassin was carrying papers from a Nuket city, calling for the death of the crown prince, and he had a signet ring from the Senate, said Bertung. Stephen nodded. That's about the size of it. Morning light streamed through the windows of Bertung's study, illuminating bands of the desks, which were strewn with papers. It was relentlessly early, and he had been up much too late, brooding. Nevertheless, the bishop had wanted to meet as soon as her schedule allowed to discuss what information he had gleaned from Marguerite. Stephen hunched over his mug of strong tea, racking his brain for details. There were 5 people in the room: Bertung, Istvan, Stephen, and 2 others. One, Zale, was a slender person with pewter gray hair braided back from their face. Stephen did not know them well, only that they were among the rat's holy lawyers, the solicitors sacrosanct. The other, a buxom blonde woman with a cherub's face and a killer's eyes, he didn't know at all. Bertung had introduced her simply as an associate of the rat. "Are you certain those were the same papers taken from the body?" asked Zale. "I can't be sure," admitted Stephen. "They looked right, but I had no chance to read over them at the time. I am fairly certain it was the same ring." Bertung sat back in her chair. "Thoughts?" "How stupid does the motherhood think we are?" rumbled Istvan. The bishop snorted. "That is the question, isn't it? They might as well hang a sign around the lad's neck saying, 'I am definitely a hired assassin, look at me.'" "It's the lack of subtlety that offends the senses," said Zale. "Payment and a Nuket's coin and perhaps a poison used only by their assassins would have been more than enough. There is no need to ham it up so spectacularly." "They're not subtle," admitted the bishop. "But more than that, I think they genuinely believe we cannot be very bright. To their way of thinking, if we were, we would serve the motherhood already." She shrugged. "What of this Marguerite woman?" asked the blonde. "Either a spy or a forger," said Stephen. "Likely both, for a Nuket city. It is in her best interests to convince us that it is not Anuket behind the attack, of course, but—" he frowned. "Does it seem odd to say that I would expect better of her? If she had substituted the papers, they would be less obvious. She seemed insulted by them as well." "Of course, if she is attempting to frame the motherhood, it would be in her best interests to act that way." "She has not mentioned the motherhood," said Stephen. He frowned again, trying to remember if he had done so, and couldn't remember. "I don't know if she suspects them, but she has not mentioned it to me." "If you had not seen the youngster in their train, I suppose we wouldn't suspect them either," admitted Bertong. "I'd still suspect them," said Istvan. Bertong shot him a glance. "I always suspect them," he said. "On principle." Zale chuckled. Stephen took another swallow of tea. Dust motes danced in the light from the windows. The blonde woman's hands were folded on the table in front of her. He wondered how many knives she had on her person right now. "No less than 3, I'd wager. And a woman like that carries a garrote as a matter of course." Stephen respected that. There were people who thought that what soldiers did was somehow cleaner than what assassins did. But in his experience, the dead wound up just as dead either way. "Damn," muttered Bertong, half to herself. "Damn, I'd like to speak to her myself, but I don't want to spook her. Does she know you're passing information on to me?" Stephen frowned. Marguerite seemed far too intelligent not to realize that, but she also hadn't said anything about it. "I can't imagine she doesn't know," he said cautiously, "just as I have to assume she's passing information on to her masters, or will when she reports in." Bertong nodded. "And the perfumer," said the blonde, "probably an assassin." Stephen felt his jaw tighten. "She has nothing to do with this." Everyone in the room looked at him. He flushed. "All right, I can't know that, but I doubt she does. She is aware that her friend is a spy, but she herself is not the type." Those killer's eyes sliced into him. "Or she is a better actress than you believe?" Stephen thought of Grace groggily setting herself on fire. "I suppose that's possible," he admitted, "but I have my doubts. This information seems as new to her as it is to me, and if she is that clever, she is going to be so far ahead of me that I have no hope of catching her out." Istvan cracked a laugh at that. When the blonde switched her gaze to him, he said, "What? He's honest, to a fault usually." "Honest, trustworthy, and unimaginative," said Bertong. "That last is a compliment, by the way, in this business. There's enough jumping at shadows that someone who just sees what's in front of them is a treasure." Stephen snorted, but didn't argue. Neither did Istvan. The blonde inclined her head, as if in tribute to Stephen's lack of imagination. Bertong rubbed her hand over her face. "Bah! I hate this behind-the-scenes foolishness. My life was easier when I was an archdeacon." "Before you had to deal with spy networks, you mean?" said Zale. "Yes, that. And don't sound so smug, or I'll promote you and then it will be your problem." "Rat forfend." Zale made a warning gesture with ink-stained fingers. "I prefer to simply try cases, if it's all the same to you. Competence is its own punishment. I haven't forgotten your work with the swords." Bertong put her chin in her hand, turning back to Stephen. "Marguerite said that she would have more information for you in the future?" "She did, yes." "Consider that your top priority at the moment, though I wonder why she is going to such lengths to keep you involved." Zale coughed. "If I may hazard a guess." "Hazard away." "She may fear that he will investigate on his own if she does not feed him enough information to keep him from doing so." The lawyer-priest gave Stephen an apologetic look. "And, forgive me, but paladins are rarely known for their subtlety of approach."
Even the blonde laughed at that.
"It's a good thought, though," said Istvan, nodding to Zale. "If he or I go stomping around demanding answers, we're likely to kick over a whole hornet's nest of trouble."
"We may yet need to kick over that hornet's nest," said the bishop, rising to her feet. "But for now, keep us posted. Cooperate with this woman as best you can, Stephen. The resources of the temple are at your disposal. I trust your judgment."
"I'm not sure you should," admitted Stephen, rising as well.
"Yes, but at least you're aware of it," said Beartongue. She smiled. "Give me one man who is old enough to know his limits over a dozen who don't." Istvan accompanied him into the hall.
"That went well?"
he said. Stephen gave him a wry look. "Did it?"
"Our nameless friend in there didn't snap your neck like a twig."
"I suppose by those standards, yes." Stephen shook his head.
"Do you know her?" "Never seen her before in my life, but I don't have to know an individual viper to recognize the breed."
"Interesting company for the rat to keep."
"They are practical and ethical, but I suspect that sometimes it is more practical to eliminate someone."
Stephen nodded. He liked Beartongue. He admired her. He even trusted her. He also suspected she was no stranger to rolling the occasional body into a ditch in the name of problem-solving.
"Well, and if you're dealing with assassinations, an assassin is certainly the practical one to consult, is she not?"
Istvan snorted.
"Saints' balls, that's exactly what she's doing, isn't she?"
"Certainly seems that way." His brother Paladin shook his head, then paused.
"Oh, your healer is looking for you. Needs an escort."
"At this hour?" Stephen winced. He hadn't bathed or eaten, although the tea and the blonde's quiet menace had certainly woken him up.
"Damn it. Thank you. I'd go, but the trial wraps today, and he requested you specifically."
"No, it's fine." Making sure the healer got where he was going in one piece was more important than breakfast.
"At least he's not wandering around the weaver's nest by himself."
Stephen lengthened his stride and went to go make certain that Brother Francis kept his head.
Chapter 19.
It rained. It rained buckets. It rained torrents. It rained deluges and waterfalls. It rained for a week straight, while the gutters flooded and the trash floated. The public baths shut down because water from the street was pouring into them, and they were fishing dead rats out of the drains. The Elkinslew River, the lifeblood of Arkenhold, burst its banks on the 5th day of rain. The vast majority of the city was uphill for just such reasons, but docks and fishing boats and at least one footbridge were torn loose and swept into the great river, to bob downstream and presumably reach the sea. At least 2 slums were washed out as well. Grace stood at the window of her shop, watching drops splatter against the diamond panes, and thought gloomily that she had never seen so much rain. She wondered if the Paladins were out there. The servants of the rat certainly would be, organizing temporary lodging and food lines. She pictured Stephen, thigh-deep in muddy water, dragging through wreckage, looking for survivors, and sighed. There was nothing she could do to help. She'd never even had the opportunity to learn to swim. She sent a week's profits to the rat to help with the cleanup, and told herself it was much more useful than getting in everyone else's way. The rain had other consequences, even away from the river. The ancient walled fortress that formed the original core of the city of Archon's glory had primitive sewers, and the new city that ringed the walled one had quite good ones. But the outlying quarters had all grown up willy-nilly, and some of them had sewers, and some of them didn't. The ones that didn't were under a foot of water. The night soil carts couldn't get through, and people were dumping chamber pots in the streets. Cesspits had overflowed. At least one cemetery had apparently washed out as well, and there were rumors that recently buried bodies were floating around in the street,
being used as rafts by rats. The smell, once the rain stopped, was going to be extraordinary. Grace foresaw several months of making pomanders and scented handkerchiefs in the strongest scents she could brew up. She was already compounding mint and rosemary and sage, trying to find something clean, aromatic, and above all overwhelming. No one had come to the shop for several hours. It was one of the 3 days a week that she was open other than by appointment. But it was clear that no one wanted to brave the rain. She should probably just lock the door, and then perhaps go check on her neighbor and see if she needed anything. The old lady liked to yell about sins of the flesh, but she had clung to her home while the area gentrified around her, and Grace felt obligated to visit her every week or so and make sure that she had coal and food. She was just putting her hand on the sign to turn it when a shadow loomed out of the rain. She took a step back, startled, as the figure opened the door and stepped inside, stamping his feet. The Paladin pushed the hood of his cloak back. Rain clung to his eyelashes, which led Grace to notice how sinfully long they were. Men should not have eyelashes like that. It was just unfair. "Sorry," he said. "I don't mean to drip on your floor." "It's fine." Why was her heart pounding? "Never mind that. Why is he here? He can't have come to see me. Can he?" Stephen swung the steaming cloak from his shoulders and hung it on the coat rack beside the door, where it proceeded to pour water onto the boards. He stared at the puddle in mild dismay. "Ah, do you have a towel or—" "Yes, of course." She hurried into the workshop and came back out again. He took the towel and knelt down to deal with the puddle. "It's fine," said Grace again. "You don't need to worry about it." His shoulders were somehow broader than she remembered. How did she keep forgetting that? "What, brings you here?" He was kneeling practically at her feet. She hadn't been expecting that. Men didn't usually fall at her feet unless they were desperate to buy a new perfume, usually to get out of trouble with their wives. For all she knew, he had a wife. It wasn't like she'd ever asked. Did paladins even get married? Were they allowed to? "Some of them are. I know the forge gods can. Not sure about the dreaming god." He looked up into her face, and his eyes were very blue. Then he rose to his feet, and she was eye level with his chest, which was entirely too close and absurdly broad. "What is wrong with me this morning?" "Marguerite sent me a message," he said, "to meet her here." Grace's heart stopped its thumping and sheepishly resumed normal behavior. "Oh, I didn't realize. She isn't here yet. I assume she'll be back." She swallowed and tried again. "I mean, she'll be back, I'm sure. She lives here." How dare she feel disappointed? She hardly knew the man. She had no right to feel that way, and she didn't want to feel that way, and— "I'm glad to see you again," he said. "How is, business?" He gestured vaguely to the empty room, and it occurred to Grace that he was feeling just as awkward as she was, or at least was equally bad at conversation. "We talked so easily that first time. Maybe I just need to throw myself on him and scream in his ear until we get over the awkwardness." "Slow," she said. "The rain's keeping everyone home. Nobody wants perfume. It'll just get washed off in 5 minutes. "Makes sense." He shifted his feet. I brought you something." Grace raised her eyebrows. "You did?" He pulled a small cloth-wrapped bundle out of his pack. "It's not much. It's just that I started them here, you see, so I thought—" He pushed the bundle toward her. She took it, puzzled, then realized what they were. "Socks. Are these socks?" He nodded. She felt a small bubble of delight in her chest. "You made these?" "It's what I do." They were cream and dusty pink, in alternating zigzag patterns.
They were sturdy rather than elegant, but Grace had far more use for warm socks than for delicate ones. "These are amazing." She could not remember the last time someone had made something for her. Had Philip ever? She couldn't think of any examples. "I suppose technically Tab makes me anal secretions every month, but somehow it's just not as touching." "How did you learn to make socks?" "My mother taught me. Our building was full of seamstresses and tailors. We didn't need another one, so she mostly did knitting to sell. People always need socks, and then, well, soldiers definitely always need socks." "I'm impressed. I couldn't make those." He smiled. "I couldn't make perfumes, so I suppose we're even." "Well, there's that." A slightly awkward silence developed. Grace held the socks and wondered whether bringing socks negated coming here because Marguerite had sent for him. "I am definitely thinking too much about this." He glanced around the small front room, at the tall shelves and the small, neat seating area. "So, how does one become a perfumer?" Small talk, thought Grace. We're doing small talk now. All right? I suppose I started it, asking about the socks. Well, normal people start there, I guess. First small talk, then pantomimed sex acts in an alley, then murder scene. I'm doing this all wrong, as usual. One is apprenticed to one, said Grace. In my case, my master picked me out from the orphanage. You were an orphan, Stephen frowned. I'm so sorry. Almost everyone is, eventually, said Grace. It's not a big deal. In the orphanage she had been raised in, hardly anyone worried much about their mother and father. Everyone's goal was to get an apprenticeship to a kind master, in a field where they'd be wealthy and respected, and eat 3 meat meals a week. 9-year-old Grace's highest ambition had been apprenticeship in the kennels of a great house. She was good with animals, but somewhat alarmed by horses. Caring for hounds seemed like the best possible life, and if you were lucky, you were treated as well as the hounds were, which in some houses was very well indeed. Instead, she'd found herself lined up with a half-dozen other youngsters on hiring day, and a sour-faced old man had stomped up, pulled out a strip of parchment, and thrust it under the nose of the first boy in line. "What do you smell?" he snapped. Flowers, sir?" said the first boy. "What sort of flowers?" "I don't know, sir." "Useless," growled the old man, and went to the next child in line. "What do you smell?" The line of 9-year-olds exchanged looks with each other. Was the old man mad? But the sisters of the four-faced god had let him in for hiring day, and were nodding and smiling encouragingly. Grace had no idea what the old man expected, but when she smelled the strip of paper, the scent of roses leapt up at her, followed by something else. "There's 2 smells," she said, forgetting the sir in her excitement. "Aren't there? It's like rose, but something else. Spicy like cinnamon, only not cinnamon. I don't think I've ever smelled it before." "Huh," said the old man, pleased. He reached out, grabbed the top of her skull, and turned her head back and forth. "You look sickly," he said at last. "You'll probably die, and I'll waste my time training you." "I'll try not to, sir," said Grace. It did not occur to her until later that she should have lied to try to get out of the apprenticeship. He did not look like a hound master. "Humph. Can you keep your mouth shut?" Grace didn't know how to answer that question. She closed her mouth and looked at him, puzzled. "Humph." He stomped away from her to the sisters who ran the home, and thrust money into their hands. Even now, Grace had to give him credit. He was not a stingy master, unkind and bitter and angry at the world, but he did not short the price of her articles of apprenticeship. "Come on, then," he said, snapping his fingers at her as if she were a dog. "Please, sir," said Grace, hurrying after him. What am I to be apprenticed as?" "A perfumer, dear," said Sister Reese. She was a large, muscular woman, and when she swept Grace up in a hug, Grace felt briefly that perhaps all would be well. "It's a good, important job. You'll do so well." The old man cleared his throat. Grace trotted after him, still baffled. She turned back to wave to the other children, her lifelong friends, and then they left the courtyard of the home, and she never saw any of them again. She explained as much of this as she could to Stephen, without trying to sound too self-pitying. She remembered having little to complain about. She had clothes and food and a warm place to sleep. Her new master could only work for a few hours a day, so she had a great deal of free time compared to the other apprentices she knew. His arthritis was so bad that he could only beat her occasionally, and it hurt him much more than her when he did. He screamed a great deal, that was all, and threw things when he could manage. But she'd learned things, too, more than she'd ever expected. A whole world opened up to her, a world of sense, a world where she was actually competent, a world where she could inhale and break a perfume apart into a dozen ingredients in her head. She could do it walking down the street. It made her feel like the possessor of secret knowledge, as if she moved in a hidden world that few other people could sense and fewer could make sense of. The old man had hired her to be his hands, now that his joints were too swollen to manage the delicate work of handling pipettes and droppers and vials. She learned the 100 myriad processes of perfume-making by doing them all over and over, while her master hovered over her shoulder, barking orders in his cracked, querulous voice. Eventually she became so good at anticipating his needs that he no longer barked orders and seemed to forget that she had an existence beyond him. It was not until a cough laid him low for weeks, and she filled the orders for him, that he remembered again and began to suspect her of plotting to take over his business. Instead of screaming at her for clumsiness, he screamed at her for spying, for stealing his secrets, and began to threaten to cut out her tongue or pour hot lead in her nose to keep her from being able to displace him. She tried to make this threat seem funny, and didn't realize until Stephen stared at her in horror that maybe it wasn't as funny as she thought. "Look, it's not like he could have done it," she said. "I mean, I would have had to boil the lead for him and pour it up my own nose and, She realized that this was not helping her case much. "We were in the artificer's quarter, and a lot of other apprentices had it much worse. None of the perfumes ever exploded, and nobody tried to replace my eyes with clockwork even once." "Did that happen?" "Guild rules said you couldn't experiment on apprentices, but—" "Well," Grace shrugged. "Yeah, sometimes." "He still sounds very unkind." "He wasn't a nice man, no." When Philip had bought her articles of apprenticeship, the old man had screamed obscenities at her, even while she was studying the paper so that he could sign his name and sell her away. This, however, was an even darker road to go down. Grace made an effort to turn the conversation in another direction. "So how does one become a paladin, then?" Stephen shrugged. Well, I grew up in Arkenhold, and when I was old enough to lie about my age, I joined the army." "The army? Not a sock maker?" He laughed. "Sadly, no. The weavers could take their pick of apprentices, and mostly they picked ones that looked easier to feed. I was big for my age, and good at hitting things, and the army paid weekly and fed and housed me, so I could pass the money to my mother." His mother. Having no relatives herself, it rarely occurred to Grace that other people had them. "Yes, a family. Normal people have families. I must remember. What does one say? How is your mother now?" "Dead." "That went well."
Consumption, he said, possibly moved by her alarmed expression. She lived long enough to see me chosen by the god.
And how does that happen? Grace seized on this, which at least should steer them away from family matters. It won't seem as strange that I have no idea how paladins work.
My unit in the army was called out to clear a nest of wheat shields. Oh, How long have you been in Arkenhold?
Only about 3 years.
He nodded. You might not have heard of them then. A cult that sprang up about 15 years ago. They claimed to be followers of the Lady of Grass, but the temple denied that very vigorously. Anyway, their theology was different, claimed that the lady wanted humans harvested like wheat, and only when the harvest had been brought in could the seasons turn.
Grace's eyes went wide. That doesn't sound good.
It was very bad. They slaughtered villages indiscriminately. They were mostly cleared out by that point, but occasionally you'd get little groups still springing up. Some people just want the apocalypse in their lifetime. He shrugged. Anyway, my unit was called out, and a group of the Saints' Paladins, we were, considered the elite.
He looked extremely uncomfortable admitting this. Grace added modesty to the list of Stephen's virtues. I've heard as much.
Yes. When the god's blessing took the Paladins, it took me too. I don't know how much you know about that.
Grace shook her head. Like a berserker fit, I heard.
Like that, yes. Only the god directed it. Having it come upon me was unexpected.
There was something about his expression that made Grace think that it was a profound understatement.
All I knew was that I was in the ranks, and then a heartbeat later, something happened in my head, and I was in full charge with a group of men I'd only seen in passing.
I can see why that would be unsettling.
Stephen gave a short, humorless laugh. That's one way to put it. The army discharged me right then and there, turned me over to the Paladins. I barely knew what was happening. I didn't know whether to be more afraid that I was losing my mind, or that my mother wouldn't get my back pay.
And they didn't give you a choice to turn it down?
She felt herself growing indignant on his behalf, imagining a confused young man plucked from the ranks, with holy madness dumped in his lap. No? Stephen looked surprised that she'd even ask. Well, I suppose I could have, but, once the battle tide takes you, it doesn't really stop taking you. You can't just turn it off. He spread his hands. Once it woke up, my choices were very limited. Join the Order, or risk finding myself running berserk with nothing to stop me. The choice was easy in the end.
Grace shook her head. It seemed like the god could have ordered things better. Is that how it is for all the Paladins?
For the Saint of Steel's chosen, yes. I can't speak to any other order. I know the Dreaming God's Paladins have to train for years to bind demons. It's easier for us. We just get pointed at the enemy, and then the battle tide comes on us. He sighed. In our heyday, we could tear apart every cultist in a room, and not lay a fingertip on their prisoners.
Precision berserkers. No wonder the army called them out. That seems useful?
Useful, yes. We were useful, he shrugged. Then the god died and we weren't anymore. That's all.
His face was calm, his body was relaxed, and his eyes were like raw wounds. Grace looked away. She wondered if he thought he was hiding it. She had a strong urge to go and put her arms around him, and that was absolute foolishness. He certainly wouldn't want her pity, and who was she to comfort anyone? Oh, God, why did I start down this road? Why didn't I talk about the rain instead? Did your mother get the back pay after all?
Stephen blinked at her, and a little of the wounded look left his eyes. Yes, she did. The temple took very good care of our families. When I figured out what it all meant, at the time I was very glad to have been chosen. The front door banged. Grace closed her eyes in brief, intense relief before she had to ask whether he still felt that way, now that the god was dead. Chapter 20. "Good, you're both here," said Marguerite, breezing in. She shook rain off her hat. "I've got the carriage waiting. There's someone I want you to meet." "Huh?" said Grace. "Excuse me," said Stephen. "Sorry," Marguerite gave her an apologetic smile. "You're coming along because, well, you're mixed up in this. And you, Paladin, because sometimes you want a witness that's above reproach." She paused, then said, "Also, I don't think you trust any information that comes from me. I mean, I wouldn't if I were you." Stephen opened his mouth and then closed it again, obviously torn between chivalry and honesty. "Take some of whatever that thing you sniff is," added Marguerite. "We're going somewhere smelly." That was all she would say. Stephen looked at Grace, who shrugged helplessly and went to pick up her jar of char beans and her coat. All three piled into a carriage. Stephen took up most of one seat by himself, and Grace and Marguerite took the other. Rain darkened the windows, so there was nowhere to look but at Stephen. This was awkward. Am I looking at him too much? Not enough? Should I look into his eyes, or is that strange? Should I not look in his eyes? No, then I look guilty. He already doesn't trust Marguerite. Why do I care if he trusts me or not? I haven't done anything. Oh, dear. He smiled at her. In the darkness of the carriage, his eyes were a blue so deep it looked almost black. Grace's stomach turned over, and she clutched at the jar on her lap and thought, "Where is Marguerite taking us?" Stephen, meanwhile, was looking at Grace, who had almost vanished into her oversized coat. It made her look very small. He had a strong urge to wrap the coat up tightly around her to keep her safe from the cold and the wet, and anything else in the world that might want to cause her harm. "Stop. This is a dangerous road to go down. Stop." She had seemed genuinely delighted by the socks. He knew it was an awkward gift, completely unromantic. He should probably have brought roses. But after a solid week of rain, there weren't any roses, and everybody's feet were getting cold and wet. So he'd brought the socks, and she'd actually seemed pleased. Her smile had shown that crooked tooth. His heart had lurched. Then, like an idiot, he'd gone and asked her about becoming a perfumer. As light as she'd made of her apprenticeship, it had obviously been dreadful. He wanted to stomp to Anuket City and kick down the old man's door and shake him until his spine rattled. Then she'd asked him about becoming a paladin, and saint help him, he'd told her. He hadn't thought about those first days in years. He'd been a paladin more than half his life. Remembering that wet-behind-the-ears recruit, clutching his pike and hoping he didn't disgrace himself. Saint's blood, he'd been so young. And then the battle tide had risen around him, a great roaring in his ears, and a golden fire that poured down every nerve. He had looked across the sea of spear points, and feared them no more than blades of grass. The golden fire spread across the battlefield, and he need only walk across it, drawing his sword and letting it fall. The enemy's weapons barely touched him. They were so slow, so weak, and there was a god walking with him. Dear God, but it had been good. He realized he was staring at the women across from him without seeing them, and quickly looked out the window. The blurred, watery view made it hard to make out landmarks. "Are we going to the walled city?" "Correct," said Marguerite cheerfully. "I am not certain that they would welcome me with open arms at the palace," said Stephen.
"It's fine. We're not going to the palace proper, but to one of the outbuildings."
The carriage pulled up a few moments later, in front of a low stone building built tight against the wall itself. It had a functional, rather drab look about it. No effort had been made to soften the stone with plantings or banners. Stephen got out first and offered both of the women his hand to descend. Marguerite's smile was ironic under her hat. Grace looked up at him with her clear, grave eyes and took his hand. He suddenly wished that he weren't wearing gloves. "And it is freezing and raining, and that is a foolish thing to wish. You are the responsible one, the reliable one. Stop wishing for irresponsible things." They dashed into the building, following Marguerite. No one challenged them. One bored-looking guard was on duty, but he was not armed, and he only waved a hand lazily at them. "Miss Marguerite?"
"Piper's expecting us."
He nodded and sank back in his chair. From his heavy-eyed expression, Stephen suspected they were interrupting a nap. They went through a door and down a long flight of stone steps. The air chilled around them. There was a stone landing and a corridor off it, but Marguerite ignored that and went down yet again. "We must be quite a long way down by now," said Stephen.
"The old wine cellars," said Marguerite.
"Not the dungeons?" asked Grace.
"No, those are under the administrative buildings."
Stephen watched Grace start to laugh, realized that her friend wasn't joking, and gulp instead. "They aren't used much," he said. "Most criminals go to the main prison on Waterlink Street. It's only the political prisoners and a few special cases they keep in the dungeons."
"Is that supposed to make me feel better?"
"Did it?"
"No."
At the bottom of the stairs was another corridor, and this one Marguerite took. She banged on the last door.
"Piper, it's us."
"Doors open," called a muffled voice. Marguerite pushed the door open. It was heavy metal and clanged like a prison door. Stephen caught the door and looked through, reaching out a hand automatically to stop Grace from going through before he had checked for danger. A man in a leather mask looked up at him. He was standing over a dead body and holding a very large knife. Stephen's hand dropped immediately to his sword hilt. The man in the mask rolled his eyes. "Don't bother, Paladin. She's a bit beyond caring right now. Come in."
"This is Dr. Piper," said Marguerite, stepping out of the way. "He does autopsies."
"It's a living," said Piper. "For me, that is. Not for them, obviously. You're the Paladin and the perfumer, then?" Stephen realized that Grace was staring over his arm into the room, her eyes huge. He stepped out of the way and held the door for her. She stepped inside but stayed close to him. He found that he didn't mind. The room smelled less awful than one would expect, but since he expected it to smell like an open grave, that wasn't saying much. The reek of human decay was in his nostrils, but it was cold enough that it hadn't reached the truly horrific stage. "You're here about the dead boy," said Piper. "Give me a minute to finish this poor soul, and I'll go over it."
"Is he here?" asked Grace. "It's been over a week."
"No, I did him the first day," said Piper. He set the knife, which Stephen saw now was more of a saw, down, and picked up another smaller one, and prodded inside the dead woman's chest. Marguerite leaned against the wall, waiting. Grace craned her neck.
How did she die?"
The dead woman was very pale, lips purple, hair a ragged halo around her face. Her face was serene, in contrast to the gaping hole in her chest, and the man wrist-deep inside it. Piper cocked an eyebrow at Grace. The mask covered the lower half of his face and was laced together, looking rather like a beak. "Died in childbirth. The family wants to blame the midwife, but I'm afraid they're out of luck. She actually delivered in fairly good order."
He gestured vaguely in the direction of the corpse's lower half. Stephen could see a long incision from hip to hip, although thankfully everything was still contained within. He felt slightly ill. "You've killed how many men on the battlefield? Bit foolish to get squeamish now." "Yes, but the god was on me then, and the divine madness, not this cold, bloodless dissection." "Pretty sure the problem was her lungs," said Piper. "They're a mess. You might want to cover your nose. This usually smells." He reached in with his smaller knife. "Ah, there, you see?" The scent of putrefaction welled through the room. Marguerite pulled out a handkerchief, grimacing. Grace's nostrils flared, as if she was actually smelling the rot deliberately. Then she went a bit green and turned away, grabbing for the jar she carried. "Abscess in the lungs," said Piper. "Looks like it burst with the strain of labor. She had consumption. I'm amazed she carried the babe to term." He turned and did something else with the knife. The smell intensified. "2 abscesses. Blessed gods. I suppose one burst and filled the lung, and then the strain of coughing opened the other. Never had a chance." Grace shoved her nose completely into the jar, eyes closed. It was the most natural thing in the world for Stephen to reach out and put an arm around her shoulders, and step closer so that her face was against his shoulder. He had done it any number of times for survivors. The saint put the madness on you and took it off again, and afterward you had people left who weren't part of the fight and didn't need to see the carnage that had overtaken their farm or their village. It was easiest simply to use the Paladin's voice, tell them not to look, and help them away from the scene. "And that is the only reason they used us, instead of hiring, clockwork monsters from Anuket City, or golems, say, assuming they could find a golem maker in this day and age. Soulless machines kill as efficiently as we did, but they cannot comfort the survivors afterward, or make reports." Stephen had a fairly cynical idea about which was ultimately more important to a commander. He tried to keep his grip slack enough that Grace could pull away, but she leaned against him. He could feel her body pressed against his like a burning brand, even through the chainmail. It would have been so easy to put his other arm around her, fold her into an embrace, and hold her close. "And you are in a room with a man cutting up a dead woman, and this is not the time." "Nearly done," said Piper. He reached down and pulled a blood-stained sheet off the floor and draped it over the body, then set the knife down in a tray. "Give me just a moment." He moved around the room, picking up tools. Stephen glanced over at Marguerite and saw that she was watching him and Grace with a small, unreadable smile. Piper finished what he was doing and moved to a basin. He washed his hands with a slab of soap, then wiped them dry. Only then did he reach up to remove his mask. The face revealed looked youthfully handsome, but there were narrow lines around the eyes that told Stephen he was older than he looked. He had dark brown hair, cut short, and he was clean-shaven. Stephen didn't blame him. If he had to wedge his face into a leather half-mask for hours a day, he'd probably forego the beard too. "All right," he said. "Let's go next door. It'll smell better, and I realize most people don't like to talk over a corpse." Grace stepped away from him, looking faintly embarrassed. Stephen took a step forward and signed a benediction over the dead woman's body. "Saint of Steel, well, I suppose you no longer look over us. In that case, White Rat grant her peace." He looked up and saw the other 3 watching him. He cleared his throat, unwilling to ask forgiveness, but feeling awkward nonetheless. "Right then," said Piper. "Follow me, gentlefolk." Piper's office was as uncluttered as the morgue. There was a single large desk, bare of anything, and 2 chairs. Piper grimaced, pulled one of the chairs out from behind the desk and slid it across the floor to join the other one. He leaned against his desk. "Sorry, I don't get many large groups." Chivalry not being completely dead, Stephen stood while Grace and Marguerite took the chairs. "So you are the Archon's, Stephen began, wondering why Marguerite had insisted they come here. "Physician to the dead," said Piper. "At least for those souls who don't have their own doctor to do the final graces." He nodded to Marguerite. "She says you're interested in the dead boy from the other day." Stephen glanced at Marguerite. "He was poisoned, wasn't he? I did not think one would need an autopsy to determine that." "His fingertips were blue," said Marguerite. "And his toes," added Piper. Stephen and Grace traded helpless looks. "From the poison?" asked Grace. "Yes, exactly," Marguerite beamed. "But not the one he took." They traded looks again. Stephen was a little relieved to see that the perfumer wasn't keeping up any better than he was. What?" "The poison he took doesn't turn your toes purple," said Piper. "I'd maybe overlook that, given that people's extremities do odd things when they die, but I was suspicious, so I opened up his stomach and took a look." He folded his arms. "His stomach was a mess. He ate something that really did not agree with him." "He swallowed poison," said Stephen. "We watched him." "No," said Marguerite. "He ate a poisoned glass pill. I doubt he swallowed very much of it. It sliced up his gums and got into his blood, but it didn't get into his stomach." Piper nodded to her. "His mouth was a mess, and I used gloves to handle him. But the glass was only part way down his throat. But he took something substantially before then. Something that I suspect was in the process of killing him. Wrecked his stomach and had already started on the top of the intestine, too." He shook his head. "I suspect he was a dead man long before he ate that glass pill." "You mean he was poisoned by something else before he took the poison in front of us?" said Grace. Stephen leaned forward, suddenly alert. "So his employer poisoned him, in case he panicked and didn't kill himself." "Exactly." Marguerite turned in her chair and stabbed a finger at him. "They knew he was going to get caught, and they wanted to make sure he didn't talk." "He was sweating and sick," said Stephen slowly. "One of the others saw him puking his guts up. We thought it was nerves, but it wasn't. He was dying already." He looked up at Piper. "Who knows this?" "That," said Piper grimly, "is the other odd bit. The Motherhood sent one of their physicians to, observe." He shoved himself away from the table. "He asked if it could be an ulcer or spicy food, if you can believe it. Feh, spicy food, my ass. They were just bitter that I was the examiner, not one of theirs." "The Motherhood again," muttered Stephen. "They do have their pointy little fingers and a lot of pies, don't they?" said Marguerite. "Do you know what kind of poison it was?" asked Stephen. Piper shook his head. "I'm not that good," he said. "Sweating, vomiting, blue extremities. But he was also nervous, so the sweating we can maybe explain away. Too many options, and it could have been more than one poison if somebody decided to hedge their bets. As nasty as things were getting in his guts, I wouldn't be surprised. He had to be having the stomach cramps to end all stomach cramps, though." He scowled. "No, I can't tell you what it was, but gods, it's not like I can keep up on all the ways people have of killing each other. But I don't believe for a minute that all that came from nervous vomiting and the poison he took 5 minutes earlier." "Huh," said Stephen. "That is... huh." "It is, isn't it?" said Marguerite. "What a complicated way to die," murmured Grace. Piper looked from face to face. Anything else I can do for you fine people? I have to finish preparing the lady in there for burial." A thought struck Stephen. "Have you seen any of the severed heads that have turned up around the city?" "Oh, from the Weaver's Nest headsman, or whatever they're calling him. Saw one." "And?" "I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the cause of death was decapitation." Marguerite snorted. Piper spread his hands. "The dead can tell you a great deal, but only if you get to them quickly and have enough to work with. Sorry, Paladin. Believe me, if I knew more, I wouldn't keep it to myself. Anything else?" "No, that should be enough." Marguerite rose. "Thanks, Piper." In the doorway, Grace turned. Stephen caught the door over her head. "Doctor?" Piper glanced up. "Yes?" "Did the baby live?" "Eh?" "The woman in the next room. You said she died in childbirth." "Oh," Piper smiled. "Yes, a healthy babe, thankfully." Grace smiled back. If Stephen had not been watching her so closely, he would not have seen her eyes flick to Marguerite's back, would not have followed her gaze and seen how the other woman's shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly at the doctor's words. "Not asking for herself, then. I see." Stephen stepped to close the door and looked over at Piper. He raised one eyebrow. The other man's smile dropped away. He shook his head. "Thank you," said Stephen. He knew that Grace and Marguerite would take it as thanks for the doctor's time. But all his gratitude was for the lie instead. Chapter 21. "Interesting fellow," said Stephen, as they climbed into the carriage. "Interesting story." "I thought it best you hear for yourself," said Marguerite. "That way you can report to the bishop firsthand." He smiled wryly. "Yes, of course, though you could have just told me." "I thought Piper would be more convincing in person." Grace picked at a thread on her tunic. The smell of the dead body lingered in her memory. She'd smelled death before, but never so divorced from other odors. Usually there was blood and mud and sweat and sickness, all mixed up together. The precise smell of death, without any others to taint it, was a strange, sickly revelation. "What would I use to reproduce that?" "Nothing. No one wanted to smell like a corpse." "Obviously. Normal people do not think about how to reproduce the smell of dead bodies." She had made the mistake of sniffing the air when Piper opened the dead woman's lungs. It was her old master's habit at work. "Smell everything. Good, bad, it doesn't matter. You need a library of scents to carry around in your head. If you don't know the bad, you won't know what will mask it." She wondered how the hell you'd mask that. Heavy smoke, maybe? Something like frankincense. You'd need it so thick that your tongue would go dry. Stephen had put his arm around her and turned her away. She could still feel the imprint of each finger, splayed across her shoulder like an invisible brand. She was embarrassed to have needed it. Always weak, always needing rescue. God, when will you ever learn? But for a moment, while she leaned against him, he had been large and warm and solid, and she had been very aware of the strength of his arm around her and the hardness of the muscle of his chest. Some of that hardness was armor, but not all of it. "He was indeed convincing," said Stephen. His eyes were on Marguerite. Yes, all right, you're right. I would have been more skeptical if you just told me. I believe that Dr. Piper believes what he said." "And?" said Marguerite. "And it makes sense," said Stephen. "If you figure a ruthless employer, one who didn't want their assassin talking." "If you're sending assassins, you're probably already ruthless," said Grace. He inclined his head. "Yes, fair enough. But there's a difference between sending highly trained professionals and sending children that you've poisoned for insurance.
Two kinds of ruthlessness, I suppose."
"That's why it's not a Nuket city," said Marguerite softly. Stephen's eyes locked on her. "I know," she said. "Assassins they have. Plenty of them. Something like this is too messy. They hire professionals. They've got them to hire." Stephen grunted. He started to say something else, and the cart struck a patch of rounded cobblestones and began to rattle like breath in a dying woman's chest. "We'll wait," Marguerite shouted over the noise. "Talk at the shop." Grace watched Stephen watching Marguerite and felt a pang that she didn't want to admit to feeling. She turned her head and looked out the window instead, at the endless falling rain. "Give me a few moments," Marguerite said, when they reached the shop at last. "I've been gallivanting around in the rain for hours, and I'm soaked through. Let me put on something dry at least." "I'll make tea," Grace volunteered.
"I'll stand here," said Stephen.
"You do it well," Grace assured him.
"Well, I have a great deal of practice."
She smiled at him, and his heart did a familiar lurch. "Stop that." Marguerite went upstairs. He stood in the doorway of the workshop, at attention for lack of anything else to do, and watched Grace boiling water. Her tea kettle was as battered as a breastplate that had been through the wars.
"Where is your little ferret friend?" he asked finally.
"Probably asleep someplace warm."
She poured the water over tea leaves, and the scent of bergamot filled the room.
It was a pleasant smell, and it harmonized well with some of the other scents in the room. He wondered how she kept them from mingling together in the apparent chaos of the workshop, or if sometimes her perfumes had a faint hint of tea, or perhaps her tea came out tasting of sandalwood and clove. "This means something else, you know," said Grace, when the tea had steeped.
"Hmm?"
For a moment he could not think what she was talking about. The tea meant something else? She handed him the cup.
The mug felt very small in his gloved hands.
"If he was already poisoned, that means it wouldn't have mattered what you said." He blinked at her, but the truth slowly worked into his mind, like water soaking through wood.
No. No, it wouldn't have mattered, would it? Nothing I did could have saved him."
He was too old and tired to feel as if a great weight had been lifted. There were too many weights left on him. But a little tension went out of his shoulders at the thought. He had not failed the young assassin. All the failure had been long before he arrived. The best he could do, the best he had done, was to make sure that the last voice the boy heard was kind. Marguerite came back down in dry clothes, wearing Tab like a stole over her shoulders. "I found this trying to get into my room." "Mrrr." "Sorry," said Grace. "Did he get in?" "Nah, just a few more scratches in the door. Add it to my rent." Stephen made a mental note that Marguerite was Grace's landlord, as well as partner and apparently friend. Somebody banged on the door. Grace let out a surprisingly vile oath, startling a laugh from Stephen. "We're closed," she said. "Can't they see the sign?" "I doubt it matters," said Marguerite, peering through the diamond windows. "He's got the livery of the Crown Prince of Charlock." "I'll tell him to come back later." "Not the prince's messenger, you won't. Let him in." She swept the papers off the table and tucked them into her coat. Grace sighed and unlocked the door. "Can I help you?"
"I've a message from His Magnificence, the Crown Prince," said the man. Marguerite looked smug.
"Oh, well, you'd better come in then." She opened the door.
The man came in, dripping and bedraggled. He was very handsome, or would be, if he wasn't soaked to the skin. He had honey-colored hair, and his livery fit him like a very soggy glove. He bowed sweepingly to Grace, as if he was not currently doing a fine imitation of a drowned rat. A heavy gold necklace with an amber crystal swung against his chest as he straightened.
Do I have the honor of addressing the master perfumer Angelica?" "That's me," said Grace. She rubbed her palms down her trousers and offered her hand. The messenger took it, but instead of shaking, he lifted it to his lips. Stephen had a brief, intense desire to tear his arm off, and then perhaps beat him about the head and shoulders with it. "Stop that. Down. You are what's left of a paladin. You do not treat any woman like a stray dog guarding a bone. Besides, you could have kissed her hand when you first met. You didn't. That's on you." "I was dry-humping her in an alley," he reminded himself. "I think we were a little beyond hand-kissing at that point, and it hasn't really come up again." Grace retrieved her hand, a bemused expression on her face. Hello?" "My name is Ethan Duvalier," the messenger said. "I come on behalf of the Crown Prince of Charlock." He paused dramatically, as if expecting applause, or perhaps for Grace to swoon at the idea. Okay," said Grace. Duvalier rallied well. Stephen would give him that. "Yes, His Magnificence has sent me to speak with you on his behalf. He was much struck at your meeting and wishes to engage your services." "What services is he requesting?" "They had best be her skills as a perfumer, or I will tear His Magnificence's arm off and beat him with it too." "He is extremely fond of the scent you prepared for him," said Ethan. "He would like to purchase a larger quantity of it, to take back to Charlock when we leave, say perhaps 10 vials. Grace chewed on her lower lip briefly. "I don't have that much made up, I'm afraid. But if His Magnificence can wait for 3 days, I can arrange that." "3 days is more than sufficient," said Ethan. He smiled warmly. "He will be greatly pleased. And the cost?" 75 golden thalers, said Marguerite, before Grace could speak. Stephen did not whistle out loud, but it was a near thing. A golden thaler was the highest denomination of coin used in Arkenhold. 75 of them could house a family for a year, in a decent neighborhood, with sewers and sidewalks. The rent in the too-cramped building he had grown up in was 5 silver thalers a month, and silvers were worth less than half of gold. Grace's eyes flickered for an instant, but she smiled at Duvalier. "A discount for the Crown Prince, I see. Yes, of course." "We are honored by his patronage," said Marguerite warmly. Ethan inclined his head, but did not deny it. "He hopes that you will do the honor of presenting it to him personally. I shall come with a carriage in 3 days, then?" "Most certainly," said Marguerite, when Grace didn't say anything. She raised an eyebrow at Ethan. "Pardon, Sir Duvalier, but either your accent is superb, or you are not from Charlock originally." He laughed ruefully, and pushed the wet hair out of his eyes. "You've found me out, Miss—" "Marguerite, I am the master perfumer's assistant." "Business partner?" protested Grace. Of course." He glanced up at Stephen. He had an open, friendly expression and warm brown eyes. Stephen disliked him immediately. "And you are?" "Stephen, I serve in the Temple of the Rat." "A knight?" "No, merely a man-at-arms," which was not untrue, although it left out a great deal. "Ah, I see." He turned back to Marguerite. "Yes, Miss Marguerite, I am actually from Anuket City originally, though it is my good fortune to serve Charlock now." "You are nearly back home, then," said Marguerite. Ethan was, apparently, too much of a diplomat to express how little Archon's glory resembled Anuket City, despite being relatively close together. "Alas, I fear that my service to the Crown Prince does not allow me to return to Anuket often. But it would be merely nostalgia in any event. My home is in Charlock now. I traveled there and fell immediately in love." He smiled warmly at Grace as he said the last words.
Stephen resisted the urge to loom over him. He was bigger than Duvalier. He didn't need to prove it. Grace had a distracted expression, and Stephen would swear she was working out perfume details in her head. "Ginger," she muttered, gazing vaguely over Duvalier's shoulder. "Have I got enough ginger?" 3 days, then," said Marguerite firmly. "Yes, most certainly. I shall leave you to the act of creation. It shall be my great pleasure to see you again, Master Perfumer," said Ethan. He bowed deeply to Grace, with a sweep of his cloak. "My very great pleasure." I could ram the cloak down his throat if the arm doesn't come off easily enough. "Yes, that's fine," said Grace, sounding even more distracted. He made a less impressive bow to Marguerite, gave Stephen a perfunctory nod, and swept out the door as if he were the Crown Prince himself, and it was not pouring buckets of rain. It would probably be wrong to hope he drowns on the way back to the embassy. $75 golden, said Grace, turning on Marguerite. "My God, why not ask for a summer home in Charlock while you're at it?" "You handled that beautifully, though," said Marguerite. "A discount for the Crown Prince. I nearly swallowed my teeth. I was afraid he'd seen me nearly choke when I heard the number." "I take it that it doesn't usually cost that much," said Stephen. "Gods, no. I don't think I make that in a year." "Exclusivity is expensive," said Marguerite, unruffled. "Charlock can pay it and won't even notice. When word gets out as to how much you charge, the nobles will all be dying to get cents from you so that they can impress each other with how much they spent on it." Grace dragged her hands over her face. 3 years ago I could barely afford bread, she said, to no one in particular. I was living on potatoes that were already sprouting, and turnips so old they had names. A rush of fellow feeling rose in Stephen's chest. There was something about poverty that was a little like war. Either you had been there or you hadn't, and it wasn't really possible to explain it to anyone who hadn't. "I've been there," he said, with more warmth than he intended. Grace held his eyes briefly, understanding, and then they both looked away. 3 years is a long time, said Marguerite. "Indeed," said Stephen. 3 years ago he'd had a living God, but there was no point in dwelling on it. "You'll come with me, won't you?" said Grace. "Yes, of course," said Stephen and Marguerite simultaneously. Stephen flushed. There was no question who she had been talking to. Marguerite gave him a look of amused pity. "You should come, too. Makes us look better if we have what did you call it? Man-at-arms?" "What do those even do?" said Grace. "Well, a man-at-arms would be—" "A bodyguard that does heavy lifting," said Marguerite. "More or less, yes." "I thought that you were a knight," said Grace. It shouldn't have stung, but it still did a little. "Only a simple soldier," he said. "I was infantry before the god called me." "And they don't knight you in the god's service?" "Not the saint," he said. "There are knights called to his service, but I was not one of them." He smiled faintly. "Plus, knights are still usually mounted warriors, and I can say with some authority that horses do not care for berserkers." "You act like a knight," muttered Grace, her downturned mouth turning down even farther. Stephen raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you know, noble, chivalrous." His chest swelled. "Stubborn." It deflated slightly. Marguerite grinned. "Come back in 3 days, then, and you can be our man-at-arms, assuming your duties allow it. The rat has graciously suggested that I make getting to the bottom of the assassination my top priority. I believe this would fit under that aegis." "Have they indeed?" murmured Marguerite, giving him a look that clearly had wheels turning behind it. "You could not have expected that they would be uninterested," said Stephen. "No, I suppose not." Marguerite stood, as did Grace.
Stephen could read the signs when he was being dismissed. 3 days, then, he said, and stepped out the door, wishing he'd had the nerve to kiss her hand. "There goes a man who wants you," said Marguerite, as the dark shape of the Paladin faded into the rain. "What?" Grace blinked at her. "No. The hell he doesn't." It was a pleasant thought, but Grace could remember the morning after the assassination attempt all too clearly. How she'd told him she didn't need rescue, and he'd had to explain, so awkwardly and earnestly, that he wasn't there for her. Though he had given her socks. But, well, socks probably didn't count as a romantic gift. Did they? He couldn't know how much she'd appreciate the idea of someone worried that her feet would be cold. "No, he only comes here because you send for him, because of the, everything." "I don't think that's the only reason," Grace sighed. "Then he's probably here because of you, not me." "Of course he is. He didn't take his eyes off her in the carriage. And why would he?" Marguerite was brilliant and charming and funny and kind. She had a body that men would fall down to worship, and she carried herself like a pirate queen. Grace begrudged her none of it. She loved Marguerite, too. She would much rather have been Marguerite than herself, frankly. But what man would look twice at the strange gray mouse, with her cluttered workshop and her weird weasel, when Marguerite was there? But damn it, sometimes she wished. "Don't be ridiculous," said Marguerite. "He's decent and honorable and kind and probably says his prayers before bed." She frowned. "Actually, he's a paladin, so that bit goes without saying. What possible use would I have for a man like that? And what use would one have for me?" Grace found that she had an irrational urge to defend him. Marguerite made him sound so boring. "He knits socks. Surely that must be worth something." This did not seem like a good argument, so she settled on, "He watches you all the time." "Only because he thinks I'm a spy." "You practically told him you were a spy." "Yes, well, it's easier to get these things out of the way so that it doesn't come back to bite you later. And the bishop over at the Temple of the Rats no slouch. She'd have figured it out even if the Paladin didn't." Grace gave her a skeptical look as she headed back toward the workroom. "Anyway, that doesn't change the fact that he's not here for me." "He absolutely is. He bristled like a boar when that Duvalier fellow was flirting with you. If he's looking at me, it's because he's hoping you won't notice that he's watching you out of the corner of his eye." "You're imagining things," muttered Grace. "And even if you weren't, what would I do with a man like that?" Her imagination had some very insistent suggestions. Getting his armor off and seeing how much of that bulk was mail and how much was muscle, for example. "Purely for research purposes, of course." Marguerite gave her an amused look, as if she could read some of those thoughts. "Oh, I could think of a few things." Grace could feel her face getting hot. "Oh, for pity's sake, what's wrong with me? I haven't been a blushing virgin since the artificer's apprentice and I deflowered each other at 17. And unless he happens to also be a blushing virgin, he'd spend one night with me and go away disappointed anyway." Stephen was so damn polite, he wouldn't even tell her it had been awful. He'd probably just discover an intense calling to join a celibate order. "Not all men are Philip," said Marguerite gently. "You might consider it." Grace shook her head. She took a perverse strength from her husband's name. She might be a slow learner, but some things did get beaten into her at last. No, I don't think so. Not even for a man like that." Chapter 22. 3 days later, she was sitting in a chair in the front room, waiting for the Paladin to arrive. She told herself that she wasn't looking forward to seeing him. It was just that she needed to be there to unlock the door, since the shop was closed. That was all.
She flipped through her alchemical tome and tried a random page. "What's the future got for me, book?" "This compound is composed from the noble mineral sulfur, and praised as the black lead of the wise, being symbolic of the first heavenly sign in which the sun is exalted, and being in the form of a red oil with a scent of surpassing sweetness." Grace had her doubts that anything involving sulfur had much in the way of surpassing sweetness. She looked up, just in time to see an armored figure making his way across the street. She sprang up and unlocked the door before he could knock. Stephen stepped inside. "You look tired," Grace blurted, and immediately wanted to bite her tongue. "It's true, though. He does look tired." Stephen looked handsome as ever, but the strong planes of his face were softened by weariness, and there were deep shadows under his eyes. "I am tired," admitted Stephen. He slung his cloak off his shoulders. "There's been a lot of work these last few days, but at least it stopped raining for now." "You've been working on the cleanup?" asked Grace. "We all have." He shook his head. "So many people lost so much, and they didn't have much to begin with, and the flood brought down walls, so a lot of heavy lifting. And we stood off some looters, although not many. People have been kind." "Kind is good," said Grace. "That was eloquent. Well done, me." "And you?" "Working." She waved vaguely toward the back room. "It's not a terribly complicated recipe, but the saffron is tricky. Half my workshop is yellow now, and it was a big order." He nodded. "Was 3 days a reasonable amount of time?" Reasonable enough. I wouldn't mind if I didn't have to hand-deliver it." "Ah." "I can't figure out why the Crown Prince wants me there," she muttered, rubbing her palms on her trousers. "Marguerite could hand it over just as easily." "I believe he finds you interesting," said Stephen, with almost studied neutrality. "Perfumes aren't that interesting," said Grace. "That is, well, I think they're interesting, obviously, but a prince, surely he's got better things to do." The notion that the Crown Prince might find her personally interesting was so bizarre that she decided she must have misheard it. "I think they're interesting," said Stephen. "You're a berserker paladin," said Grace. "I spend a lot of time steaming herbs. Believe me, you're much more interesting than I am." "You are rather less likely to run amok with steamed herbs, I suspect." "Run amok?" Grace cocked her head. "Is that a thing you do?" He stared at her for so long that she felt her cheeks start to heat up. "I'm sorry," said Grace. "Was I not supposed to say that? Damn, I'm sorry. Maybe everyone else knows. I got here, to Arkenhold, I mean, just when your order had the, "When the saint died," said Stephen almost gently. "Yes," she said. "I'm sorry. I guess I missed some details. Are you still, Prone to berserker fits? Yes, I'm afraid so." He was looking at her with an expression that was so clearly expecting something, and so obviously braced for the worst, that Grace could not think of a damn thing to say. She settled on, "Huh." His dark eyebrows began to climb, rather like they had after she'd set herself on fire the day after the reception. "I mean, you're not having one now," she said, hurrying to fill the awkwardness. "No," said Stephen. "You'd know if I was." "Oh dear, I suppose he screams and gnaws on his shield or something." It was difficult to imagine such a violent emotion out of Stephen. He always seemed very calm, if slightly exasperated. "Do you have them often?" "Not for over a year. It is something I try to avoid." "Oh, yes, I can imagine." She struggled to think of something else to say. "I'm sorry for your loss. Of the god, that is. That must have been very hard." He gazed at her steadily, eyes unreadable. Grace bit her lower lip.
Was it hard? I don't know how gods work."
He exhaled. For a moment, Grace thought he might get angry, but he took the question seriously. That was a thing that she was noticing, that he took all her questions seriously and considered them, and felt they were worthy of an answer. She wasn't used to that. "It is a hard thing to describe," he said at last. "In the moment, it was like being gutted, as if someone had reached into my body and torn out handfuls of flesh, and the rest of me had collapsed around the holes." Grace swallowed. She wanted to reach out to comfort him, but she did not quite dare. "Since then?" He looked over at the row of little bottles on the sideboard, glittering like cut gems in the lamplight. "Well, imagine that you had a bottle inside your chest, glass like one of these, and there was something inside it, something marvelous." He reached out a fingertip and stroked it over the facets of the nearest bottle. "Imagine that it was just there, like your heart or your lungs or your spine. Sometimes you were aware of it, sometimes it had light or heat, but mostly it was just present. And once in a great while, you would open the bottle and it would pour out over you, like golden fire." He was silent for a long moment. Grace almost thought he had said all that he meant to say, until he spoke again. "And then one day, without warning, it shattered." For an instant, Grace feared that he would suit action to words, but his hands were as gentle as the rest of him, and he stepped back, leaving the bottle intact. He gazed at it, but she did not think he was truly seeing it. "Like that," he said, his voice dropping low. "All the light and heat gone. A sucking darkness. And you are left with broken glass in your chest, and every time you move it cuts you to ribbons." A carriage passed in the street outside. The horse's hooves clattered on the cobblestones, then died away into silence.
"I'm sorry,"
said Grace, almost inaudibly.
"Why did I ask? I should not have asked. I should never have said anything."
Gods, of all the lessons she should have learned by now, why hadn't she learned when to shut up? "I'm sorry, too. Well, we all bound ourselves up as best we could, my brothers and sisters and I. The ones who couldn't died. The rest of us, I suppose, were too stubborn or stupid or dutiful, so we kept on living." Everything Grace had said only made matters worse, so she stopped trying to say anything and just put her arms around him instead. She was trying for an awkward, sympathetic hug, since awkward, sympathetic language hadn't gotten her very far. Stephen seemed startled. Grace thought for a moment that she'd offended him even worse, but his arms came up around her, and he cautiously returned the hug. His chest was very broad. The hardness was partly chain, but he had no chain on his arms, and they were still like warm stone against her back. Her nostrils were suddenly full of the scent of gingerbread. Heat sprang up between their bodies. She had only meant a single moment of comfort, but she was suddenly aware of her breasts pressed against his chest, and that there was only an inch or two separating their hips. Then he moved slightly, and that inch vanished as well, and there was only heat running from shoulder to thigh between them. She had her chin down, and her cheek against his shoulder. If she didn't move, she could still pretend that it was only a friendly gesture.
Which is all it is."
It did not feel friendly. It felt simultaneously dangerous and comforting, as if she stood in some safe, sheltered place and she belonged there, and that was incredibly dangerous. That would upset everything. Her life was fine as it was, and if she didn't pull away, something in her life might change forever. One of his hands slid down to her waist. She could feel every finger splayed out against her back, as if imprinted there in fire. His arm tightened, pressing her against him, hip to hip. And perhaps it had been too long since she'd felt another body against hers. But a jolt went clear through her, and she was suddenly, shockingly aroused. Much more aroused than could be explained by embracing a man in chainmail and gauntlets, who wasn't even touching her skin.
Oh, God, what do I do? This can't be right. I didn't mean for it to feel like this.
Her body was clearly very happy to feel like this. Her body wanted to rub up against him and purr. Her body was a goddamn idiot, with no more shame than an alley cat. Why did he have to smell like gingerbread? She could have stepped back and pretended nothing was happening, and that it hadn't become something more than she'd expected. If only he hadn't smelled like goddamned gingerbread. Grace lifted her chin and looked up at him, and his face was right there, and much too close. But neither of them pulled away. His eyes were dark with some emotion, but she did not think it was sorrow any longer. He was not looking at her as if she had taken a friendly hug and made it strange. He was looking at her as if she were a drink of water in a dry land. She tried to think of something to say and couldn't. She could see the shadow of stubble on his jaw. Her fingers itched to touch it and feel the texture of his skin. Her mouth felt dry. She licked her lips, and his eyes riveted on that gesture, even though she hadn't meant anything by it. She just couldn't talk without croaking, and what was she even going to say? He bent his head toward her, and she could feel his breath against her lips. Footsteps clattered on the stairs from Marguerite's apartment. She and Stephen sprang apart as if they were teenagers, and someone's parents had suddenly come home.
Ah, good, you're here.
Marguerite looked between them, and her eyes narrowed just slightly. Grace told herself that human skin didn't show fingerprints, and there was no way that she could know what they'd been doing.
Which was nothing. Which was a hug. People hug. Friends hug. He and I are friends. Aren't we?
Granted, she hadn't known Stephen that long, but if you couldn't bond over multiple corpses, what could you bond over?
God's grace, you can't wear that.
Grace looked down at herself. She was wearing a clean tunic over one of her better pairs of trousers, the ones that Tab hadn't sharpened his claws on.
I can't? Not to a formal audience, you can't. You're not going to spend 3 hours shoving me into another gown, are you? I will if I have to.
She cast a look of muted appeal to the only other person there. I think you look lovely as you are, Stephen said gallantly. Marguerite grabbed her by the collar and began to haul her toward the stairs.
Lovely isn't good enough. You're about to make a year's worth of profits. You're expected to dress for the occasion.
Grace groaned and resigned herself to her fate. Stephen watched Marguerite drag her business partner up the stairs and stifled a sigh of relief. From the hangdog look on Grace's face, this might take a while, and that was all to the good. He was going to need a few minutes to recover himself from that embrace. Saint's teeth. He'd been within a hair of kissing her, and that would have been a superbly bad idea. It had been pity that moved her to hug him. He knew that. He didn't want anyone's pity, and certainly not hers. And yet, when she'd gotten an arm across his chest and leaned in to hug him, despite that, despite the obvious innocence of the gesture, something had ignited in his chest and, well, substantially lower. The heat between them didn't feel like pity. It felt big and dangerous and important. It felt like it mattered, and that was terrifying, but not nearly so terrifying as the possibility of stopping. He found himself pulling her against him, and she hadn't recoiled. She leaned into him, all curves and softness fitting against his body. He had to fight for breath, even as he wished the coat of mail between them to the devil. And the gauntlets. Why was he still wearing gauntlets? Her hair was falling across his hand, and he couldn't feel it through the leather. And what a colossal waste that was. He'd held her in his arms before, and it hadn't been like this. It hadn't been anything like this. Stephen couldn't remember anything that had ever been quite like this. Oh, Saint, it's been too long. It must be that it's been too long. I am starving, and anything tastes of a feast. Then she tilted her head to look up at him, and he forgot to breathe entirely. Her wide eyes, with their flecks of green embedded in the gray, held no trace of pity. Astonishment, perhaps, uncertainty, but also a heat that matched his own. Whatever he was feeling, she felt it too. Her tongue flicked over her lips, and Stephen felt a jolt that went clear through him and ended up directly at his cock. He was a heartbeat from sliding his hand lower and lifting her against him, covering her mouth with his, when he heard that footstep on the stairs. It was for the best. Saints, it was undoubtedly for the best. Feelings that strong were dangerous. He had survived for 3 years by not feeling anything but duty, despair, and mild exasperation. He understood those. He could control those. This did not feel like something he could control. He pinched the bridge of his nose. This is the wrong time and definitely the wrong woman. You're already trying to sort an assassination. Settle down. Beartongue had been very interested to learn that the assassin had been pre-poisoned. His inclination was still to blame the motherhood, but as Zale had pointed out, they couldn't blame the motherhood for everything. Much as we might want to, the lawyer-priest had said, glumly shoving a lock of pewter hair out of their eyes. Tab came out of the back room and began to murp furiously at Stephen. Stephen, not being history's greatest monster, went down on one knee and petted the civet. His fur was coarse and faintly oily, long dark guard hairs tipped with silver over a paler undercoat. Not quite like a ferret, but closer than anything Stephen had encountered. Tab approved of the petting and stood up so that his paws were on the Paladin's shoulder. "Mer," he announced. "You don't say." God, he'd been so close to kissing Grace. So damn close. He could practically taste her on his tongue. A few seconds longer and it would have been more than mere imagining. He should be glad that they'd been interrupted, or else things would have become 1,000 times more tangled than they were. Besides, what do you have to offer any woman? "I will make sure you always have warm socks," is not a line to set anyone's heart aglow. "Mer." "That's your opinion." "Mer." Chapter 23. When Grace and Marguerite finally came down the stairs again, they found him kneeling on the floor, looking resigned, with Tab draped across him like a lap quilt. "That can't be comfortable," said Grace. "I'm a paladin. I've done vigil on my knees many times." He gazed down at the civet. "Generally not with a weasel in my lap, I grant you." Marguerite opened her mouth, and Grace knew she was about to make a joke about vigils on one's knees. "Oh, look," she interrupted. "The carriage is here." Stephen gathered up the sleeping civet and looked around for some place to set him. Grace moved to take the animal, and Marguerite stepped between them. "Oh, no,
I did not spend all that time brushing weasel hair out of velvet for you to get covered again."
Grace sighed.
"On the chair," she said, pointing.
Stephen obeyed, his eyes flicking appreciatively over Grace's clothes. "The time was worth it," he said. "You look entirely suited for a royal audience." Grace picked self-consciously at her sleeve. The coat of deep blue velvet made her feel as if she was going to attract every scrap of lint in a 5-mile radius. But it hugged her figure in places where she wasn't entirely sure that she had a figure, and combined with the belted sash at her waist, made her feel a bit like a pirate.
"I bet real pirates don't worry about lint. They worry about other things, like privateers and scurvy."
By the warmth in Stephen's eyes, he wasn't thinking about lint or scurvy. When Duvalier came through the door a moment later, he bowed over her hand even more dramatically than he had 3 days ago.
"You are lovely as your wares, Master Perfumer," he said.
Grace had no idea how to respond to comments like this. It was flattering, but it was also clearly meant to be. Honestly, the man reminded her a bit of Philip.
"It's not his fault. They do it differently in Charlock. I'm sure he means nothing by it."
A thought struck her.
"Oh dear, does that mean he expects me to compliment him back?"
Marguerite hadn't said anything, but maybe it hadn't occurred to her that Grace didn't know. She eyed Duvalier's outfit, which was in warm brown tones, with enough gold brocade to dazzle a magpie. What on earth could she say about that? She fell back on something she did understand.
"The fragrance you are wearing is very well made," she said. "Amber, tobacco, a resinous wood, but not sandalwood, which is badly overused," she sniffed. "And a hint of opium, I think. Well put together."
Privately, she thought that she could have done a trifle better, but it was solid work. Was she supposed to add something else?
"It suits you."
Duvalier looked briefly taken aback, then beamed.
"Your skills are, if anything, far greater than rumor paints them."
He ushered them out to the carriage, while Grace was still mulling over the alarming possibility that there were rumors about her. Duvalier handed Marguerite into the carriage, then Grace. He sprang in himself, glanced at Stephen, and gestured toward the back of the vehicle. Stephen, face impassive, moved out of Grace's line of sight. She felt the slight creak of the springs as he settled into the groom's position. Nothing unusual about a groom or a footman or what had he called himself? A man-at-arms riding at the back of the coach. But it felt strange and oddly demeaning. He wasn't her servant, he was her...
What is he, anyway?
Associate? Acquaintance? Unlikely co-conspirator in this strange world of assassins and poisoners? He'd given her socks. Surely that meant he was more than an acquaintance. And he'd nearly kissed her. She was almost sure he'd nearly kissed her. And that was worth almost as much as socks.
"Friend,"
she thought.
"We will go with friend."
Duvalier kept up a stream of conversation on the way to the Crown Prince's temporary lodgings. It was all light, flattering banter, and Grace found it exhausting after about 5 minutes. Marguerite stepped into the gap, flirting outrageously, while Grace stared out the window and wondered how exactly she would duplicate the scent of expensive carriage with expensive upholstery that was nevertheless just slightly damp and had the tiniest hint of oncoming mildew.
Woods and earths, and something warm and slightly dusty to stand in for the velvet. Not sure what to do with the mildew. Perhaps I could use actual mildew? I wonder if anyone's ever tried to isolate that before. I wonder if Stephen's cold. It's not raining for once, but it can't be warm there. Oh, dear.
When the carriage stopped, Duvalier got out. He turned as if to help the two women out, but Stephen beat him to it. stepping smoothly past him and offering his gloved hand. Grace smiled at him. "Friend." And he still smelled like gingerbread. Duvalier looked ever so slightly put out. Stephen's face was like granite. The Paladin then compounded the issue by walking a step back and to the left of Grace, in an honor guard position. She looked over her shoulder, feeling his presence there, and his back was sword straight. He looked positively martial. "Well, he was a soldier before he was a paladin, and I suppose paladins are just divine soldiers." It was still a little unsettling. She did not seem to be the only one unsettled. Duvalier was forced to walk in front of Marguerite and Grace, so that in order to talk to them, he had to keep turning until he was nearly walking backward. He made the best of it, but his eyes kept straying over Grace's shoulder to her watchdog. Marguerite was wearing a serene smile that Grace knew, from long experience, was a stand-in for a grin as broad as the Elkinslew River. The carriage had pulled into the formal quarters for visiting dignitaries, which resembled a cross between a small palace and a large hotel. It was in the formal style of Arkenhold, all stone and arches and tall pillars. Grace was rather fond of how clean the lines were here compared to the style of a Newquit city, which never saw a facade it didn't want to ornament, or a stone that couldn't be carved into 10 animals and an allegorical representation of prosperity. "Master Perfumer," said Duvalier, as 2 footmen opened the imposing double doors. "Please be welcome in the Crown Prince's home away from home. I regret that I cannot welcome you to the palace in Charlock. Without meaning to disparage in any way the hospitality of Archon's glory, the surroundings are of course far different, and one can never welcome guests as well as one can into one's own home." Sure," said Grace. She glanced around the grand entryway, which had very large urns filled with peacock feathers. It smelled of incense, and underneath that, of wood polish and bleach. The smell was not unpleasant, particularly given how many buildings stank. "It smells clean." Marguerite put her hand over her mouth. Duvalier smiled. "You are certainly an original, Master Perfumer Angelica." "I'm sorry," said Grace automatically. "There is nothing to be sorry for. It is refreshing." He glanced over her shoulder again. "Your man-at-arms is welcome to visit the kitchens until you must leave us." Grace stiffened. Marguerite opened her mouth to speak, but Stephen beat her to it. "Where Miss Angelica goes, I go," he said, in a voice so deep, Grace could almost hear it through her boots. "There is no need to fear that she'll be attacked here," said Duvalier, forgetting himself enough to actually address the Paladin. "She might require a jar opened," said Stephen, unruffled, "or something heavy moved. My duty is clear." Marguerite needed a minute. Grace, never fond of confrontation, didn't know whether to laugh or squeak with horror. What on earth were they doing? Duvalier's mouth opened, then closed. He clearly had not the faintest idea how to respond to such a statement. After a moment he gathered himself enough to laugh and say, "I suspect that there is no shortage of people who can open any jars that the Master Perfumer might encounter." Stephen tilted his head, so that it was very clear he was looking down at the man in golden livery. "I am also very skilled at reaching things on high shelves." Grace couldn't take it anymore. "I'd rather not keep the Crown Prince waiting," she said. Gods, what else would move things along quickly? "And, my shoes pinch." The other 3 people all looked down at her feet. Grace reddened and fought the urge to shift the feet in question nervously. "I can fetch a chair," said Duvalier hastily. "I can carry you," said Stephen. Marguerite's shoulders began to shake with suppressed laughter. "Oh, sweet gods and goddesses, are they fighting over me?" It was ludicrous. It was absurd. It made no sense. No one fought over a weird little gray mouse like Grace. It didn't happen. But Stephen had nearly kissed her. She was nearly certain that he had. And he'd given her socks, although it was a far cry from giving her socks to fighting with someone. The ballads always made it sound as if having men fight over you was romantic. The reality seemed to be horribly embarrassing and very awkward. Grace didn't know whether she should feel guilty or slap them both. "You grant your servants an enormous degree of liberty," said Duvalier, apparently remembering that it was beneath his dignity to fight with a man-at-arms. He fingered the amber crystal that hung at his throat. "He's not a servant," said Grace indignantly. "He's, Oh, blast, what did she say?" "Sworn to her service," rumbled Stephen. "By an oath." "You are," said Duvalier, which was good because otherwise Grace would have said it, and that would have rather spoiled the effect. "I thought you were sworn to the Temple of the Rat." "I swear a lot." "About those shoes," said Marguerite hastily. Grace attempted to hobble dramatically. Her shoes weren't actually that bad, but if they kept her standing around in the hall while people argued, she was going to take them off, possibly in order to hit someone over the head with one. Duvalier gave up, turned on his heel, and led them through the building. Grace had been dreading another formal presentation, but the emissary from Charlock took them up the stairs instead, to a suite of rooms that must have been the Crown Prince's. The architecture here had been softened with dozens of tapestries that were definitely not from Arkenhold. They showed scenes of hunting and warfare under a blazing sun. Grace realized that she had no idea what Charlock was like, so far as climate was concerned. "Is Charlock in a desert?" she asked. Duvalier slowed, looking over his shoulder. "Ah, the tapestries. No, we are not a true desert, though parts are certainly very dry. But Charlock encompasses a wide range, and the eastern border is very lush. The tapestries are from Bayeux. Their weavers are famed throughout the world, and one of their lords commissioned these as a gift to the Crown Prince's grandfather. But of course they had no real idea what Charlock looked like either, so they produced these. Beautiful, but not entirely accurate." He gave the tapestries an amused glance. "They are part of the furnishings that accompany the royal household when it travels." Grace tried to imagine how vast a set of furnishings the royal household must have if a dozen tapestries were simply thrown in as a matter of course. How many wagons must it take? Did the prince bring his own furniture as well? A mattress, so that the royal lower back need not suffer the indignity of strange beds? Another door, and a wave of scent rolled out, thick as syrup. Grace picked out notes of amber, vetiver, and, yes, sandalwood, but in a minor key compared to the others. The scent was warm and masculine, and that would have been fine except that her mind was still stuck on the syrup, and went to masculine syrup, which would be the world's worst euphemism for— well, there was really only one thing it could be a euphemism for. She had a strong urge to laugh hysterically and forced it down. The Crown Prince was in bed. He was fully dressed, and the bed was on a dais, but there was no getting around the fact that he was reclining against pillows. Oddly, this did not make him look in any way frail. The Archon would have looked small and lost in the expanse of mattress. But the Crown Prince looked like a large, predatory cat. He even had a rather feline expression, the one that said that he was currently lounging and relaxed, and that within an eye blink he could leap into action and pounce on any small, unsuspecting furry thing in the vicinity. Grace felt rather like a small, unsuspecting furry thing herself. Several ministers or servants or attendants or whatever the hell they were much better dressed than Grace anyway, and probably substantially more important, were standing near the foot of the bed, chatting. They looked up as Duvalier entered the room. Duvalier announced them, omitting Stephen, then stepped to one side of the door. Grace and Marguerite moved with him. Stephen stood behind them with the formal bearing of an honor guard. Grace didn't know if he was trying to show up Duvalier, or if he just had that sort of posture. Paladins probably all learn how to stand around and look like statues, don't they? Confession, smiting evil, formal audiences, the whole curriculum. Marguerite leaned in and murmured, "The Crown Prince will tell you to approach in a moment. Walk toward him. A minister will take the box from you and look inside. Then you will be allowed to approach. Answer him when he talks. Don't start the conversation. It won't take long." "Right," said Grace. "Right. Okay." Where was the box? She had it, didn't she? She hadn't left it in the carriage? Where?" Stephen handed her the box. Grace flashed him a look of pure gratitude. He nodded infinitesimally. "Master Perfumer Angelica," said the Crown Prince, in a carrying voice. She almost said, "Yes," but caught herself. "Right. I have to approach him. I have to walk up to the bed and present the perfume. I have to do this." Her hands shook as she gripped the small wooden box. She owned dozens of wooden boxes, suitable for holding perfume vials. There was a craftsman in the glass quarter who she probably single-handedly kept employed making them all. She'd always been rather proud of the simplicity of the design, which set off the tiny, faceted bottles, which were made down the road from the boxes by another artisan. She was probably keeping his children fed and clothed as well, given the number of bottles she bought. Facing the leonine Crown Prince, she suddenly wished that the boxes were more ornate, set with gold maybe. For 75 gold thalers, you bought presentation to go with the perfume, didn't you? Marguerite had been telling her that for years. She was nearly level with the Crown Prince now, and was absolutely not going to scream or faint or shout masculine syrup and dissolve into hysterical laughter. She wasn't. She refused. "Ah, Master Perfumer," said the Crown Prince warmly, "when I return to Charlock, your scent shall be the talk of the kingdom." "Say something. Say something that isn't masculine syrup. Do it. I am honored that your Was it majesty or magnificence? Shit, masculine shit. Magnificence enjoys it," she said, and then, racking her brain for something that was true and reasonably respectful, "I've made many perfumes for people who wanted them because they were fashionable. It is very nice to find someone who understands the fragrance for itself." Nice. Nice was the wrong word. Damn it. Very gratifying. There, that was better. He smiled. Her face felt hot. Then suddenly, Duvalier was leading her away, and no one was staring at her, and the Crown Prince was talking to someone else, so presumably she had not fainted or vomited or screamed masculine syrup at a foreign head of state. She had no idea what happened next. Did they have to stand around the room waiting? Did something else happen? Was she going to get paid? Presumably the Crown Prince didn't just hand you money, someone else did it. Stephen took her arm. She leaned against him, grateful for the solidity. He was a paladin. He did honor guard things. He must know what the polite thing to do next was. Apparently they got to leave the room. Duvalier opened the door and bowed them through it, looking past Stephen as if he did not exist. The neighbor's cat did that sometimes, when there was a strange dog in the alley. The dog was too large to fight, so the cat chose to believe it was not real, and gazed through it, bored. "How are your feet?" he asked. Grace blinked at him, then remembered. "Oh, fine, pinchy. I should, go home? Take the shoes off? Yes." "Yes, of course. The carriage will be waiting." He reached out and took her hands. Given that her arm was threaded through Stephen's,
and Duvalier was currently ignoring the Paladin, this took a certain amount of finesse, and Grace was actually rather impressed at how well he managed it. I fear that the court will be returning to Charlock in the next few days. However, I hope that when next I return to your city, you will allow me to call upon you? Yes, of course, said Grace, only half paying attention. You know where the shop is. Had they gotten money? She would have to ask Marguerite. Duvalier handed both women up into the carriage with great ceremony and attempted to slam the door. Stephen had hold of it already and had only moved about 3 inches. The envoy looked briefly puzzled, then stepped back as if it had been his own idea, bowed in the general direction of the carriage, and turned away. Stephen jumped up into the carriage and dropped onto the seat opposite them. The driver slapped the reins and they pulled away from the embassy. Thank the gods that's over, said Grace, sinking into the cushions with a groan. Marguerite, did we get paid? Oh, yes. Marguerite dropped an ornate leather pouch into her lap. A functionary handed it to me. Princes don't get their hands dirty with filthy lucre, and presumably master perfumers aren't supposed to either. This one does, said Grace, counting up the coins. Particularly when there's this much of it. Gods, I'll be able to pay taxes in advance for once, and pay off my tab at the glassblowers. You could even get higher-class packaging made, said Marguerite. Let's not go nuts. Her friend snorted and rolled her eyes, but abandoned this line of thought to look over at Stephen. Do I want to know what that display back there was all about? I don't trust him, said Stephen, looking more inscrutable than usual. He's a political envoy. Of course you shouldn't trust him. But it's not like we were in any danger of handing him a house key. Chapter 24. Stephen did feel somewhat ashamed of his conduct, although only somewhat. He had been rather less than gracious. It was just that men like Duvalier frequently needed to be reminded that the women they were attempting to charm had extremely charmless protectors. Grace didn't ask for your protection. Well, she'd gotten it anyway. She certainly didn't ask to be treated like a bone that 2 dogs were fighting over. He gritted his teeth and said, I apologize if I made you uncomfortable. Grace, who was staring out the window, said, Huh? What? At the embassy. I apologize if my conduct made you uncomfortable. Oh, it did, yes. She leaned over and patted his arm. It's all right. I was nervous, too. I kept thinking I was going to say something wildly inappropriate or start giggling hysterically at the prince. You'd hardly be the first, said Marguerite. It was on the tip of Stephen's tongue to say that nervous had not exactly been what he was feeling, but he decided to let it go. He was still recovering from the near kiss earlier. He didn't need to deal with any more fraught emotions today. Well, at least the rain's let up, said Grace, watching the city go by the windows. I was running out of oak moss. Oak moss, said Stephen. She cocked an eyebrow up at him. It's a moss? Grows on trees? Oak trees, perhaps. You're quick. I have my moments. Does it not grow in the rain? Oh, it grows fine. I just can't go out to collect it without getting drenched. She gestured vaguely north. There's an oak wood across the Elkin Slough, in the Commons, where I harvest most of it. I'll probably pick up half my body weight in mud, but at least I can get some. I'll go tomorrow if it holds. You walk, said Stephen, surprised. I'm hardly going to rent a carriage like this to take me out there, and then sit there while I traipse around for an hour. And it's not like I own a horse, so yes, I walk. I'll come with you, he said at once. Grace folded her arms. I don't remember inviting you, she said. She still seemed a bit amused, but Stephen could sense the annoyance lurking just under the surface. Marguerite gave him a cautionary, you are moving on thin ice look. Sorry.
Let me try that again." He raked a hand through his hair. "Please allow me to accompany you."
"Why, it's not that interesting. I walk around and pull moss off trees. It's like mushrooming, only even more boring, and you don't get to eat it afterwards."
"Am I really the only person concerned about the severed head situation in this city?" said Stephen. "Really?"
"I'm sure the people who had their heads cut off were very concerned," said Marguerite. "At least briefly," added Grace.
Stephen gazed at the ceiling and wondered if the rat would heed a prayer for strength. Grace took pity on him.
"All right, I admit I'd forgotten the head thing. Are they any closer to catching him?"
"No, Captain Mallory, the man in charge, is a decent man, but they're giving him nothing to work with, because it's in a poor quarter and—" Well, he shook his head.
"Have they found any more? Maybe he stopped."
"I'm going to go out on a limb and say that once you're in a place where you chop people's heads off for the fun of it, you probably don't come back from there," said Stephen. "But no, they haven't. Although with the rain lately, that doesn't mean he stopped. Any victims could have been washed out and we'd never find them."
"It's mostly in Weaver's Nest, though, isn't it?" asked Grace.
"Not anymore," said Stephen gloomily. "Weaver's Nest is half underwater right now, so nobody knows where he's gone. If he's moved on, we won't know until we start finding more heads." "And she wants to go somewhere miles from the city, where no one can even hear her screaming. If it's a richer area, they'll complain that Mallory hasn't solved it yet, and put someone else on it, probably a political appointee, and it'll take twice as long. The rats sent criers to every neighborhood, telling people not to go out alone, but not everyone can listen."
"Still no sign of the bodies?" said Marguerite.
"No." Stephen had a theory, but he didn't want to say it. Some things were best not uttered aloud.
"I wonder if he's eating them," said Marguerite,
immediately uttering it aloud. Stephen put his hand over his eyes. So much for protecting anyone's delicate sensibilities. Really, I should have known better.
"All of them?" Grace looked skeptical. "That's a lot to get through, and you can't eat the bones." "Fine, maybe he's chopping them up and selling them as meat. That's why he has to get rid of the heads, so they aren't obviously human." "And the hands and the feet," said Grace. Where did those end up, do you think?" "In the water with the head, maybe," said Marguerite. "But they'd decay a lot quicker, wouldn't they?" "Fish could eat them," said Grace.
"Ghouls," said Stephen. "I am surrounded by ghouls."
"There's no fish in the Elkin Slough," argued Marguerite. "Not live ones, anyway. That river's full of shit and dye runoff and God knows what else." "There's catfish." "There are not."
"I have personally seen catfish," Stephen volunteered. "They don't look healthy, but they're there."
"Fine," said Marguerite. "So these unhealthy catfish are eating the severed hands. There, you see? Perfect crime."
There was a lengthy pause while everyone considered this.
"What were we talking about again?"
"Please let me come with you to get the moss," said Stephen, "so you don't wind up as a pile of severed hands inside a diseased catfish."
"Well, when you put it like that."
Grace gave him that crooked grin that hurt his heart.
"All right. Be here at the shop after breakfast."
The sun was still out the next day, although it didn't look happy about it. There was a thick layer of cloud, and the light had that bright, indirect quality that threw everything into sharp focus, particularly the mud coating the hill, the stones, and the trees to well over head height.
"So much mud," said Grace,
shaking her head.
"Have you ever seen mud like this?"
Stephen looked over the hillside, remembering a village in the rainy season, where the mud was so thick that horses couldn't get into it. One of the local clans had split over who was to be the new lord, and the losing side had been thrown out and had taken over the village and had put anyone suspected of being loyal to the winner to the sword. The clans hated to have outsiders involved, but they were horse lords, used to mounted combat, and could not wait until the mud dried to ride their steeds into the valley. They needed someone to get in while there was still someone left to save. The battle tide had carried him forward. Shane had been there too, and Galen and Wren. Blood had pooled in the pocked surface of the mud when they were done. They had barely been able to walk afterward, their thigh muscles cramped from the effort of wading through the knee-deep mud, of lifting feet with 20 pounds of wet muck stuck to each shoe. In the end, they saved 9 people out of 30. The look in the Lord's eyes when he saw how pitifully few had survived, the horror and gratitude mixed up together, stayed with Stephen long after the muscles unknotted, and he was able to walk normally again.
"Stephen?"
"No, never," he lied. "Are you sure you want to keep going?"
"If I don't do it today, I'll just have to do it later on, and then it'll probably be raining as well as muddy."
Grace shook her head.
"I doubt it's going to stay clear for more than a day or 2.
Stephen sighed. She was likely right. He floundered out into the mud, hearing it suck at his boots. "Stay there. I'll try to find the best route." He gazed at the sodden mess of the hillside and added, "Or the least awful route, anyway." They were both mud-splattered by the time they got to the top. Grace had worn her most battered tunic and trousers, so she looked better than he did. Stephen was not looking forward to getting the mud out of his armor. "At least the Saints Chosen don't wear much armor on the bottom half. If I had to get this mess out of full chain, I'd give up and turn it into a flower pot." Grace, being shorter, had sunk deeper into the mud. He held out his arm, which was purely a chivalrous gesture, and should not have made every sense in his body focus on the 6 square inches of his arm that she was touching. Not even when she leaned against him, and her breast brushed against his elbow. He was wearing leather vambraces. He couldn't actually feel that touch. It was completely his overheated imagination that it seared him all the way to the bone. "Are you sure there's moss here?"
"Well,"
she eyed the trees, which were now only covered in mud to shoulder height.
"I mean there was, and there probably still is. It's just under—"
she poked at the mud, which was starting to dry and crack.
"But I can't very well go around cleaning off trees in hopes I find something."
She put her hands on her hips and peered upward into the branches.
"We're looking for a little plant, about yay big, pale gray-green. The leaves look like dozens of antlers. I mean, it's a moss, not really a plant, so I guess they're not leaves exactly, but you get the point."
Stephen shaded his eyes against the white glare of the sky and peered from branch to branch.
"Ah,"
Grace cleared her throat.
"That's a maple, not an oak. You want to look in one of the ones with the bark like this."
"Sorry," he said. "I'm a city boy by nature. Most of the time I spent in the woods was going from one place to another. I didn't look at a lot of trees, well, I looked at them, but I didn't pay much attention, except to whether someone was hiding behind them or not."
"Different skills," said Grace generously. "If it helps, I didn't leave Anuket City until I was 12. Then my master dragged me out to find some of the more common things, because he didn't like the way his supplier was preparing the oils."
She smiled crookedly.
"He had to be carried out in a litter because he couldn't walk so far on his own. So it was the 2 bearers and me in the middle of a piece of parkland, and they didn't know what to think. Nobody ever hires them to wander around in the woods looking for herbs."
"And now," he asked, "do you come out here often?"
Grace frowned up at the crisscrossing branches. "I used to. Not here, but out of Anuket. To get away from my partner."
"Marguerite?"
"No, before then. Another perfumer. She waved her hand. "We didn't get along well," she said, with a note of finality. Stephen watched as she wrapped her arms around her torso, almost unconsciously making herself smaller. He made a mental note to find this former partner and loom over him very insistently. "Were you unhappy?" asked Stephen. Grace clearly had to think about it. "I suppose so. Yes, I must have been, but it's hard to say. I was so relieved, you see." She gnawed on her lower lip. "To be out of my apprenticeship and able to sell my own perfumes. I hadn't known how I was going to do that. And relief feels like happiness if you don't know the difference. I don't know that I'd have been able to tell you that at the time. It took distance, and I was still so close to it then." "We're all very close to our lives," said Stephen. "Most of the time, anyway." "And then?" "And then I wasn't," she admitted. "Relief wasn't enough anymore. But I'd been there so long, you know, that it took, well, a long time." "It's all right," he said, seeing her flush at a memory. Yes, he was definitely going to loom over that partner, and perhaps gently express the thought that human joints were such fragile things. "There's no shame in that." "Isn't there?" asked Grace. "It seems like if I was wiser or cleverer or more experienced or something,